Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was superhero and married with Black Widow? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry and Natasha were sitting in the children's pool, playing with little James, named for Harry's father, a baby of only 6 months. He was their first son and had his father's black hair, but Natasha's darker green eyes. Natasha was not ready for another child, and nobody was pushing, but Zira was already pregnant with her and Harry's second. Hers and Harry's first had been a beautiful girl with dark brown curls. Her name was Zelia, chosen for Zira's mother, apparently. Zira and the child were inseparable, as was the norm for nymphs. The child would need regular contact, until she was old enough to plant a seed, which would sprout her tree. They were watching over the children who were enjoying the water, including a tan-skinned, golden blonde-haired girl that seemed to be around 3 years old. She was the first known nymph to sprout from a golden apple tree, specifically the one which was located in the nymph house. She had been named Zara, and she was the envy of all the nymphs for her coloration. Nearly all the nymphs had pale skin and hair ranging from brown to red, the colors of autumn. There were a few exceptions though, with dark hair, which seemed almost black, but with a green sheen to them when caught in the light. Golden blonde was new though. The atmosphere on New Atlantis was what it had been for the last year. Peaceful. The island had blossomed even more life, with the arrival of Zara. There was something about her that radiated vitality to everything around her, more than the average nymph was capable of, even though the little nymph was quite mischievous. She was a free spirit and fearless, when confronted with the magical animals on the island, even the ones that were normally territorial. It had scared the hell out of Harry when he found her playing in a field where the local population of Erumpent were busy with their mating rituals. She'd simply smiled and giggled at the explosions, clapping her hands and making encouraging sounds without a care for her own well-being. The animals, for their part, seemed to ignore her presence, besides keeping a bit of distance from her. But that didn't make Harry feel any better. A light elf guard had since been appointed, to ensure the little girl didn't find her way to one of the enclosures, where the more dangerous animals were kept, although when Molly Weasley had heard about the Erumpent incident, she'd been like a hawk watching the girl. The little girl had since never had the opportunity to wander too far and was, more often than not, being coddled by the over-mothering woman. Arthur, her husband, had taken to life as a magical consultant with PI and Stark Industries, for his experience with magically modified mundane artifacts. He was in heaven most of the time, since he was being allowed to learn about things he'd never even dreamed of. Tony had been right to send him on those courses to have his mundane knowledge brought up to speed. Or, to be more precise, to hire him a tutor to bring him up to speed. It had started off difficultly, trying to break many years of misconceptions, but the man had a real thirst for anything mundane and had eventually gotten to the point where he became useful, and on occasion even insightful. That was expected though. Many years in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department had taught him a lot. Bill had started working with EPI as a ward specialist, working with many of the divisions of the peacekeeping organization. His expertise with the magics of the ancient world had given him a certain edge when it came to securing locations and setting up traps for enemy combatants, as well as detecting traps and helping EPI's people find the best ways to infiltrate enemy locations. Fleur, his wife, had taken a post at Xavier's Institute, teaching French and ethics classes. She'd originally taken a post so that she could keep an eye on her younger sister, Gabrielle, but since had learned that her own experiences gave her a certain insight into helping the mutants, or enhanced, as Harry preferred to call them. When she could, she'd even help them acclimate to their powers or help put out fires, sometimes literally. Her father, previously a French diplomat for the French magical government, had taken a post at PI as a public relations official. He was a godsend, as he was a talented wordsmith. He could receive a scathing call and have the person apologize to him by the end of the conversation, even if the client had a good reason to be upset. He loved his job. Fleur's mother, Apollon, was a new addition to the staff on New Atlantis, ensuring all the sentient life had everything they needed, not only for their physical health, but also the emotional. It had started off as intervening with the local population of Vila and Logan, aka Wolverine, when his relationship with May Parker ended, when she seemed all too willing to bring Vila or nymphs into the relationship with them. May was apparently just a little too open-minded for him, and the Vila had thought the end of the relationship meant that they could sneak into his cabin at night for a bit of fun. He'd since started spending time with Hela, the Norse goddess of death, and Harry's adopted sister, to her great delight. She wasn't pushing and they weren't anything official, but they had time and it seemed to be going well with how they were both stoic, but with a dark streak. Logan was just enjoying the fact that people left him alone with her around and she didn't mind capitalizing on that. Charlie, who was loving life on the island, even though he didn't end up getting a dragon familiar, had delighted in all the attention from the Vila, and he'd since become the de facto male to see to their needs. He wasn't taking any chances though, and none of the Vila had conceived from their interactions yet. He'd also made his stance very clear, at Apollin's insistence. Besides that, he was enjoying working with all the dangerous animals, but not as much as Hagrid. Hagrid was ecstatic. He was constantly trying to coax the monstrous creatures to play with him when he went in to feed them. Logan had just smirked when he found the big man wrestling with a manticore, who was desperately trying to get away from Hagrid's monstrous strength. Its stinger had not been able to penetrate Hagrid's protective gear, and he hadn't acted like he felt it. Logan actually thought the creature was afraid, but he couldn't understand what it was saying, while Hagrid was just laughing while he played with the misunderstood creature. Sirius had not been doing much more than dating and drinking for the first few months, but even he had become restless and had ended up joining EPI. His training as an Auror had given him certain skills that were very much appreciated in the field. He'd complained about having to go through basic training, even though, as a wizard, he recovered more quickly than any normal human. Since then, he'd been incorporated into one of the stealth squads, which used Harry's gear to infiltrate and extract information. He didn't know about the Ghost Squad, but Fury had an eye on bringing him up to that level in the next few years. Sirius was no slouch and had already achieved many successes that his team would have been hard-pressed to achieve without him. Remus and Tonks had taken up residence on the island as well, but they were treating it as a holiday and just wanted to spend time with little Teddy. Their near-deaths had been eye-opening. That being said, Tonks was sometimes called in as a consultant for her own expertise in infiltration, while Remus was happily reading through Harry's extensive library on all manner of dark magics. He was trying to find out how to permanently cure the werewolf infection and believed Harry's tomes held the answer, since nobody had been able to come up with an effective permanent cure for him. Dr. Henry Hank McCoy, or Beast, had since tried to start a relationship with one of the nymphs, but that hadn't worked out, as the nature of his girlfriend meant that she kept on trying to invite others to their bedroom. They had ended things shortly after, but, gentleman that he was, it was an amicable breakup, with both understanding that they weren't a good fit. The nymphs were patient though, and they continued to take their time, looking for males who seemed viable and interested, from the many guests to New Atlantis. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, was at the top of their list, but he was just not the type to start something that he couldn't see working out in the long run. He also secretly hoped to one day have a son, and nymphs were incapable of having male children. Ron and Hermione had dated for a while, but it soon ended, when their clashing personalities drove them to fight after fight, which at first had driven them to passionate make-out sessions, but had later ended with them resenting each other, when either of them inevitably went too far. Hermione and Steve had since started a friendship. She was younger, but they both delighted in learning about the modern world together. Hermione was quickly falling for the man, but he was resisting, due to the age difference, even though she appreciated his maturity. That being said, he still made time for her, since they were both relatively new to this modern age and had similar sensibilities. The fact that Hermione was very mature for her age and her English accent helped quite a bit too. Hermione had been hired instantly as an assistant to Tony for his work with runes, while EPI often called on her knowledge as a magical consultant to see where they could use magic to improve things or to help with the day-to-day. Repairing items that got damaged, especially with how much work EPI did, was a common occurrence, and Harry had not been able to make a Reparo spell shell, since the wielder needed to know what they were doing to shape the spell properly. Ron was happily playing and coaching Quidditch as a team-building exercise at Xavier's Institute, at the newly built Quidditch Stadium, his strategic mind taking full advantage of all the enhanced abilities. Wouldn't be useful to the children to play without using their powers, after all. This had had the side effect of teaching all the children how to use finer control. Misdirection and feints were also part of the game. Minerva had taken to spending time with Wanda, helping her advance her studies and learning quite a bit in the process from Harry's many books. She was also spending quite a bit of time with Yao, the previous Sorcerer Supreme and current Island Counselor. There was something there that just made an instant connection, likely the fact that they had both seen to the education of mystical and magical students for many years. They were often seen just chatting and laughing, over a glass of wine, while watching the island's children at play. Dumbledore was enjoying helping Bruce with his studies into alchemy, since Harry had yet to achieve success in making someone a magical. He had no doubt that there would be new magicals at some point, likely including some of the current residents like the younger elves. The rest of the time, he simply enjoyed the tropical paradise Harry had made. Something about the place invigorated him. He felt like a younger man. He suspected it was the Bahama Mamas, which had quickly become his favorite too, but his had just a dash of something extra. Eldrin, the elf at the bar, refused to tell him what it was, though. Odin and Frigga were happily chatting and watching the children play, while they sat in some shade and drank some cold drinks. Harry had no illusions about how long he'd have with little James, before Frigga couldn't resist joining them to play with her grandson. The baby boy, even at this very young age, had connected instantly with his grandma, and he would often start crying when she wasn't in the immediate vicinity, especially when his mother was not around, which wasn't really all that often. Natasha had taken to motherhood more than anyone had expected. Her fierce protectiveness over her family had only grown, but was fortunately mostly directed at her son. Harry didn't want to imagine her being more protective of himself, as that would be pushing at the boundaries of obsessive behavior. It wasn't his fault that the crazies inevitably showed up and attacked him, after all. To be fair, that hadn't happened for a while either. Thor was still spending most of his time on New Asgard, the duplicate city Harry had created to house the Asgard when their original home was destroyed by the fire giant, Surtur. It floated above and slightly to the side of New Atlantis, never casting a shadow on the island, even though it was hidden by a Fidelius and was unplottable. Baby James's favorite pastime, besides sleeping, eating, and crying, was when he and Natasha went on the newly created Kitty's waterslide. It was completely level and ran around the inner pool, which surrounded the bar in a never-ending circle, with a few twists to keep things from getting stale. The inner pool had, like much in the resort, many protections from children falling in or getting hurt, not that the ever-present Vila or nymphs would allow any accidents to happen with them around, especially with the Prince of New Atlantis. James' Auntie Hela was almost as protective of him as his own mother, checking up on him on many occasions during the course of any given day. Frankly, with the amount of attention the baby was getting, Harry worried that he might grow up spoiled. Logan had just smirked and pointed out that, as the godfather to baby James, he'd never allow the kid to become too full of himself. That had been a hard pill to swallow for Sirius and Tony, but Harry had not really given a damn. Logan was the most responsible of the three. Tony and Pepper had had their first just 3 months after James had been born, and Tony had since turned into a puddle of paternal love over his daughter Morgan. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that she would grow up spoiled with him going on like he was. Fortunately, Pepper was a little better and could still rein Tony in when he overdid things. Grandma Frigga, as predicted, soon showed up to play with the little boy and to give his parents some free time, which they accepted easily. The baby boy was starting to sleep for longer periods, but it was an on-off thing, and he'd been a little monster the previous night, keeping both parents from getting proper rest, so they went to the bar for a cool drink and some quiet conversation. They sometimes cheated by using Harry's time turner to get some solid sleep, but hadn't needed to do that in weeks. They were discussing doing just that when the scouting party, who had gone to Alfheim to look for more animals to bring to New Atlantis, showed up. Luna and her father Xenophilius had both joined them this time, as had become the norm, and Luna was instantly off the intergalactic magic carpet when they appeared, running full tilt to where Harry and Natasha sat. "They're coming," she all but shouted. When she reached them, She stopped, breathing a little heavily, but still smiling from ear to ear. "They're coming," she repeated. "Who's coming?" Harry asked with an amused smile on his lips. "The Fae," Luna said excitedly. "You found them?" Natasha asked. "Well, no," Luna said. "My little radish found a connection." Xenophilius said. "There's an anchor point on Alfheim. In a cave we were exploring to look for the ever-evasive Snorcac. We were looking for nifflers." Logan corrected. "We can look for two things." Xenophilius stated. "Easily. So, how do you know they're coming?" Harry asked. "The anchor wasn't there when we entered the cave." Luna said. "That must mean that they are planning on coming soon. Or they were waiting for the right people to come looking." Xenophilius said, nodding at Luna. "Well, if they are related," Harry allowed. "Do you know when they are coming, or when to be there?" Natasha asked. "Actually, I was hoping we could borrow Harry." Luna said. "They need his power ring to open the doorway." Logan said, cutting through all the back and forth. It had been irritating him. Luna actually did pout. She had been enjoying the game. "Those eyes don't work on me, Missy." Logan growled at her. Luna huffed, but turned back to Harry. "So, can we do it?" she asked hopefully. "Do we need to make preparations?" Harry asked. Luna thought about it, but Xenophilius replied. "If they were able to sustain themselves wherever they went, they likely won't need anything too urgently," he said. "So, we're just planning on opening the world up to new unknown powers?" The gruff voice of Mad-Eye Moody asked, as he walked up to them. He'd since received a new leg from EPI, which walked much more naturally. It could even feel with the adamantite wiring and Jarvis's rune-based nerve functionality. "Well, they did live in this world long ago," Luna said. "They have more right to be here than I do. We'll also not be offering them a place on New Atlantis, unless they are capable of controlling themselves," Harry said. He knew Luna wanted to bring what she called the Summer Court to New Atlantis. The Winter Court was his real concern. His research into folklore had made him think that they were darker creatures, with similarly dark tendencies. He had no problem bringing the Fae back from wherever they'd escaped to, but he also didn't like the idea of leaving them to do as they pleased. He'd at least meet with them to talk about what they intended to do. Chances were, he'd be able to help them in some way and that would give him leverage. "But they'd love it here," Luna exclaimed. "Only some, and you know the rules," Harry said with a pointed look, to which Luna nodded in understanding. The more violently inclined and less intellectually capable would not be allowed to enter the island proper, and would likely need to be kept in enclosures. He'd not do it with intelligent creatures, and in those cases it was best to simply not bring them at all. "I'll speak to Fury first, before you run off doing things like the foolish boy you sometimes are," Moody said, as he activated a port key and was taken away. "Call your brother," Odin said, as he joined the impromptu meeting happening at the bar. "Asgard had ties to Alfheim before their fall, and we could add some influence to the talks. We were once allies. It had taken only a day to make their preparations. Fury and Moody had shown up shortly after he left so that he could be part of the planning, and paranoid bastard that he was, there were questions upon questions. By the end of their discussions, Thor had joined and had volunteered to have his people on standby so that they could render support should it come to a fight, but Odin was, like Luna, of the opinion that things would not go in that direction. The Fae had gone into hiding to avoid their slaughter at the hands of the Dark Elves after all. Chances were, they'd not have enough magical power either, especially if they needed help coming back. So it was that Heimdall, since he'd seen where the cave was, had opened a portal for them and Harry had walked through with his friends, his wife and the Avengers who were available. He'd upgraded Heimdall's capabilities when the need for him to open many portals for their allies arose, and he could now open portals between two different places, without the need for people to come to New Asgard first. The first person through the portal was Harry, followed by Natasha, Thor, Loki, Steve, Bruce, Sif, Tony, who could instantly call up either his current nanotech Iron Man suit, or a magical version of the same from his pouch, Wanda, Jarvis in his vision body just in case, Logan and finally the Lovegoods who were to stay behind the trained professionals. They entered the cave and Logan led them to the location where Luna had detected the magical connection. "This is the place," Logan pointed out. Harry went directly to the indicated location and started scanning with his magic. It didn't take a lot of time, before he felt the faint pull of something. I think I have it, he said. I just don't know how to go about opening this. Would you mind? Luna asked as she walked forward. I can show you, she said. Harry nodded and she lifted her hand to the spot and closed her eyes. They waited only about 20 seconds before Luna said, Now, if you'll give me a bit of power, Harry, I'll show you how to direct it. Harry tapped into his ring and put his hand next to hers, following her magic with his own, until he felt it. There was something on the other side, almost greedily taking in the power that he was feeding, so he started feeding it a steady flow. A little bit slower, Luna warned, still feeling the connection. We don't want to overpower her. Her? Harry asked even as he slowed the feed. It's likely one of the queens you're feeding your power to.
Luna nodded.
They would have been the most powerful of their people before they went into hiding in the in-between, but not even they would be able to handle that much power. You know where they are? Loki asked, intrigued. Sorry. It's a family secret, Luna said. On her mother's side. Xenophilius agreed. So it's part of your Fay heritage? Natasha asked. Something like that, Luna said, evasively. It took a few more minutes before Luna nodded and stepped back, indicating for Harry to come away from the point. They waited only a few seconds before something that looked akin to a tear formed in the air in front of them. It shone with a bright light and soon a person stepped through the tear. The woman before them was beautiful and elegant, with light blonde hair and a feeling of agelessness about her regal features. There was also an ethereal light shining from her very skin, and while she looked to be in her late 20s, you could also see in her golden eyes that she was much older than she seemed. She was also looking directly at Harry. Are you the one that has paid the tribute? She asked. I paid no tribute, but I sent you magic so that you may open the door. Harry said. I count a descendant of your race as one of my closest friends, he said, pointing at Luna. She looked at Luna and her eyes narrowed, before a spark of recognition shone in her eyes. Are you the last of your line, Fay-born? She asked. I am, Luna said sadly, a moment of sadness crossing her eyes. The woman nodded slowly at Luna then. I am sorry for your loss, child, but we will have to mourn the loss of your mother later, she said sadly, a look of loss crossing her eyes as well. Then she turned to Harry. I see no altar, nor sacrifice. How do you possess the power to do this without such, and why do you attempt it? She asked then. I merely wish to offer you the opportunity to return to the world and to ensure you intend no harm to the rest of the realms. Harry said. Forgive me, but in my culture it is considered polite to introduce oneself before such heavy matters are discussed. I am King Harry James Potter Odinson, King of New Atlantis, Prince of Asgard, adopted son of Odin Borson. The All-Father still lives? The woman asked. When Harry just nodded, she decided to play nice. I am Queen Titania of the Summer Court, and we of the Summer Court do not wish to partake in war. That is why we fled when the Dark Elves invaded. Thank you, Queen Titania, Harry said. Well met, Queen Titania. I am Thor Odinson, King of Asgard. Thor introduced himself then. Fear not. My brother saw to the Dark Elves' ruin, when they attempted to turn all the 9 realms into realms of eternal darkness, he said proudly, as he stepped forward and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. A mighty feat, Titania said, as she nodded at Thor and then looked at Harry with a look of calculation. Your power is great. Do you possess more, or did you spend yourself bringing me here? She asked. Power isn't a problem for Harry. Loki spoke up. My brother has devised ways by which he can store much power, and he used but a drop from his ocean to achieve this feat. When Titania looked at him in question, he said, Loki Odinson, Odin's second son. You feel like those of the Winter Court. Titania said, I was born of Jotunheim. Loki said with a nod. My blood is that of my Aesir parents, due to a magic my brother gifted us with. Loki said, nodding at Harry again. Titania looked at Harry again. How many magics do you possess? It seems your influence knows no bounds. We can discuss that at another time. Harry redirected the conversation. Where are the rest of your people? Titania accepted the change. Our people sleep, awaiting our return to Alfheim. And the Winter Court? Natasha asked. Natasha Potter, Queen of New Atlantis. She introduced herself belatedly. They slumber as well. Titania nodded. Mab and I stand sentinel in shifts. She slumbers now. Can you step away from this place for a while so we may discuss your needs and what has become of Alfheim? Harry asked. I may not leave the portal now that it is open. If others find it, those who slumber would be in peril. Titania said, I will protect the portal with my magics, and bind the protection to you if you prefer. Harry promised. We have much to discuss. If it was only this woman, he'd have no problem with bringing her to his home, so that they can discuss things in comfort. Titania seemed to be weighing her options. She didn't know these people, but that her beloved daughter's descendant was with them spoke to their nature. If nothing else, that would persuade her, but it seemed that there was more going on and she was curious, despite herself. Very well, but I must see this magic done before I leave the portal. I will not chance an unknown magic until I can see it for myself. Harry nodded then. If you'll please step away from the portal for a moment, then I shall hide it and your people behind a veil of secrecy so strong. Only when you speak it aloud will anyone be able to find, he said. Titania took 2 steps away, but still looked a little worried, until Luna walked up next to her and took her hand with a smile. It seemed she knew what was coming and knew to trust the man. Harry cast the Fidelius around the portal quickly, meaning he was using a lot of power at once. Luna whispered something to Titania just before Harry approached her and held his hand out to her, which she then took, as Harry passed the secret to her through the touch, making her the secret keeper. Titania examined the knowledge and the magic connected to it for a few moments before she smiled and nodded. It is as you said, descendant of my beloved daughter. This is a very powerful enchantment. Never have I seen its like. It will most certainly suffice for us to have a chance to speak. Let us be away then, Harry said, smirking at his friends who had come along, just on the off chance that things went differently. Tony just rolled his eyes at him. Steve was smiling, though. He was glad things went this way. Luna was a friend as well, and seeing her happy face at being claimed as family by Titania was heartwarming. Harry lifted his hand, index and pinky fingers extended, and turned it, as a portal formed to New Atlantis. You tap into the pathways with such casual ease, Titania said, slightly shocked. She could also tap into the pathways between worlds, but it usually took a ritual and a lot of power. My husband is a powerful wizard. He's also been attributed with enchantment and artifice by the Asgard and his adopted family, Natasha said. But he was an enchanter before even that, Thor pointed out before he stepped through the portal, leading the group through. When Titania stepped through the portal, she was overcome by a sense of power and life. She could tell that the very land was alive. Where are we? She asked in awe. Welcome to New Atlantis, Harry said with a smile. This is my island, a refuge for magical creatures and plants. How long has your family lived here? Titania asked, wondering how many generations it must have taken to establish such a place. Actually, I only bought the island a few years ago. Harry shrugged. Titania stopped dead in her tracks. She saw elves and nymphs and felt life that had lived on Alfheim for thousands of years, and so much more. All of the life was in complete harmony with each other as well. How dare someone think they had the right to simply purchase such a place? Mere gold could not be valuable enough for such a place. Surely it belonged to those who lived here first? Luna, insightful as ever, spoke up then. When Harry bought the island, there was no intelligent life here. He brought everyone here as a haven for those who had no home, or for those he rescued from being hunted and enslaved. But this island has a spirit and a will of its own, Titania countered. She could tell the island was alive after all. It sang to her like the most beautiful melody. The island wanted to protect all its life and it had means to respond should any be threatened. She didn't know what those means were, but had no doubt it was not something even she would want to test. That was also Harry's doing.
Luna nodded.
Truly? Titania asked, looking over to where Harry was already ordering a few drinks from an elf. At least it seemed that the elves still had their gifts, as she sensed the elf access his affinity to better perform his duty. Sure, it was a very limited connection to interpret the future, but it was still there and being harnessed to its fullest. Eldrin is the barkeep, Luna said, following her gaze. The light elves became magical again. Here, after Harry rescued them from slavery, Titania looked down at Luna. Then, she looked around 30 by mortal standards, which likely meant she was probably a decade older. It seemed her daughter had had to give up on her. Timelessness and the gift had been lost by her children, due to lack of contact with other Fae. This girl, however, was still as insightful as her daughter had been. "You are giving me much to contemplate," she said. "Tell me, young Luna, where on Alfheim are we?" "We're on Earth," Luna said, quickly adding, "That's what people from here call Midgard." "This is Midgard?" Titania asked in shock. No magic user on Midgard, no matter how gifted, could ever boast what she was seeing here, before she and her people went into hiding. It was a land of peace and beauty, and she could tell that there were many magics here that made it an eternal refuge for summer. Her people could live here and never be contested by the Winter Court again. "I was hoping Harry would allow you to bring your people here," Luna said. "Normally, he'd not mind such things, as long as you promise to keep your people peaceful. No violence is tolerated on the island, after all. Unfortunately, he doesn't know your numbers. Nor do I believe you wish to give up your throne. Harry is king here." "Luna?" Harry asked as he walked up to them, a tray floating next to him with a drink for her and a glass of white wine for Titania. "Are you going to join us?" he asked of them both. "Grandma was just asking about everything she was feeling here," Luna said. "She doesn't know what to think about it all. I think, for her, this must look like a place where the Fae had lived before. I was just assuring her that you didn't steal their lands and that you established New Atlantis yourself. Surely you have created a marvel of life and beauty here on your lands," Titania complimented, even as she controlled her features to not show her real feelings and taking the offered glass of wine. It was good, but it wasn't as good as the wine her elves had once produced on Alfheim. She nodded at the elf in the bar, who had looked her way, and he bowed back respectfully. "We will join you currently. I thank you for the moments you have allowed me to speak to my daughter's last descendant," she said. "Then, I will allow you all the time to talk that you wish," Harry said. "We aren't in a hurry, really, but my friends were just hoping to learn a little more before they departed to their other duties," he said, indicating the people who had come with them. "Perhaps it is time for a few introductions?" Luna asked, as she noticed that Firenze was standing at the outskirts of the forest, watching them as well. "And maybe we can take Grandma on a tour?" she asked hopefully. "Maybe once we know more." Harry allowed. "No offense, Your Majesty, but I do need to consider the safety of my people first." "I will take no offense, King Harry," Titania said. "You are correct. To you I am an unknown, and your duty is to your people first. I will assure you, however, that I am not a threat to you or your people. If what I am seeing is not a dream or illusion, we have much to discuss." "Will the shiny miss be staying in the guest house, Master?" Dobby asked as he appeared next to Harry. "A brownie?" Titania asked. "We have not seen them for many generations. We feared they were extinct." "Dobby is being a house elf," Dobby said. "That's what we know them as," Harry added. "As I understand it, people use different words to describe different creatures in different cultures," he said to Dobby, trying not to elaborate too much. He also sent a look at Luna, who was about to elaborate. She closed her mouth and nodded in understanding. "Whatever you are called, it is good to know your kind still live," Titania said, with a smile just for the house elf. "We don't know if the lady is staying yet," Harry said to Dobby. "If she does, I'll be sure to call for you. Okay?" To this, Dobby nodded and vanished. Dobby and the other elves had not needed long to adjust to life on the island and working the dorms and kitchens for EPI's armies. They all carried amulets with connections to New Atlantis, which had become their master. The house elves had technically bonded to Prongs, as the spirit of the island, and had since started asking for work. Harry was just glad they didn't all need to connect to him. Logan and the local creatures took such care of the land. They didn't need anything from the house elves. The light elves had also objected when the helpful little creatures took care of all their duties before they could attempt to work their fields, where they were attempting to grow a vineyard. Dobby, however, had kept his connection to Harry. He was a good house elf, though, and was seldom seen. Harry never complained when the house elf had already set his kitchen up for breakfast, or when his pantry restocked itself. Harry didn't know that Jarvis had been keeping the house elf informed when Harry would appreciate having those things taken care of, like when Harry worked late, or when James kept them up at all hours. Besides those duties, Dobby kept a constant vigil over little James. He was a house elf after all. He would care for all in his master's family. He is a very dutiful brownie, Titania stated. Powerful for one of his kind too. Dobby's always been a special house elf, Harry said with a smile. Where we come from, the lands didn't have enough, or the right kind of magic to sustain them, so most house elves swore themselves to serve magical people, to sustain themselves. Luna said. We solved that by bringing them here, though. The island is more than enough to sustain them, and Prongs doesn't ask them to do too much. Prongs? Titania asked. She got a far-off look in her eyes then, before she nodded. Ah, I see. The spirit of the land was named thus. It is not what I would call a worthy name for such a powerful spirit, but the island feels a sentimental connection to it, so I will not judge it negatively. Harry just nodded and led the woman back to the group, who were all now comfortably attired and chatting quietly. Harry handled the introductions, and Titania understood that these were the knights of New Atlantis, when they were described as heroes. The wilder man, Logan, was akin to her satyr, Cassius. He had once been the one charged with upkeep of her realm during the months when summer ruled the lands. He had had a connection with the beasts of the land as well, and had a wild protective streak about him, often resorting to violence to ensure everyone knew their place and respected others' territory. There was also a sorceress, Wanda, who was following in King Harry's footsteps, hoping to learn his trade of enchantment. She was also apparently a capable crafter of foci, for the direction of magical energies. She had a paramour, Jarvis, who seemed to be an intelligent construct of sorts. He had seemed powerful when she saw him first, but now he was inhabiting a different body, more human but also a construct of immensely complicated design. Less powerful perhaps, but also with human flaws and weaknesses, supposedly made so by design, for the intelligence to experience life more naturally. There was also the man, Bruce, who seemed a real intellect, if she read his eyes correctly. She hadn't seen what made him special, but he had immensely powerful potential, and it seemed hidden, somehow almost lurking in wait for any opportunity. She would continue to watch him, to see what she could learn. She could tell quite a few of these people were ageless but young. She had not known the men of Midgard could achieve this, but it also seemed that much had changed since they had gone into hiding. It seemed that without the influence of the Fae, Alfheim had been reduced to a land of wild animals, rather than magical beings. They didn't remember their former glory, either. Not until the masters of New Atlantis had brought them to this land. She felt much sadness as they talked, even as she kept her features in check. She would not allow these people to see how much of what she had learned had affected her. If it came to a discussion of trading favors, to secure either support or a place for her people, it would not do to have them know how much power they had in their hands. If Alfheim was lost, as it seemed it might well be, New Atlantis was likely their only hope of survival. The fact that Luna was there was heartening, though. So, what do you want to do? Harry asked after most of this had been discussed. You have given me much to think about, Titania said. I will need a bit of time to consider our options. Then time you shall have, Firenze said, as he stepped over the bridge to the bar area. I'm sorry for my interruption, Harry Potter, Queen Summer, but my people have prepared a place for you to join us for the evening. Firenze, I don't. Harry started. It will be fine, Harry, Luna said easily. I will go with Titania. We have much to discuss. I'm sure Firenze knows what he needs to, she added. Titania had asked her to call her by name, as she didn't like hearing the term grandma used to describe herself. Harry looked between Firenze and Luna for a moment, before he finally nodded, thinking he understood. Fair enough, he said. Then, I will leave Queen Titania in your hands. Will you need transport? He asked then. I will transport the Queen and Luna Lovegood, personally, Firenze said. He was still the only centaur Harry had ever heard of, who would allow someone to ride him. Harry didn't put too much more thought into it, But he and Tony got down to discussing possibilities for the long-overdue project of creating a second island nearby, with the others making suggestions as they went. In the end, it was Arthur, having joined them after work, who made the best suggestion. It would mean very little sleep for Harry, but then he cheated. He, Jarvis and Natasha took a last bit of time away from the rest, where they discussed things no other soul knew about. When Titania returned the next morning, it was by Luna operating her. It was not something she intended to use again. Such an undignified way to travel. Slipping through the lower dimensions like that made her feel dirty. She didn't seem to be negatively affected, though, which was a bonus, at least. When they turned up, Molly Weasley was already in her kitchen, which Harry had taken some time to modify to her liking, and then he'd made it a permanent addition. The Elven and Nymph children were already sitting by the benches in front of it, eating their breakfast, while Molly watched over them with her motherly smile. The permanent residents mostly had breakfast in their own houses, and the house elves would prepare something for the guests in the guest house, and the maids from the room of requirement would deliver it, like room service. This morning, however, Molly had opted to prepare something for their one guest, not having really talked to the woman yet. She beckoned her and Luna over, and Luna skipped over, with the more dignified Titania walking more sedately. "Luna dear, I made some breakfast for you and your, matriarch?" Molly asked. "You should just refer to me as Titania, while I am a guest with no titles in this realm." Titania said. "Titania, then." Molly smiled. Titania understood that this woman was a hearth witch of some sort. Very motherly and caring, with a mother's instinct to protect all the children in her care with a passion. Apparently she was also a caregiver for the nymph and elven children, while their elders busied themselves with tending to their duties on the island. Molly was looking at Luna strangely then. "Luna, did you do something different today? You look younger." "I have restored her Fay heritage as much as I could," Titania said. "I cannot let my darling Luna outlive me. After all, she will be important to our people and may one day be needed. Hopefully a few thousand years from now." It was actually done as a reward for finding the anchor to the in-between. Without assistance, the Fay may have stayed trapped for all time. The Fay tended to trade in deals and barter, where the value of a service was rewarded by equal compensation, or at least what would seem to be equal. It was only natural to always try to get the better deal for oneself, however. The Winter Court were less than forgiving when a fool made deals with them, often finding themselves the recipient of something that they didn't really want. Luna just smiled at Molly. "I do feel younger," she said. She looked it too. Where before she had started showing the signs of laugh lines, her face was now smooth. Her hair was cullier and her skin had a slight glow, if you knew to look for it. She was definitely looking more otherworldly and more beautiful because of it. Molly shook herself from the staring, before she turned back to the smiling older woman. "I wasn't certain what you eat," she said apologetically. "The elves are vegetarian, and since they came from Alfheim, I prepared a selection." She waved her wand and a few platters of steaming food appeared. All were carefully prepared, and most would be edible for the elves. Titania dished up a modest selection of foods, along with a bowl of porridge, liberally drizzled plied honey and milk. Her kind were more like the nymphs than the elves, in that they preferred sweet things, but they didn't normally mind normal foods and could be considered omnivorous. They did prefer other forms of protein, though, like fish. Seeing as how wild game had once lived with them in peace, eating animals like that didn't appeal to them in the slightest. Harry joined them partway through breakfast, just after Titania had gone to fetch more milk and honey. A third time. Harry had watched this happen the last 2 times from his own kitchen and had brought some tea with milk, honey and a dash of whipped cream for the sweet-toothed queen. He wasn't the world's best cook, but he knew how to serve people what would suit them. "This is delicious," Titania exclaimed, after trying the tea for herself. "I don't normally add quite as much milk or honey, and the whipped cream was just a guess. But I'm glad you like it," Harry said. "In England, morning tea is a tradition I still stick to, though. I appreciate the thought." Titania nodded her head, before turning serious again. "So, I assume we are to discuss what is to become of my people?" she asked then. "Right to the point, then?" Harry asked. He noticed Luna looking off to the side and realized she'd somehow intuited something. Not now, Luna, he said quickly before she could give anything away. Right? Luna said, a smile blossoming on her face. You're looking good this morning. Harry complimented. He turned to Titania. You're doing, I suppose? He asked. She has been partially restored to her heritage. Titania agreed. It was diluted by all the mortal generations in her family. But it's there. With time it will blossom fully. That's great news, Harry said with a smile for her. Thank you. Do not thank me, Titania said. It was only proper. It was also done in an attempt to gain some favor. So, I'm assuming you've had time to talk to Luna about how things work here? He asked. Indeed, Titania said. I've also been informed of the current state of Alfheim. It will be the work of many lifetimes to restore balance to our old home, before we could consider returning there. And in the meanwhile? Harry asked. I would like to request sanctuary for myself and my people, from the kingdom of New Atlantis. Titania said. It would be their only option. Okay, Harry said. In return for your support, Titania said quickly, before his answer permeated her mind and interrupted her well-thought-out arguments. You would offer it freely? She asked, shocked. Sure, Harry said. I trust that Luna has informed you of all the rules and laws of the kingdom, and that your people will follow your command to follow them and to respect the many beings that live and visit here? He asked. She has, and they will, Titania said, still in shock. You do not require service? Or an oath of fealty? My Harry never asked for subjects, Natasha said, as she joined them with Zira following. Our Harry isn't one of the Fae. He does not require lopsided deals and bargains, Zira said. As long as you understand that you will be considered a visiting monarch and people, and respect his wishes, the only service he requires is that you add to the kingdom in your own ways to ensure the life here flourishes. It was what her own people had come to discover. Be yourself and add to the beauty of the island. Grove Mistress. Titania nodded respectfully. She'd only been told of this woman, who had previously been indisposed with her duties. It was one of the reasons she had been considering offering Harry one of her more beautiful maidens. It is good to meet you. I have heard much of your grove and have felt your influence and that of your grove throughout the forest. It is our duty and we fulfill it with pride and joy, Zira said, nodding back. We are the ones that chose to subjugate ourselves to our king. He took the title only at the urging of his subjects and, Natasha. She confirmed Natasha's statement. Our Queen Natasha was the one to understand our culture first and helped convince Harry. That made sense to Titania. The nymph influence was layered on top of powerful magic that ran throughout the land. If the king's power had been there when they arrived, it would be very difficult not to treat him like their lord, once they were brought here. Service in exchange for said power so that they could grow and be happy. It was strange that he only had one nymph consort, though. If you don't mind my asking, how is it that you are the only consort to the king? She asked, giving voice to her thoughts. The Queen Mother, Frigga of the Asgard, has influence with bonds and relationships. Natasha answered. She bound the grove together, so that those who needed it could gain the benefit of Zira's connection to Harry. Ah, that does explain it, Titania said. It was quite ingenious really, and spoke volumes of Harry's character. Normally a man would not give something like an entire grove of willing nymphs up for the pleasures they could bestow upon him, though it was also possible that it also served as protection for him. Such a situation could also be a man's downfall. She'd seen it happen before. Don't misunderstand, Zira said. Harry would have been more than enough to sate the hungers of an entire grove of hundreds. His power and prowess is legendary here and even in the halls of Asgard. He doesn't like that spread around, though, so please keep it to yourself, Natasha said, when Harry looked miffed at Zira, who couldn't help but brag. Harry's bed is full, she added sternly. Truly? Titania asked. Damn, there goes that bargaining chip. She had spoken to Natasha a bit and could feel her strong connection to Harry. Something about her also told Titania that she should never try anything with this woman. She was no mere mortal. So, you would simply require that we maintain the peace and add value to your lands? She asked Harry then. That's about the gist of it, yes, Harry said, turning his scowl from Zira, who was smiling unashamedly at her insinuation that he was a sex god. Again, Luna is of the opinion that you could turn New Atlantis into a fairy realm of beauty. We have darker creatures on the island, though. Creatures of violence and ferocity. They are kept in places that suit them best, and we try to maintain their ecosystems separately from the rest of the inhabitants. I have prepared such a place for the vast majority of your people with some input from my... You intend to keep us isolated? Titania asked, not understanding. No, Harry said. I have created a large place where you may rule your own subjects. While they are there, you may rule it as your own kingdom. When they exit it, they will need to follow the rules of New Atlantis. Consider us a neighboring kingdom. Arthur had asked why he didn't just make them their own land, in one of his pockets. He knew it could be expanded with runes and application of directed magic. Harry had taken the idea further. You could not have created a large enough space for all my people in the last few hours. Titania scoffed. Harry just smirked. Come on, then. Finish your tea and let me show you. Titania quickly finished her tea, as Luna just clapped her hands in excitement. She'd felt something very powerful off to the western side of the island. She felt something similar off to the eastern side, but it didn't call to her like the other. Odin and Frigga had also joined them. Odin wore a smile that Titania read as indulgent, while Frigga looked proud, but slightly worried. That didn't make sense to her, but then she didn't know Harry well enough to know how much time he had spent on this. Not as much as when he had worked on duplicating Asgard, but definitely enough to show on his face. When everyone was almost ready, Logan walked up to them with his carpet, followed closely by Hela and her ever-present servant, Amora, the enchantress. She had become something of a handmaiden to her mistress, the goddess of death, who was also her warden until such a time as she was considered eligible for parole, which wasn't likely anytime soon. Saw your addition to the island. Logan grumbled. For her? He asked, indicating Titania with a nod of his head. Perfect timing as always, Harry said, nodding and smiling at the man. Prongs informed us. Logan shrugged. You speak to the spirit? Titania asked. She knew he was the keeper of the lands, along with the redhead and the half-giant, but hadn't realized that he was close enough to it, for it to seek him out and inform him of the happenings on the island. Not really, Logan said. Prongs had simply appeared for a moment and had given him a look, and he'd understood that something was going on. So he'd taken Puppy, his large female dragon familiar, for a flight, and they'd seen the additions. He turned to Harry, not saying any more to the new arrival. East or west? He asked as he unrolled his carpet for them. West, Harry answered. It didn't surprise him that Logan knew. He always turned up when anything happened that might affect the island. He didn't even bothering to inform him anymore. Logan would just turn up unannounced and join them, so that he could see what was going on for himself. Titania looked at the carpet, and when everyone stepped on and took seats, she followed them, not really understanding, even if she did detect the magics on the carpet. When it lifted up, she was only slightly shocked, but she was even more impressed at how smooth the movement had been and how easily Logan had controlled it with a mere thought. They quickly started flying along the coast, and Titania was impressed with what she was seeing. There were many magical creatures roaming the island. She even saw some of the nymphs walking and applying their magics to regrow plants that had the unmistakable signs of large herbivores having eaten from them. She didn't see them for long because the carpet moved quickly, and before long, they approached a grassy path, which extended into the ocean from the shore, until it reached a stone archway. Even to her eyes, the archway contained too many magics to properly identify. When they landed, Harry took the lead. This is the Summer Gateway, he said. It's how you get to your new home. Summer Gateway, Titania repeated, as they approached the stone archway. From far it had seemed to be simple stone that you could see through, but as they approached, she detected a rainbow shimmer, which grew more pronounced as you neared it, until you could no longer see the ocean behind it. It will be protected more carefully once you have your people ready, Harry said, as he walked to the stone and placed a hand on it. There was a flash, and the undulating rainbow solidified into a large set of wooden doors, which started swinging inward of their own accord. When the door was open, Titania saw for the first time that there was a large forest before her, with sunshine peeking through the leaves of the trees as a gentle breeze blew through them. She stepped through the arch, and a feeling of crossing a magical protection went through her. Simple, intent-based wards. Harry said when she looked at him. Stay here. Hela said to Amora, whose jaw clenched for a moment, before she nodded meekly and took a step back. She seldom had the opportunity to see new things, and Hela seemed to like tormenting her like that. The group stepped through the archway and looked around. There seemed to be no end in sight for the large forest, with equally large trees. How big is this place? Titania asked in wonder. She felt the magic of the place. Felt familiar too. It's only a couple of kilometers, not infinite. Harry said. If you go too far in one direction, you'll soon appear from the other side of the forest, going in the same direction, but it has the potential to grow with your population, if you can generate enough magic for it. Harry had set the place up like a combination of his power ring's pocket dimension, which could expand and grow as more power was added, and with the same setup as he had used for New Asgard, so that it could store energy that was generated naturally by the beings living there to support itself. An expanding pocket dimension with infinite potential to grow. Odin said in awe, "My son, you have amazed me yet again with this enchanted forest. Well done." He cheered, clapping Harry on the back, even as Luna hugged Harry exuberantly. "Well, it's not complete yet," Harry said. "I'll still need to help them with a few water sources, and I have no idea what all they will need. It will likely take some time before they can become self-sufficient here. In the meanwhile, your guild, New Atlantis and Asgard will render support to help them establish themselves." Odin said in understanding. He had no doubt that Thor would approve of the plan. "The East?" Logan asked after taking everything in. "The Winter Fae," Luna exclaimed, as she finally let go of Harry, a large smile seemingly surgically attached to her face. She started running around and inspecting the trees, with the enthusiasm often found in the very young. "Where did the forest come from?" Zira asked. She could tell they were real trees, not conjured by magic. "Stole it from Alfheim." Harry shrugged. It hadn't been the most difficult part of the plan. He simply had to ward a place to have all the creatures evacuate before he transported the whole place into the pocket, which he then moved here and anchored to the stone archway. Titania had since fallen to her knees. He'd brought them a piece of their home and made it so that they could establish a realm all of their own in the lands that had been lost to them for so long. Harry noticed her position and went to her, kneeling before her. "If you'd prefer I return the forest and bring something else, I could still do that," he said apologetically, wondering if he had offended her with his actions. Titania had tears running down her face, but she smiled sadly at Harry. "You have no ties to us, but you would expend so much power to ensure our happiness," she said. "I'm not upset. I'm overwhelmed by your generosity, to even bring a part of our old home for us, so that we may feel comforted by its presence. You are surely the most generous being I have ever come across." "You're wrong," Logan said. "Luna is his friend. He'll do anything for his friends," he said matter-of-factly. "Logan is correct," Hela said. "My brother is a kind soul. He will spend much effort on ensuring the happiness of his chosen companions and friends, and consider it a trifle. But this," Titania said, spreading her arms, indicating the forest, "is much more than a mere trifle. It is within my son's power to do this and much more," Frigga said proudly. "And you are correct, though, in that this took much effort and time, which I'm certain he'll refuse to explain." She added sternly, "You know me so well, mother," Harry said, smirking impishly at her. "I was with him," Natasha assured Frigga. He did not overwork himself, but his excitement at the project drove him to little sleep as he worked tirelessly at it. "He will need to catch up on some sleep before he can bring anyone here." "Good," Frigga said. Her daughter-in-law was always there to ground her son. "I will not request more of you until you are rested, then," Titania said, finally having regained control of her emotions. But as she stood up, with a hand from Harry, she pulled into him and hugged him tightly. "But you will be honored for your help, and you will always be welcomed by Summer, as a lord among her people," she said, as she crushed him to her. He had not only offered them sanctuary, but having taken into consideration her station, he had created a new realm for her and her people, so that she may rule her own land and people in a place that would be blessed by summer always. Having heard that he had made similar arrangements for winter, left her no doubt that there would finally be peace between the two courts, with a dividing land that brooked no violence and magics to protect their homes. "Thank you," Harry said. "We will need to talk," Logan said to the Fay Queen, as she finally let go of Harry and wiped the last of her tears away. "Luna has explained the rules of your land and our people will abide by your laws," Titania said. "But we may speak, so that I can arrange with you our additions to your lands, once ours is settled. It is the least we can do for New Atlantis." "Snorcac," Luna exclaimed then, as she ran back to the group. "I saw a crumple-horned Snorcac." "What?" Harry asked. "Oh dear," Titania said. "Did you not expel the creatures before transporting the land?" she asked of Harry. "But I did," Harry objected. How could he ward for something that he didn't even know existed for real? "Where did you see it?" he asked the excitedly bouncing Luna. Luna started to turn and point, but then a look of horror crossed her face. "I can't remember," she exclaimed in mortified realization. "That's it," Natasha said with a smile. "You'll never get her to leave your home now," she said to Titania. "I don't think that will be a problem," Titania said, with a bit of a giggle, as she watched Luna darting between trees, trying to find something. The name had meant nothing to her. "Perhaps when my people are here we can help her look even," she mused. The group made their way back to the resort, with Titania and Luna having stayed behind to explore the area. Both Harry and Natasha wanted to spend some time with their son since, from their perspective, it had been days since they'd held him. Not many people could understand the hardships of repeatedly jumping entire days back in time, but one of them was that you couldn't interact with anyone during that time, if you were known to be busy elsewhere. The rest of that day was spent in relaxing pastimes and, as was usual, people showed up during the course of the day to either visit or use the amenities. Fury showed up to get an update on the new arrival, and by the time he left, it was with a whole new set of ideas and schemes running through his head. Harry still impressed him with his capabilities on a regular basis, and while he couldn't make demands, there was a very long list of things Fury would like him to try for them at some point. The average magic user simply didn't have access to Harry's capabilities. Even the Weasley twins, now working for EPI's R&D division on magical items and potions meant to incapacitate and trap enemies, while circumventing security, were no match for Harry's prolific skills. Speaking of which, the twins had never admitted defeat to the Odinson pranksters in their private pranking war, even though they were more often than not the ones that fell into traps left for them by the divine pranksters, rather than the other way around. Decades of experience and their own prank war had given them a certain edge the Weasleys were incapable of overcoming, without help. Unfortunately, most people just laughed at them when they tried recruiting co-conspirators, and they had long since learned not to plan anything where any of Harry's people could see, since it inevitably failed before it could even be implemented, or they found themselves the victims of their own prank. Be that as it may, they had not given up and tended to still enjoy the experience, saying that it just gave them more ideas, before they went into a frenzy of inventing that tended to result in new toys for EPI, so nobody complained. The next 2 days were spent like that, before the Queen Mother proclaimed Harry had had enough rest and could continue with his plans. It was with much excitement that Queen Titania returned to Alfheim with King Harry, Queen Natasha, and Logan, who had just tagged along uninvited, as was his way. Titania had grown accustomed to his mannerisms, when he treated everyone like they were just people, even Harry. It seemed to be an accepted fact that the man showed nobody any deference, but he was never in the way and he was never insulting. "I will need to awaken Mab first, and tell her of what has been prepared," Titania said as they stood before the hidden portal. "I will return shortly," she said. "We'll be here," Harry said, nodding in understanding as she walked away. Mab may be a difficult person to get along with. While he understood that she wasn't evil per se, she was likely aligned with the darker side of nature. While the summer court promoted growth and life starting anew, the winter court were part of the other side of the natural cycle. What that meant was that Harry had no idea of what to expect. The fact that the two Fay Queens had band together to hide both their people with their combined power did give him some hope that she was at least reasonable. Did you really hide the portal even from yourself? Logan asked, noticing that Harry had lost sight of her at the same time as they did. Yes, Harry said. The Fidelius was meant to protect people. She doesn't know us. If I was to deceive her before getting to know her and she found out, that would break any trust she could have in my word, or at least make it much more difficult to have her trust me in the future. Logan didn't say anything or indicate that he felt one way or another, simply standing back against the cave wall and waiting. I'd have thought Luna would be here, he said. A few minutes later, Natasha smirked at him. She roped Loki into looking for the Snorcac with her. She said, "What's it supposed to look like anyway?" Logan asked. "Like a small purple llama, with a strange twisty horn," Harry said. Luna had described it enough that he had created an image for it in his head. "That's what I got from her descriptions as well," Natasha said. "What do they do?" Logan asked, wondering what the creature was supposed to be capable of. "Besides making you forget where you spotted one, I have no idea," Harry said. There was silence again for a few minutes. "I know I spotted one on Alfheim once," Logan finally admitted. "Can't remember where?" Natasha asked. Logan just shook his head. He'd apparently been trying to remember for the last couple of minutes. "Don't tell her," she advised. He nodded, understanding that she would likely become unbearable. It took only a few more minutes before Titania made her appearance again, followed shortly by another woman. She was about the same height as her counterpart, at around Harry's own length, but with silver blonde hair, very pale skin and piercing dark gray eyes. Titania walked to Harry, leading the woman. "This is King Harry of New Atlantis," she introduced. "King Harry, this is Queen Mab of the Winter Court. It is a pleasure to meet you," Harry said. "Has Titania told, what trick is this?" Mab asked, interrupting him. "You spun stories from whole cloth and convinced this silly queen that you crafted 2 entire magical realms for all our people." "I assure you, Queen Mab, I have done as she told you," Harry said. "I can show you if he tried." "No. You want us to unveil ourselves so that you can deliver us to the Dark Elves." Mab interrupted again. "What are our lives worth, mortal? How much land and gold were you promised?" Harry sighed. Natasha tried, then, "Please see reason, Queen Mab." "Harry is—" "Silence, wench," Mab interrupted her this time, ignoring Titania's attempt to silence her. "Your betters are speaking." Harry could take a lot of abuse himself and give people the benefit of the doubt. But when she insulted his wife, the love of his life, the mother of his son, his temper instantly snapped. "Listen, bitch, if you say one more word to insult my queen, I will insist that your people stay in hiding until the end of time, because I will make it my mission to ensure you never see the sun again." He said it softly, but his words sank into her very soul, as his power suddenly roiled off him and made it so he had her complete, undivided attention. "Is that clear?" he asked, his eyes glowing a steady, unholy green light. Mab was no stranger to power, but this was on a completely different scale. She looked to Titania, who had her hand on her mouth, shaking her head slightly, apparently to stop herself from saying anything as she saw Harry for the first time with his true power unleashed. She looked to the side, where the other man had stood, but he was suddenly crouching, with metallic claws extended and ready to leap at her at a moment's notice. He didn't seem surprised at the power on display. Rather, he simply seemed ready to cut her in half. She cleared her throat and smoothed her blue dress down, before turning to Natasha properly. "I apologize formally for my misconduct. I should not have assumed—" "No, you should not have," Harry said, drawing her attention to him again where he wanted it. "Can I assume that your people have your attitude and give the lands I prepared for you to Titania?" He had yet to reign in his power. "King Harry," Titania said, then, respectfully bowing. "If I may intercede on the behalf of her people?" she asked. Harry sighed a slow breath, allowing his power to rein itself back. "Titania, you have my limited trust at this point, mostly due to Luna. I will listen to you, but your association with this woman has me worried about your judgment." Titania nodded. "I understand that," she said. Damn Mab for her untrusting ways. If she'd changed things for her own people, she'd kill the bitch herself. Queen Mab has spent a long time in the presence of schemers and charlatans. She fears this a trick from our old enemies, whom you yourself destroyed the last of. The last time we were in Alfheim, such an attempt had just been thwarted. It was for this reason that she finally decided to take me up on the offer to go into hiding. Be that as it may, Queen Mab has shown me her way of treating people. Harry said, "Can you assure me that her people will not threaten my kingdom or people, or treat them like lesser beings?" "I cannot speak for her people, but I can say that they are loyal to their queen. If she can be made to see reason, they will follow her lead." Titania said, "And these schemers?" Harry asked Mab, remembering his own run-in with one, namely Amora. "Are they still in your court?" "The dark elves that had woven their way into my trust were executed for their attempts to drive the winter court to ruin," Mab said, wiping a few drops of the cold sweat from her brow with a kerchief. "King Harry," she said then, "what was that power?" "My husband is a powerful magic user, more powerful than any we have ever met," Natasha said. "He has proven his claims to Queen Titania, but you were unable to contain your attitude and skepticism." She walked up to the pale queen then. "If you or any of your people cause him to lose control like he just almost did, I will personally kill every single one of you myself. Do I make myself very clear?" she asked in a dangerous whisper. "Perfectly," Mab said calmly. She was no stranger to threats either. Somehow, however, she believed this woman quite capable of putting action to her words. She was likely a very good queen. "You have my word to hear you out. I will not promise more." She would not be cowed into making hasty decisions, though, to protect her people. "Good," Natasha said, suddenly all smiles again. "So, let's forget this misunderstanding and let Harry show you to the place he has prepared for you." "Natasha, are you sure?" Harry asked. He had still not seen anything that led him to believe this woman could be trusted. "She has valid reasons to be concerned," Natasha said. "Let us give her a second chance for a first impression, yes?" she asked. Harry nodded then, and looked at Mab. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Queen Mab," Harry said. The smile did not reach his eyes this time, and Mab knew she only had one more chance at it. "The pleasure is mine, King Harry, Queen Natasha." "Well met," Mab said. She noticed the claws of the other man disappearing, apparently into his fists, from the corner of her eye. He was obviously not one to threaten. He'd just act. She'd be careful around him as well. "We have something to show you if you'll please follow me," Harry said, as he turned a portal into being. Mab was not shocked at his ability to do so, after what she had just witnessed. She followed the group through, with Titania leading and Logan following behind her. They exited the portal on the eastern side of New Atlantis. Harry wasn't going to show her more of his home until later. He led them to the stone arch. "This is the winter archway. It is the only way into or out of this space." He touched his hand to the arch and the same display from before occurred. Mab followed, but Titania stayed behind with Logan this time. She could feel that this would not be a warm reception. Her senses told her of not a frigid, but still a cold place. She could see snow falling and evergreens growing in the sunlight that was still visible. It made sense that the trees still needed light, so she was not shocked. Harry led Mab into the pocket. The furthest reaches of this realm are a couple of kilometers in every direction and connects back to the beginning. There are a couple of snowy peaks off to the north as well, with a few caves, if that is of interest, he said, pointing them out. "I don't know what else you will need, but the streams are charmed not to freeze and the trees gain enough sustenance that they will not die in the perpetual cold here. This is of Alfheim," Mab said, as she felt the king's magic, but also traces of their old home. "Harry brought the land here, for your people from Alfheim," Natasha said. "He intended to offer it to you freely along with access to his kingdom, as long as your people could make a contribution to it." Mab looked at the lands before her in awe. It was alive even as it was cold, but not bitterly so. She could see her people frolicking in these lands, children playing as they had not in so many years. She had also felt protections as she had crossed the boundary. She understood those magics. They seemed to ask her if she was worthy, if her intent was wicked. Apparently she had passed their test. If what she was seeing was true, this would be the perfect home for her and her court. You say intended, Mab said. Then, refusing to let her wonder show on her face or be heard in her voice. Is that no longer a possibility? She asked. Our magic is such that we could calm the weather when your lands suffer its yearly cold. Yes, intended, Natasha said, not elaborating. My husband controls the weather on New Atlantis. He even allowed Master Logan, keeper of his lands and protector of the realm, access to control the weather in his stead. Truly? Mab asked. You are most formidable to have tamed the elements so. Does your land not suffer? Winter is a necessity for life. We keep our home in a state of constant summer, for the conveniences that affords us, but New Atlantis is in a tropical part of the world. There are rainy seasons when it can get quite cold, but never quite as cold as I fear your people might need. Harry said. That being said, I had planned on giving your people enchanted items to keep their bodies comfortable at any temperature, which would allow them to roam. But now I've gained your ire, and my people will suffer because of it? Mab asked. Not so, Harry countered. I will simply need to place some new magics to prevent any who wish to harm my lands or people from exiting yours. This will be your kingdom, Mab, but I will not allow bigotry or inequality. My people call me king, even as I ask them to address me as an equal. I know that they need it for their peace of mind, but that's never been who I am. My husband believes that all life is sacred and equal, Natasha said. Even this Master Logan? Mab asked. He seemed quite ready to kill me when I made my mistake earlier. Logan is quite tame in comparison to his girlfriend, Natasha said with a bit of a smile. It's her you really don't want to piss off. And she is? Mab asked. Hela, the goddess of death, and my adopted sister. Harry said. That actually had the pale queen stop for a moment. Hela was known to her. She was a vengeful, powerful warrior. Her exploits were well known throughout her realm. She was respected for her ferocity, if not her sanity. You are an Aesir? She asked Harry. Adopted, Harry said. I have their blessings and some of my own. That explained it to Mab. It also meant that she had nearly ruined a chance for her people to truly be free again. You have something similar for the summer court? She asked. We do, Harry said. Mab sighed then, before she bowed to Harry. Then, as the sovereign ruler of the winter court, I accept your offer, in any manner that you allow it. I also apologize again, for not trusting you, and I hope that you will be able to understand, and forgive me in time, and allow my people the offers you spoke of, even if it means I may never leave this place. Harry looked at the woman for a moment, before bowing himself. You care for your people and I can respect being cautious, for their protection. I do however caution you, should you find yourself in the company of any of my subjects or people, they are to be treated as my own personal friends. I count everyone in my kingdom as my friends. He counts what you would term a brownie, as one of his closest companions. Natasha added, there is no such thing as a lower caste in our realm. Everyone tries to make New Atlantis better in their own way, since it is their home. There are still brownies who live? Mab asked. Dobby? Harry asked. Master calls? Dobby asked as he appeared. Master? Mab asked. You enslaved him? There was no judgment in her voice, which worried Harry all over again. Dobby is a free elf. Dobby chastised angrily. Dobby wears clothes and gets paid monies and gets to clean and cook where he wants. Dobby calls him master out of respect, and because he bound himself to Harry as his primary source of his power. Natasha explained. We do not tolerate slavery on New Atlantis. Is that going to be a problem? She asked. She'd also noted Mab's words and tone. Mab lifted her hands. We do not enslave, she said. We may, however, have a few who serves, due to deals struck with our people. Luna told me about this, Natasha said, nodding. Fay deals were bound by soul magics. It would be not only irresponsible but very dangerous to try and break those. Fortunately, the Fay have to be very clear with their deals, for them to work. The deals were very lopsided sometimes, but both parties knew it. If they had such bound servants, they did it to themselves and more than likely willingly. Me too, Harry said. We will not allow you to offer such deals to our people. Is that understood? I can agree to that, Mab said instantly. They never went out looking for those people who came begging for favors. Well, not all of her Fae. Some, however, would likely find this a sour pill to swallow. They'd work that out in time. King Harry likely had enemies. Those of her kind who liked to dabble in such things would likely find a use. No kingdom in existence had no enemies, after all. She'd bring that up on another occasion, however. So, will this do for the time being? Harry asked, looking around them again. He saw a stream that had begun digging itself a different route since he had set it up and waved his hand lazily to reinforce the riverbed. Mab noted the ease with which he could change and modify the land using only his will and some directed magic. She could see that coming in handy later, if he could be convinced to help them build the dwellings they would no doubt need. Not all her people were equally resistant to the cold, after all. Many still preferred a warm home to come back to. With some work, this can very easily become a realm that my people will thrive in. Mab confirmed. What if we need more room in the years to come? She asked. With more living souls, more magic becomes available and the land will expand. Harry said. We can then send some of our nymphs to help grow your forests, or I or one of the other magic users of my acquaintance can come here to help you sculpt the new space to your needs. And is there game? Mab asked. That actually stumped Harry. He just assumed that they would be able to sustain themselves. It seems my husband did not think of that, Natasha said. Of course there would be creatures who hunted. Some creatures called winter their most active season, after all. We will need to discuss what your needs are and I will ask Logan to help your people gather what they will need. Harry said. Heimdall can open portals to Alfheim for them? Natasha asked. If he's agreeable. A portal opened next to them. Then, I know what is needed, Queen Natasha. It will be no trouble to assist the Winter Court in this. Thanks, Heimdall. Harry said. Come join us for drinks later? He offered. I will take you up on that, my prince. Heimdall said with a smile. Perhaps this time you can get the magic right, and we can try another hand at poker? He asked, a bit of a smile on his face. I think I cracked that problem. Harry said easily. Sure, we can try a couple of hands and see what happens. Since when is the Bifrost capable of portals like this? Mab asked, thinking she understood how Harry had done it earlier. You misunderstand, Queen Mab. Heimdall said. It is my prince who wields this power. He merely made it so that I can use it as well, not the other way around. He turned to Harry. Then, if my opinion is welcome? He asked. Please. Harry said. I saw the happenings on Alfheim before the courts went into hiding. Heimdall said. Queen Mab was being cautious. She cares greatly for her people. Her anger and outburst stemmed from the fact that she dislikes the Summer Queen. They are always at odds and she thought her naive. That actually does help a bit. Harry said. Thanks, Heimdall. You are welcome as always, my prince. Heimdall said, before the portal vanished again. So you snapped at my wife because you were angry at Titania? Harry asked. Mab didn't look like she wanted to admit to it, but finally nodded. Her plans aren't always fully thought out. She lacks finesse and somehow always sees things in an optimistic way. If it weren't for me, the place where we slumbered would have disappeared long ago, too, taking us with it. There were factors she simply didn't consider. She intended to have all her people awake using what power we took with it. It's infuriating to work with such a simpleton. Harry actually laughed at that. Try as he might, he couldn't help seeing something of Luna in her ancestor. She wasn't stupid, far from it, but she was more insightful. She tended to rely on those insights, when relying on hard fact and tried methods would yield better, or at least more sustainable results. He could see that Mab was more inclined to follow knowledge than relying on something as flimsy as gut feel. It was what tended to come between people like Luna and Hermione. Fair enough, he said. I can see how you can think that way. I've noted that you think differently than Titania, so I can understand that. Thank you, Mab said with an exasperated huff. That Summer Queen was just so damn gullible. Fortunately, she had not screwed this one up. So, about your people? Natasha asked. Oh yes, Mab said, pulling herself from her thoughts. I believe that this will suffice until we've built housing and brought some game. If we could rely on you for sustenance for a while, I believe that will suffice until we are settled. There were a few things that they still discussed, like where to acquire firewood, since the trees, while many, were the only ones they had. Harry promised to arrange them a few truckloads of timber and would help building them places to stay, with magical fires, so that they didn't need to rely on the forest to supply what heat they needed. It seemed that most of the winter Fae had no aversion to meat and preferred that, which actually made sense. While summer was all about replenishing, winter was all about using what was grown. A constant winter would change the rules of the game. The rabbit enclosures had actually started becoming overpopulated, so that should work nicely in the interim, until more permanent plans could be made. Most creatures needed warmer climates to procreate, so the Winter Court's new home would likely always need to rely on the support of New Atlantis, or perhaps even the Summer Court. Symbiosis would be much simpler, with a clear divide and proper rules that everyone followed all year through. When they exited the winter archway, Logan was drinking his ever-full beer, sitting on his floating carpet, while Hela showed off Agner, her thestral mount, to Titania. The Summer Queen was inspecting the animal with a bit of curiosity, but she stayed far away. Mab had no such compulsions. What a magnificent death mare stallion! Mab exclaimed, as she quickly approached. Death mares weren't native to Alfheim, and they were almost legendary to her people. She didn't touch him, having seen movement from Hela, seemingly readying herself to attack the woman if she touched him. She'd seen the saddle and realized he was likely her mount. You take really good care of him, she remarked and nodded to Hela. He's my mount and familiar, Hela said. The bond had formed naturally and she was very proud. He is a fine companion. She agreed proudly, though, as she dropped her guard slightly. Logan had warned her of the woman's earlier error, and she had been ready to march into the winter archway and teach the woman who had insulted her sister-in-law a lesson. Everyone seemed calmer now, though, and Hela decided to ask after what happened later. Likely this was another chance for her to learn about forgiveness, and why it was offered. You are Hela, then, sister to the king? Mab asked. I am she. Hela agreed. You are the Winter Queen, Mab? I am she. Mab agreed. Harry didn't know that he liked that they were seemingly clicking so quickly, but wouldn't deny his sister a friend. She'd likely help keep the peace actually. Pew. Harry had spent a few days arranging everything that was needed, including a few suggestions from his friends. The queens now had large estates in the center of their domains, with everything from ever-clean and warm bathtubs and modern washrooms, to an elegant receiving hall, with a throne decorated with enchanted and moving branches that swayed in an imaginary wind and ceilings enchanted to represent their seasons. Harry had even added trees with little houses in them around the perimeter of the estates, for the fairies to call home. He'd resize them later, as needed, since he didn't know how big they were. In fact, Harry had taken things so far that Luna was a little worried that they'd never see the Fae again. Well, she would still be spending time with them, but that didn't mean she didn't want them coming to New Atlantis as well. Harry wasn't worried. The Summer Fae would likely find his home even more enchanting than their own haven, since there was just so much to see. He'd been told that the Fae had a few different kinds of elves, who had called Alfheim home. There'd be a few satyrs, some centaurs, and a variety of fairies, along with some things he had no idea about. Water spirits and creatures that represented the changing of seasons, more than the seasons themselves. There were even a few pixies and sprites, he was told, not that he knew the difference between them and fairies. Perhaps they were related or just looked the same. Either way, he'd find out. When the time came for the Fae to exit their slumber, only Harry, Natasha, Odin and Frigga were in attendance, since Harry would be removing the Fidelius, after Titania gave him the secret. When the Fidelius was dispelled, the queens stepped through and disappeared into their hidden space. It had been explained to Harry as some sort of in-between place, created by magic, but apparently it was not the same as a pocket dimension. There was an immense amount of power there or slightly beyond it, but it was both forbidden to try and access it directly and impossible to stay in communication with, as it tended to flood the mind of any who tried, with all the secrets of the universe at once. With what was likely an infinite amount of information, it was understandable why not even immortal minds could survive such things. Many had tried, but there had never been a survivor. It didn't take long for the queens to return, and behind them followed a stream of groggy-looking creatures, all seeming to have just awoken from a long slumber. Maybe Mab's reaction also had something to do with having just woken up. Only the different colored flying and tinkling lights that came with the creatures, the pixies, seemed to be energetic, as they flew around the cave and its occupants in seeming ecstasy at being awake at last. After them followed the fairies and sprites. Sprites and fairies were about the same size, but the sprites were more ethereal, like spirits, while the fairies were physical beings, male and female, from what Harry could tell. There were also a whole lot of them. Before long the cave started becoming cramped, so Harry decided to open 2 portals, which would lead to their new realms. The queens went to their own portals and directed their people inside. This process took another 20 minutes. Harry really should have known better than to think it would be a quick move, since both queens had told him that they'd brought as many of their subjects as they could, and there were a lot of them, most carrying belongings, backpacks and stuff. One satyr actually had a donkey pulling a small wagon with what looked like an entire portable apothecary stall. It had instruments and hundreds of bags and jars of powders and liquids and what were likely potions ingredients. He'd make a note of that and have Bruce check it out. When the procession finally ended, the queens went through the opening again, checking for stragglers, before they exited with their own bags. Harry could sense magics on the bags, so they were likely larger on the inside and carried many of their private items or items of import. They set those bags down and chanted together, collapsing the doorway for good, and removing the pocket that they had called home for too long. They then left through the portals to go help settle their people, while Harry took his wife and parents home. When everyone was gone, the space where the opening had been started to glow slightly. Back on the Bifrost, Heimdall noticed the glow and decided to keep an eye on it. It had only been a month since the Fae had first come onto Harry's radar, and already things were changing on New Atlantis. Strange things like bioluminescent flowers started popping up on seemingly random trees and bushes where they didn't belong. The fairies and pixies were often seen and heard laughing and tinkling as they drunkenly flew through the night sky, high on life and the highly magical realm which was New Atlantis. They stayed in their respective havens, but the resort had become the de facto hangout spot for all the creatures who could bear to be in each other's presence. The fairies, pixies and sprites would often show up just to listen to the music from the roof of the bar, adding an accompaniment in their little voices that somehow created a strange harmony, no matter what kind of music was playing. Of course, the children were also a big attraction. The fairies and sprites couldn't get enough of them and loved playing with them. The children, likewise, were enjoying the company of the benign beings, and they would keep the children from getting into trouble when they got it in their heads to explore or to taste something that they really shouldn't be putting in their mouths. Zara, the bronze-skinned, golden blonde-haired nymph girl, was something of a curiosity to the fairies, who just stared at her, like she was an otherworldly beauty to them. Something about her was like a candle to a moth to them, and they always ended up congregating around her, as she talked nonsensically to them in her attempts to speak English. She might look 3, but she was just a few months older than baby James. At least, her human form had only emerged from her tree then. She was growing quickly, too. Besides that, the satyrs from both factions had started flirting heavily with the nymphs. They had been warned about how things worked, and they were careful not to offend the king of the realm they both called neighbor. They also loved the alcohol, often partaking in shots from the bottomless bottle of Harry Potter's Every Flavor liquor. Using the Every Flavor beans they had purchased on their trip back in time to Harry's original reality had helped Harry figure out the enchantments, and he was very proud of the results. There were normal bottles, of course, but for the satyrs who had no way of paying, the bottomless bottles were used. It wouldn't do to have them drink through Harry's stocks, after all. For those who had found ways of making themselves useful, there was a fair compensation, using Harry's own coins from his vault, which was now housed in the dragon enclosure, for obvious reasons. They ended up spending everything at the bar, which then just became Harry's again. It had been Tony's idea. The gold and other coins were not being used otherwise anyway, and as long as it stayed on the island or with the Fae, it was now at least serving a purpose. The satyrs would often pay for sweet drinks for the nymphs, which ended up making it so there was now a rule about not doing so while there were children present. The centaurs had found kindred spirits in the local herd. They were more often than not stargazing with the current group. Apparently the centaurs from Harry's original reality were far more learned in the ways of astronomy and astrology, and the new additions were learning from them with a certain sense of awe. That being said, the stars were different here than on Alfheim, meaning those with even a bit of experience needed to learn their craft anew. Firenze, as the centaur chieftain, was also considered a wise man to those who joined them, if for nothing else than choosing to join Harry when the offer was made. The new arrivals would often come to him with questions and asking for advice on private matters. There were quite a few centaurs who were more martially inclined, but they were nowhere near as bad as Bane had been, and loved learning about things that did not revolve around their never-ending war. The centaurs were also the only of the two factions that seemed to connect the quickest with their rivals, now that there was a clear divide, and a safe location where no violence was tolerated. The fairies had their own hierarchy, and even a royal family on both sides of seasonal divide. Neither were really warlike, but they had clear affinities to their respective seasons. The pixies followed the fairies and sprites around like pets almost. You seldom saw one without the other, though the sprites tended to stay in their respective realms, apparently needing the environment or the magics of their people, which had quickly started permeating their realms, converting it to their ideal environments, on top of the enchantments Harry had set up. Harry had only needed to go change a few things for the other realms on occasion. Things like areas with a constant snowfall and others that were more like fall, rather than the dead of winter. The nymphs had an open invitation to both realms, so that they could help the growth of the trees, and to encourage vegetables and other plants to flourish. It wasn't as easy there, as it was on New Atlantis itself, but with Harry's magic being present in both, it wasn't too difficult. The nymphs were all treated like honored guests, whenever they were seen. The queens of winter and summer were constant visitors to New Atlantis. Mab and Hela had truly kicked things off and had formed a close friendship very quickly, while Titania and Zira had something similar going on. Mab had even been seen flying on a thestral next to Hela and Agner, as she showed off her brother's realm and took the Winter Queen to see the more dangerous creatures in their enclosures. Those had really impressed Mab, and she quietly wished the goddess of death luck with her attempts to catch the feral man's eyes and heart. She now saw his value. Hela's friendship with Mab had given her an insight into the needs of the Winter Court's darker factions. Power wielders and dealers were soon meeting with Fury's representative, Hill, who was quickly learning of what it meant to deal with the darker side of the mystical realm. Mab's original thought had actually been correct. There were enemies that could do with external influences, which would help them deal themselves into debt to those darker entities. Fury would not mind using a dark force against other dark forces, as long as they were kept in check and they left their own people alone. While he wouldn't ever trust those entities on Earth, as long as Harry took contractual precautions, he didn't see why they couldn't point them at intergalactic enemies like the Kree. Captain Marvel surely wouldn't mind. Meanwhile, Zira and Titania had explored the island on their own 2 feet. Titania had her guards, of course, unlike Mab, who scoffed at the need for them, but they followed at a distance. Zira delighted in introducing the Fay Queen to the intelligent creatures, and Titania had almost hyperventilated from excitement at seeing the Abraxan, the large winged horses. Apparently they held the same status with the Summer Court as the Thestrals held with the Winter Court. The hippogriffs were just as bad. And when Titania met Charlie, she was swooning all over again. She could not resist when Zira told her he'd likely take her for a flight, and soon she was flying over the island, laughing all the way, as she encouraged the hippogriff to go faster. Charlie did not disappoint, and by the time they came back, he was breathing heavily, but Titania's enthusiasm and attention made him puff his chest out proudly, before nuzzling her and then turning to go rest. The animals were not the only attraction to the island, though. The water spirits, creatures Harry had first thought were a kind of elf, wearing thick furs and who could turn into aquatic mammals, apparently named Selkies, were very impressed with the child-friendly waterslide and the new water feature Harry had added for the merfolk to visit the resort. They were often seen splashing in and out of the never-ending, but magically silent, waterfall which followed an underground stream back to the sea, through the underwater cave, where the merfolk now lived. The merfolk found them interesting and always welcomed the creatures, often taking them out to go hunting around the island with them, where there was always an abundance of fish, which Harry had had to encourage, by bringing them in and then using wards to keep them around the island. The elf village had welcomed the new elven arrivals too, since they had a very limited gene pool to work with, and fortunately the Fae had enough male elves to finally make the possibility of growing their numbers a real possibility. The elves had not been successful in breeding with humans, despite giving it a real go, not that any of the men they tried with complained. The number of male elves Harry had been able to rescue from slavery had not been many, for obvious reasons. Those male elves were simply not as physically inclined as other, non-magical slaves, probably due to lack of a proper magical environment, and the females were not used for labor. The elves from the seasonal realms were definitely more warlike, however, and a scuffle did end up breaking out between the factions, but it soon stopped, when a wing of dragons descended on them and drove them apart. That had scared the shit out of the elves. When Logan landed on Puppy, shortly thereafter, they knew true fear. The man was an animal in a fistfight, and he demanded the ones that started the fight to face him or be denied access to New Atlantis again. He had wanted to set an example, and they'd gotten one. They were properly chastised and bloodied. Hagrid, who had seen the dragons descend, showed up soon after and stepped in, before treating the elves like misbehaving children, and making them apologize with handshakes. There was never another fight between them, but they still kept apart from each other, for fear of the master of the lands and his half-giant friend. They didn't even want to think about the dragons. Who tamed dragons, let alone had one as a familiar? One of them had actually seen the half-giant shove one of the dragons away playfully. Astoundingly, the dragon had simply shoved him back, or tried to, but the man was unmovable. How strong was he? To be fair, Hagrid's protective gear was enchanted by Harry, and it had saved his life on many occasions. Harry had known to protect the man from himself, for his lack of sense when it came to certain things. He'd obviously informed Logan and Charlie, who knew to look out for an escalation in his behavior, since he didn't want the man to become completely reckless. Despite what most people thought, however, Hagrid was completely aware of the limitations of the gear, and he quickly adjusted to using them to their fullest capabilities. He was not an idiot, after all. He taught the subject for Merlin's sake. Harry was working on yet another enchantment in his workshop when his mirror vibrated. "Hello?" he answered. "Greetings, my prince. Something has changed on Alfheim," Heimdall said. "What's happening?" he asked, stopping his experiment and laying down the item he was working on. Heimdall had informed him of the glow at the location the Fae had come from, but even when he went to check on it, he couldn't properly identify it. It just seemed like an after-effect from the rift that had been there. He'd asked the man to inform him should anything change. A large black metallic sphere of some sort appeared in the same location as the disturbance. Heimdall reported. "Is it doing anything?" Harry asked. "As far as I can tell, it's just floating there," Heimdall said. "I tried to peer into the sphere, but it seems protected from being observed." "Magic?" Harry asked. "Cannot say," Heimdall said, apologetically. "Okay, I'll call in the team and be right there," Harry said. "I have taken the liberty of calling those who are not indisposed to New Atlantis, my prince," Heimdall said. "Before calling me?" Harry asked. "I opened portals to their locations as we spoke, and they understood the meaning," Heimdall said slightly smugly. Harry and his wives had not needed to think on a way to go to the Fae for too long, before what looked like a hyperspace window was opened for them by Harry's higher processes. Magic was feeling generous, it seemed, and had read their intent from Harry himself. "I told you not to do that," Harry said aloud, knowing that whatever sentience was present in magic was listening. "What?" Hermione asked. "I didn't do that," Harry said, pointing off to the portal that seemed to be made of some sort of gas. "I was reprimanding magic or superspace or whatever." "Thank you," Luna said excitedly, as she looked at the opening. "Are we just going to go through that?" Pansy asked, her Slytherin side never really in the habit of blind trust. "Yes, we are," Harry confirmed. "Does that damn tickle again?" As he spoke, he saw an indicator on his control light up. "And it seems we don't have a choice," he said. "Buckle up, ladies. This thing is pulling us in. Can't you just transport us away?" Hermione asked, worried, even as she did as he suggested and buckled in. Same as the other girls. while Harry was frantically trying to steer them clear, or simply transport them away by Stellarnet. Nothing was happening, though. It's not letting me, Harry said. He was obviously worried. His girls were with him. Unfortunately, a part of him also knew that this was magic just trying to fulfill their request. He'd have to reconsider how his higher processes worked. There was still something that read his intent, even if he was now not aware of them. Either that, or a part of him was doing this to himself as a laugh, but he didn't want to consider that any part of him would endanger his girls. Are you sure this is safe? Hermione asked. Not in the slightest, Harry said. Fortunately, I have my latest battery on board, and I recently added an instant relay, which would switch over to internal power, should the systems need it. Well, that's good, at least, Hermione said, even as she held on to her safety harness with whitening knuckles. Here we go, Harry warned, as they were finally at the event horizon and started being pulled through. He looked at his girls a final time, noting they all had their eyes locked on the cloud as they went. Most were looking worried, but Susan and Luna had grins on their faces. The feeling was quick and very unlike when Harry and Jack had traveled back through time. There was just a sliding feeling as they were shunted not forward, but to the side, and then they were pulled forward. Harry recognized the feeling of traveling forward in time, and without the light, but it was over quickly, and then they had arrived. That's it? Susan asked, apparently disappointed, as they all looked through the forward display at what looked like a cave. Where are we? Daphne asked Harry, who was already trying to access the Stellarnet. Nothing. There was no connection. Fortunately, they still had magic in whatever atmosphere they were in, and Harry still had the onboard Stellarnet. He just needed to connect it to the closest star before they could figure out where they were. We'll need to go outside the cave to create a new Stellarnet network, but there's at least magic here and the atmosphere seems breathable. Should we decide to explore a bit? Harry reported. Let's run a systems diagnostic first, Hermione said as she pulled up a display and started scrolling through a list of everything that the ship was reporting to the onboard database. It was an upgrade to the system Harry had taken with him on his trip back in time, along with a connection for the comms, which would normally work as a relay to the closest eudaimon, which, in turn, kept communications open to Harmony and the comm index located there. They'd not be able to access the Harmony databases, but they would be able to stay in communication with each other as well as having access to anything Harry had on the ship, like his copied library and entertainment. Susan, please take the Caco out and scout where we are, Harry requested. Sure thing, hubby. Susan smirked at him as she turned her seat and accessed the Caco, before turning back and displaying what she was seeing on the main display. The Cacodemon, a small silvery saucer, which then shrunk down to smaller than a millimeter, with connected systems to the sphere, instantly exited the sphere from an opening that formed for it and then shot through the cave. It didn't take long for it to hit a dead end. Having no point of reference, even as the Caco mapped the cave as it went, she had to turn around and return, flying past them and the other way. Not far from where they were, there was light, and she piloted it out and found a forest. We've got life, Susan reported, as she saw some sort of deer, but with straight, forward-facing, pointed horns. Do you think the Fae live in this forest? Harry asked Luna. I'm not sure, Luna said. She didn't feel anything and she wasn't normally in contact with these beings, so she had no idea what to tell them. I'm not feeling anything, she added with a shrug. Systems seem fine, Hermione reported, as she closed the display and allowed the arm which projected it to retract into her chair. All backups are still available as well. It seems that we didn't pass through any magical interference either. The in-between is just a passageway opened by magic, Luna said. I thought you said the Fae lived there, Pansy asked. No, I said they were there. It was never their home, Luna said. Then where's their home? Pansy tried. I don't know, Luna said, her usual smile on her face. She was looking forward to the search, it seemed. Pansy just sighed. They should have known this would not be as simple as showing up and saying hi. Susan, meanwhile, had flown the Caco up and was now looking around the forest. There was a large tract of forest that seemed to just have disappeared in a perfect circle, so she flew closer to inspect the obvious strange occurrence. This seems recent, she reported as she moved in closer. The land had simply vanished, leaving an even bedding in all directions. like it had simply lifted up and vanished. They saw a tree that had toppled into the hole, its roots exposed. It was still green, which confirmed Susan's observation. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "Proximity sensors just picked up that there are people outside. How did we not see them coming?" Harry asked, as Susan instantly turned the caco and flew back to the cave, while shrinking her view to a smaller image still on the forward display. Harry manipulated the display to turn around the ship and soon came upon a group of colorfully dressed people. "Welcoming comedy?" Harry asked. "How did they even know we were here?" Susan asked, as the caco flew in the cave and quickly stopped next to one of the people. She then slowly flew it around them so that they could have a closer look. The first man was a large blonde man in chainmail with a red cape, wielding a hammer. The next seemed to be a robot, all in gold and red with white glowing eyes. The third seemed to just be some brunette bloke, with a look of interest on his face. Next was a tall, muscular, blonde man with a shield who looked a lot like a very patriotic American. Next, there was a redhead woman with a red coat, wielding 2 wands. Another red-headed woman, wearing a green skin-tight outfit. And lastly a man with a hood and a mask. Those last 3 were obviously wearing dragonhide. The wands were also a good sign, until the man in the mask quickly reached out and grabbed the caco, right out of the air. Susan said, as her feed went dark. Pew. Harry reached New Atlantis and found his friends, Steve, Wanda, Tony, Thor and Bruce, waiting with his wife. They were all dressed and ready for battle. "Got Heimdall's message?" Harry asked. "I was in the middle of a meeting," Tony said. "Thank you, Heimdall. He never liked meetings anyway, and the people he was talking to were trying to gain leverage by offering something Tony didn't even need." He'd seen the portal form and had simply excused himself before leaving. The others hadn't seen a thing. Thanks to Harry's latest addition to Bifrost 2.0, only those who were supposed to could now see the portal. Someone using one in public wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. Bill's subtle wards were awesome sometimes, and Harry had easily copied them. "What's the mission?" Steve asked. "Not sure," Harry admitted. Some kind of sphere appeared where the Fae exited their rift. Heimdall was keeping an eye on it, when he noticed a strange phenomenon happening there shortly after the Fae closed it. "A sphere?" Natasha asked. "Heimdall can't see into it." Harry agreed. "Likely some kind of protection. So we know basically nothing," Bruce said. Then he shrugged. "Hulk has been feeling cooped up anyway. If there's a fight, he'll not mind." Heimdall soon formed another portal for them and they stepped through, right on top of the silent metallic sphere. "Well, this is definitely not something that occurs in nature," Tony said, from inside the quickly donned Iron Man suit. "Sensors are picking up magic and the metal is something I've never seen. The molecules are so densely packed, I don't even know where to begin analysis. The fact that it's floating is also telling," Natasha added. Harry's hand shot out when he felt something floating there. He couldn't see anything, but he knew it was in his hand when it tried pulling away. The only reason the extremely tiny thing didn't just shoot out though his hand was because of the dragonhide armor. He quickly increased his own strength and durability, and then he used his other hand to scan whatever it was he had caught. "What was that?" Natasha asked. "Magic," Harry said. "Something very small and strong." "Observation?" Tony asked. "Likely," Harry agreed. "They used drones too, but this was a convoluted mess of magics, and something about it didn't allow him to scan what magics were all in play. Whatever it is, it's highly magical, and I can't get a read on what magics are involved. It's protected by something. You are struggling to figure it out?" Tony asked incredulously. "Well, this is new to me." Harry defended himself. Frankly, he was kind of impressed. This was obviously something he still needed to learn. He turned to the sphere then. "If you can talk, we're not here to attack you. We're just trying to make peaceful contact," he said as he opened his palm and kept his senses on the flying thing until it disappeared back into the sphere. There was silence. "Harry?" Hermione asked. "The guy in the mask seems to be the leader," Harry said. "He's also very in tune with magic, otherwise he'd not be able to detect the caco." "Should we respond?" Susan asked. "Yes," Luna said instantly. "I'll open audio communication." Harry decided, pressing a button. "Hi there," he said. The people before them seemed to jump and look at the masked person. "Did you say that?" One of the redheads asked the masked man.
No.
He said. "That was them. Could they hear you through your mask?" She asked again. "It's possible," he said. He turned back to the sphere. "Sorry, we're not sure how your technology works, and your voice just shocked us for a moment. Is this better?" Harry asked, making his voice sound like Darth Vader's just for fun. "Got a sense of humor at least," the robot said. They must know about Earth to know that reference though. This was not an average encounter. Fury was likely going to go apeshit knowing someone had been observing them without his knowledge. Tony couldn't wait. "Who are you?" the man with the shield asked. "Friendly explorers, looking for long-lost family," Harry said, back in his own voice. "From here?" Harry asked. "Could this be more Fay? We were brought here by a, shall we call it, a higher power?" Harry asked. That got another shock from the masked and hooded man. It apparently resonated with him. "Well, the people who once lived here are under my protection. If you want to make contact, we'll need to meet in person." Harry didn't know exactly how to respond to that. Obviously magic had sent them here for a reason, though, so he said, "1 second please." Then he turned off the audio. "You're not thinking of going out there, are you?" Pansy asked. "Just another instance," Harry assured her. "While I may be inclined to speak peacefully with unknowns, I'm not stupid enough to take them at their word." As the assembled Avengers waited, Tony asked, "Are you really just going to trust these people? You know they can hear you, right?" Natasha asked. Harry moved a hand and said, "Not anymore. If they are looking for the Fay, shouldn't you make them aware of it?" Steve asked. "They have a right to choose after all." "Good point," Harry said. He waved his hand again. "While you decide," he started, but the next moment someone appeared before them. It was Harry, if slightly more buff, taller, and a bit younger looking. "What the?" he asked. The new Harry said. "I'm Harry Black. They don't seem to like what you look like," Fleur stated. "I think that's shock," Harry said. "Maybe there's another me here?" Even with all their experience with the quantum mirror, they'd never found another instance of Harry in any other timeline. There was still the possibility that someone like him existed in other timelines, but they'd never found them.
No, seriously.
The robot was asking. "Who are you?" The new Harry had noted that everyone before him had tensed at his appearance. He cocked his head to the side, as if listening to someone. "Oh right," he said. "Maybe you know a counterpart of mine? We're technically from another universe." There was silence. "Okay. If you want, I can change my appearance." "I didn't mean to offend you, Ghost?" Wanda asked. "There's only supposed to be one Harry Potter," Harry said. Death had told him as much. "Well, that makes sense then," Harry said. "I'm Harry Black, like I said. I may have been a Potter at some point, but that changed and I don't see myself as that kid anymore." "You don't understand," Harry said, as he reached up and removed his hood and pulled down his mask.
"I'm Harry Potter."
Harry smiled then, as his real instance pumped his fists in the sphere and crowed in delight. "Finally, I'm very excited to meet you then," the new Harry said. "In our reality, there's only been one me no matter how many timelines we look through." "Timelines?" Tony asked, as his visor retracted and revealed his face. "You're from a different—" "No, I'm from another reality," Harry said. "Timelines notwithstanding, in our universe, I'm the only me. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of magical people in other timelines, only aliens with similar abilities." "You've met magical aliens?" Harry asked. He'd not met many. Most he got here was Wanda, and then there were the sorcerers, the elves, and the Asgardians, but the elves had only recently started gaining their magics back, and they weren't exactly like his either. He'd seen those from the Fae having magical abilities though, which made him think that he understood. "That's why you're here. You're looking for the Fae," he said. "Long-lost family," Natasha corrected. "Do you have a Luna?" the new Harry asked. Something Luna had said recently. She was excited to meet the Fae, and herself. Harry's feature cleared then. "Ah, that makes sense," he said in a weird sort of realization. "No, it doesn't," Bruce said with a frown. "About as much sense as Luna usually makes, yes." The younger Harry responded. "Is she in there?" The older Harry asked, indicating the sphere. Yup. The younger Harry said. Her and my other wives. Wives? Natasha asked, a slight tone in her voice at that. Did I miss something? The younger Harry asked. Are wives not something here? I think she's worried about the implications of the plural in the word. Hermione's voice said from the sphere, where she'd activated her own voice line. Don't blame him. We made him do it. Not that I argued. The younger Harry's voice said from both the sphere and the Harry in front of them. I'm a lucky bloke. The one in front of them stage whispered. Was that Hermione? Older Harry asked. What the heck, dude? He asked himself. Fuck you. Younger Harry said, ignoring the indignant look from Steve. You don't know my story. Then he grinned. I know I'd like to know yours, though. There was silence. The sphere started moving slowly then, closer to the cave entrance. I'll be connecting the stellar net so long. Harry's voice said from the sphere, unnecessarily, while his instance just nodded. Wait, Thor said then. We still don't know your real purpose here. He had seen illusions before and had also heard Harry's voice from the ship. Loki had tricked him like that many times. Relax, buddy. The younger Harry said. We're just going to get our bearings in this universe. I need to see the stars to do that. I said, wait. Thor said, as he moved before the sphere, lifted his hammer and placed it against it, which stopped it instantly. Just how strong are you? The other Harry said, as he casually walked up to Thor, reaching out with his magic. Oh, I see. It's the hammer. Nice use of Naquata, by the way. The magics are quite strong, too. Naquata? The other Harry asked. Yeah, the metal the hammer is made of. Harry said, as he placed a hand on top of the hammer, shocking Thor for the physical contact, and slowly pushing it away from the ship. We'll just be outside for a moment. Okay? We can walk with it if you want. He finished as he calmly held the hammer down. That doesn't count. Does it? Tony asked. Thor was holding it. Steve said. Doesn't count. He agreed. Thor, however, was suddenly smiling. You are no mere illusion, are you? He asked. I can do illusions well enough. Yet another Harry said, from Thor's other side, slapping him on the shoulder. But I'm not one. The original said, from his other side, also placing a hand on his shoulder. He quirked his head as he removed his hand. I know a Thor too. He's of the Asgard, though. I am the king of Asgard. Thor said. Asgard, really? Harry asked. Our Asgard are aliens. So are ours. The older Harry said. No, I mean they look like this. Harry said, indicating to the side, and his Thor, in his original form, appeared there. Greetings, said. I am Supreme Commander Thor of the Asgard. A Roswell Grey, Tony exclaimed. They'd not seen those aliens except for in fiction, and they'd seen a lot of aliens. You've got that story here, too? Harry asked interestedly as he walked after the sphere. I wonder if your universe diverged from ours at some point. Maybe I should go look in the Ida Galaxy, while I'm here, if there is one here. He added, maybe there were aliens here that evolved differently without the genetic flaws. Thor would love some DNA samples if there were. You met them? Tony asked. Obviously. Harry said. They joined the Alliance soon after we formed it, along with a few other alien races and a lot of humans that live on other planets. He saw no issue with sharing these things, since their home universe was only reachable to people who knew where to look. Alliance? Natasha asked. For an alliance, there had to be an enemy to unite against. We have aliens called the Goa'uld, who ruled the Milky Way galaxy in the guise of Egyptian gods, sometimes Babylonian and some others. Harry said. Ruled? Bruce asked. We've got most of them captured and in prison. He said offhandedly. Does that mean the aliens started on Earth? Tony asked as he realized that those were all religions that sprung up on Earth. No. Harry said. The Goa'uld started somewhere else and found Earth, but I think that's enough about us. What's it like here? Aliens, superheroes, godlike entities, all with powers and their own cultures. Older Harry said. Superheroes? Younger Harry asked. Like Superman? He asked. Who's that? Tony asked. Not something we share, then. Younger Harry nodded. What kind of heroes do you have here? He asked excitedly. We're the Avengers. Tony said. So, you have powers? Younger Harry asked the man in the metal suit, who he had thought a robot. Yes, he's very rich. Older Harry said, smirking at Tony. Hey, Tony objected. I also happen to be a genius. Yeah, and we all know it. Natasha said. Seriously, do you carry on like that in front of Morgan? She asked. Of course not. Tony said. She knows it already. I don't need to remind her. They had finally reached the cave entrance and Harry stood there waiting while his real body connected to the sunlight and tracked it back to the star. In the sphere, the stellar net started lighting up as a galaxy started populating in it. That's better. Younger Harry said. Then he frowned. We're not in the Milky Way, he stated.
No.
The local Harry agreed. But how can you tell? He asked. I invented a system that allows me to map out a galaxy and travel anywhere I can see on it. Younger Harry replied. I only have the one with me, so it's limited to the current galaxy. Do you live here? He asked. No, we live on Earth. The local Harry said. How did you get here so quickly then? Younger Harry asked. Portal. Older Harry replied. I learned some tricks. Did you have a Voldemort? Yup. Younger Harry said. Took care of him first year and stuck his soul in a phylactery Remus and Sirius got for me. He's now stuck on a barren wasteland, with nothing to do but watch TV. Ha! Older Harry laughed. Mine's being tortured on Muspelheim, last time I checked. Sounded like a brag. I'm not really into torture, the younger Harry admitted. But I suppose for him I could make an exception. It wasn't my idea, the older Harry said. My adoptive father, Odin, is in charge of his punishment. Odin, Thor, Asgard. You were adopted by the previous king of the gods? Younger Harry asked. Yup. Older Harry said with a smirk. Nice. Younger Harry said. I only got the old mutt. He didn't do too badly though. Still cracks the serious jokes though. We've got one of those here too. Older Harry said. He didn't adopt you? Harry asked. It's a complicated story. The local Harry said. I hear that. Younger Harry agreed. If you girls are done chatting, came Hermione's voice from the sphere. Luna is about to lose her shit in here. Steve flinched again. Harry had a suspicion he hated swearing. That, or the local Hermione is much more like what she used to be, before he corrupted her vocabulary. I know, her Harry said. He turned to the local Harry. Listen, do you know intent wards? I got you. The older Harry said with a sudden smile, lifting a hand and creating just such a ward. Good idea. That will make this much simpler. Thanks, Potter. Harry said, in Draco's voice, just before stepping through the ward, following the sphere. Don't do that. Older Harry shuddered. It's just wrong. Draco's not so bad. Came to our wedding actually. Younger Harry said as he created his own intent-based ward, without even gesturing. Really? Older Harry asked, as he looked around and found the ward. Nicely done. I didn't even see you twitch, he said. Then he turned to his friends and indicated them to follow. Intent ward to test if we're trustworthy. As he led his friends through the new Harry's own test. Sure. Younger Harry said. Hufflepuff changed him. Married a mundane even. Hufflepuff? Older Harry asked, his friends and himself having also passed their test. In my world. Wait, changed him? This sounded bad. You didn't? Yes, I did. Younger Harry said unrepentantly. Not my choice though. That was all magic. Well, Luna had a hand in it, but I don't know how yet. What magic? Older Harry asked. He knew Luna would always be mysterious. No, I mean magic. Capital M. He's got a thing for me. Younger Harry said. Keeps on doing stuff to me. He looked up and said, now don't go doing something crazy just to mess with me. I'm speaking metaphorically. Older Harry said. Maybe his counterpart wasn't all that stable. We were discussing coming to visit the Fae, when a strange hyperspace window opened and sucked us through. Hermione's voice said from the sphere. We didn't even cast a spell. Magic just decided it was a fun idea or something, and here we are. Older Harry had a thoughtful look. Why you though? He asked his counterpart. It's a complicated story. Younger Harry copied his earlier statement. Now we know you're not an evil doppelganger, and neither are you. The local Harry confirmed. Can we get going? Younger Harry asked. Luna is just about ready to start climbing the walls in there, he said, indicating the sphere. Would you mind if we meet them first? Older Harry said. No offense, but I need to see them. It's my island, I need to know for certain. The other Harry simply vanished and a seam formed on the sphere, followed by a hiss, before the door opened for them. Before anyone could say anything, Luna came flying out the door, straight at the local Harry, who caught her easily. Don't kiss him, came Susan's voice from inside. Why would I do that? Luna asked as she hugged Harry. It's just nice to meet my husband's older twin. Older twin? Natasha asked. Sure, they're similar, but they're not the same. Luna said easily. I think I'm going to like this one too. Natasha said. Of course. Luna said. You know me already, silly. Don't you mean your twin? Tony asked. No. Luna said, not elaborating. Love good mysteries. The younger Harry said from the hatch. Never gets old, does it? Sure doesn't. Older Harry agreed with his younger self. How old are you, anyway? Younger Harry asked, as he stepped out, while his illusionary voice whispered in his ear, Don't act shocked at my wives. I didn't tell them their original histories. Harry was shocked for a moment, but just answered the question.
I'm 40,
he said. Immortal? Harry asked, seeing that he only looked about 25 while he still looked about 18. His wives were now walking out behind him. The local Harry said intelligently. Me too. Harry said. Happened just recently. Magic again. Couldn't just let a bloke live his life. Selfish bitch. Okay, that's enough. Steve said, not able to contain himself anymore. We've got ladies present. Oh, you're gonna be fun to break. Younger Harry chuckled. Break? Natasha asked, smirking. This Harry seemed just as fun as her own. Maybe even a little more carefree. He got me to swear just after second year. Hermione said. Told me something I really didn't like hearing. What? Tony asked, a mischievous smile on his face. Sorry, sir. Hermione said. That's a family secret. Oh, you're one of those? The local Harry asked. Tony simply looked incredulous at her calling him sir. Pure blood raised. The local Harry elaborated for those who looked curious at his last statement. Nah, we just used the convenient excuse of pure blood customs to protect family magics and secrets. Younger Harry said. I was taught the ways, though. Very useful if you end up wanting to marry 8 women. I didn't know there were rules like that. The local Harry said, before turning to his wife. Not that I need more than my Natasha, he said proudly. Ask serious. Younger Harry said. He wanted me to start a harem, so he researched it. Something about doing right by Dad and being able to look him in the eye one day. Then he looked at the gorgeous redhead. Congratulations, by the way. I'm sure he makes you happy. I know I would. You are stunning. You're not looking to increase your harem, are you? Tony smirked. 'Cause I'll warn you now, she's both taken and dangerous. Harry's always like that, Susan said, rolling her eyes. We know he only has eyes for us, so we don't mind. Charmed. Natasha said, in a dry voice. Harry quickly introduced his girls and got introductions in return, before the local Harry pointed off to the side, index and pinky fingers extended and turned a portal into being. This way to New Atlantis, he said, leading the group. Portals? Nice, the younger Harry said, as he shrunk his sphere and placed it in a backpack he conjured, before he led his ladies through. This would be fun. Pew. The moment Harry walked through the portal the other Harry had made, he felt a wave of magic flowing over him. This place was pretty damn magical. Wow, he said. Can you feel that?
Ido.
Pansy said. So much life and magic. Did you learn how to amplify the magical output for this place, or is this normal? Harry asked his counterpart. This is normal, local Harry said. You know how to make a place more magical? He asked. I have developed certain tricks. Harry agreed. He's a scientist, Daphne said, proudly. He specializes in magical and mundane synergism. Tony had stopped dead in his tracks and turned around. You're not an enchanter? He asked.
No.
Harry said. I'm a researcher mostly. I use mundane sciences to make magic work better and vice versa. Tony could not contain himself. I knew it, he said, turning to his best friend. You just weren't applying yourself. Ha! Well, I'm almost certain he cheated. The local Harry said. You're an enchanter? The younger Harry asked, not refuting the cheating part. It's my thing. The local Harry said back. Greetings. An aged voice said as it joined them. Perhaps an introduction is in order? Odin continued, as he and Frigga approached. They had obviously been waiting when their sons went off on an urgent mission. Father, the local Harry said, respectfully. May I introduce here from another reality Harry Black. He's apparently a counterpart of mine from yet another universe. Black, you say? Odin asked. I'm assuming Sirius got his wish in that reality? As far as I understand, Father. Harry agreed. Apparently, magic itself sent him here, to bring Luna to meet her family. Magic itself? Frigga asked. Good afternoon. The new Harry said, respectfully. It is good to meet the people who adopted my older twin, as Luna would say. I hope he wasn't cursed with the Potter luck. Oh, he's a trouble magnet. Odin said, smirking and instantly understanding. He trusted his son to know if he was being tricked. So you're here for the Fae only a month after their arrival? He asked. Arrival? Luna asked. They were in hiding for a while. The local Harry said. Our Luna found them in the same cave you appeared, and I offered them places to stay, connected to my island. Why didn't I tell me? Luna asked. It was a surprise. Another Luna said, as she walked up. Hello me. Hi. The new Luna smiled back. Come on. The local one said. I need help finding the Snorcacs. I found one only the one time and they've been hiding from me in summer since then. The new Luna's eyes bulged and soon the two of them were hurrying off. So, it seems they know each other? The younger Harry asked. Likely another love good thing. The older Harry said. It's not that complicated. An elegant blonde woman said, as she walked up to them. Queen Titania. The older Harry greeted. May I introduce Harry Black from the founding world, yes. Queen Titania interrupted. She shocked everyone then, by bowing down on one knee. Thank you for magic. Oh, for crying out loud. The new Harry said, unintentionally copying Jack's favorite saying. I didn't do it on my own. Magic set the whole thing up. I only helped it make itself. Nevertheless, Titania said as she got up. You are the founder. You are connected to the source. You will be respected by all Fae. You are practically our creator. No, I'm not. Younger Harry argued childishly. Deciding to change the subject, he asked, anyway, you were saying about it not being that complicated, with Luna? Titania nodded in acceptance to the subject change, and Harry ignored the many raised eyebrows, even as his wives shook their heads and then nodded slightly at the incredulous looks. Luna is Luna. Her line, which stems from my own, was there before the divide. Because of our nature, there should be an instance of her throughout all realities, in one form or another. Because of her connection with the Fae, she knows some of what all of her knows. That makes sense. The new Harry said, thinking of how his own connection to himself functions. Likely she had a limited connection to herself, almost like himself. All instances of him was him. No, it doesn't. Tony said. It's complicated. The new Harry said.
I'm smart.
Tony said. Try me. Maybe later? Harry said. I see a bar. It's warm out here in the sun and we're on our honeymoon. I'd like to buy what remains of my wives a drink, before they get distracted with all these other people, he said, indicating toward all the people around the area. He could see many obviously magical creatures and people. There were even Vila chatting with another species of female creature that Harry couldn't quite identify. You're on your honeymoon? Steve asked. He'd not followed everything, but by the sounds of it, the new Harry was somehow the one who created magic in the first place. He couldn't understand how, but the others seemed to accept it, however incredulously. Tony was already trying to figure it out. He'd already come to a few conclusions, like time travel, but he was still going to get to the bottom of how. Bruce was right there with him, until he spotted Sif and decided to rather go join her to catch her up. We've got a week left. Hermione confirmed. More, Harry said. We slid forward in time, coming here. Could feel it. I should be able to convince magic to take us back to where and when we started. Hermione had wondered why the local Harry was older. She'd have preferred it if Harry didn't keep such things from them. But then, he likely didn't think it was worth mentioning. We'll talk about that later, she promised. Yes, dear. Harry agreed as they crossed the bridge to the bar. Nice bar, he said, looking at all the shiny metal and the wooden countertop. Thanks, the older Harry said. Made it myself. I helped design it. Tony chirped in. Too bad you've got such an old-fashioned television, Harry said, looking up at the thing. It was state-of-the-art for mundane people in the future, but that didn't hold a candle to his own technology, which had basically infinitely more depth and realism. So what's good? He asked, just as the barman put a glass down in front of him. Whatever the drink was, it was green at the top with yellow at the bottom, and it was full of ice. What's this? He asked. The barman just smirked at him, and he decided to take a sip. Damn, that's good, he exclaimed. The barman smirked again, even as he started pouring more drinks for the ladies. There's children here, the older Harry said, in warning. Doesn't matter, Harry said flippantly. I've got wards up to keep children from hearing me swear. That's your own fault, Susan piped up. You never cared about swearing, and now you can't stop yourself when you react to things. We made him develop that one once Tonks had little Teddy, Pansy said, as Parvati, who had transfigured her clothes into a stylish semi-attached two-piece swimsuit with a gauzy sarong, started doing the same for her, but in a different style. It was noticed that she didn't use a wand. Normally we don't mind anymore because he's been doing it since we were 11, so we don't even notice, but Tonks made her displeasure quite clear. Hey, I didn't ask Teddy to repeat that word. Younger Harry defended himself. It was his first word. Hermione exclaimed. Now that's been ruined for life. I offered to obliviate the word out, but nobody listens to me. Younger Harry pouted. Why did you develop such language in the first place? The older Harry asked, slightly amused. He'd been an Auror and a hit wizard. He'd heard worse back in those days. I blame Sirius. Younger Harry said. He didn't have a thing to do with it. Fleur said. He told us you swore the first day he met you, when you got him out of Azkaban. Well, I was excited. Younger Harry defended. Also, I didn't say he taught me, I said I blame him. That's obviously different. After a bit of thought, he realized. You know what, I remember when that happened first. I was 5 and I was making a point to Vernon, just after breaking his arm. That's when I started swearing. There was a moment. Then he added, fucking bastard ruined my vocabulary. What's happening with him these days? The older Harry asked after almost coughing. His alternate self had timed it perfectly, waiting for him to take a sip of his own drink before he swore again. He realized he'd done it on purpose and how he used it. It was a game to him to see who he could shock. Last I heard, Queen Elizabeth arranged to have him transferred to Lupin Penitentiary, where he's been assigned to toilet cleanup duty. Permanently, younger Harry said. Good old Lizzie. She's such a sweetheart. Don't refer to her as Lizzie, Hermione reprimanded. She was your queen for most of your life. Show her some respect. Lupin Penitentiary? A voice asked from behind them. Uncle Remus. Harry said easily. Come on, let me buy you a drink. He ignored the fact that he hadn't paid for the first. I heard there's a new Potter around. Remus said. He'd heard a bit, but he had to come check it out himself. Black, if you please. Younger Harry said. Harry Potter was a skinny kid with glasses and a scar. I did a lot of work getting away from that image. No boy who lived for me. Thank you very much. Fair enough. Remus said. Lupin Penitentiary? He asked again. Harry, Sirius, and Remus started a company which hired werewolves. Hermione said. It was a magical courier company with the wolves delivering packages on Harleys. But that was back when the wolves were still cursed. Susan piped in. We prefer to be called wolves now. Wait, hold on. Remus said. But Harry beat him to the punch and pulled out his comm. He made the display larger and scrolled through his indexes until he found the section on rituals and pulled up the werewolf transformation ritual, where he locked it. Then he handed the comm to the werewolf. Instructions on how to be turned into a real wolf, he said. But do me a favor and don't run off with my comm. It's got all my more nifty tools in storage. Remus just stood there open-mouthed, looking at the nearly solid-looking, illusionary representation of a ritual circle, with what would be needed to perform the ritual correctly. Susan took pity on him and took her drink, leading the man off. For wolves, the story of how the curse was beaten was practically mandatory to know. Remus seemed to be on the verge of crying. If her alpha ever looked that pathetic, she might just have to challenge him for leadership. Where was I? Hermione asked. Oh yes, so after most of the wolves on the planet were working for them, because they had tricks to keep them from ever transforming, they needed security, because they were doing really well and people started trying to rob them. The security force was mostly ex-Aurors and military types. They then started rounding up Death Eaters and forcing them to confess under Veritaserum. The confessions were signed and the whole process was recorded on Harry's magical recording system, for the purposes of keeping record. They didn't have any legal right to keep the people, though, so Remus arranged a meeting with the Prime Minister and they arranged to give him a military status and legalize the newly formed army and prison, with a tribunal of judges to see the evidence and then deliver sentencing with the Crown's backing. Hermione finished her recitation. There was silence. Then Tony broke it. Did you write an essay on that? It sounded rehearsed. I may have been there when Luna interviewed Remus a while back. Hermione admitted. That was when she was still running the Harmony news station. Harry agreed. She's since become a movie director, while her dad does mostly documentaries. Her first movie did quite well in the box office. Pansy pointed out. The mundane people simply love the idea of magic and everyone wants to know how the, special effects? Younger Harry offered. Yes, that. Pansy said. Everyone wants to know how she did most of the special effects, to make it so realistic. The magical governments don't really like the fact that it was real magic, but there's very little that they can do about it. The movie released worldwide at the same time. Can't obliviate the whole world. The older Harry said. Wow, you've been busy, he said, looking between the group. What do you do, Hermione? He asked. He knew her best. Magical researcher. Hermione said. I specialize in application of techniques that combine other people's projects. She did figure out this one very nifty piece of magic recently. Awesome. The younger Harry said, with a smile for her, wanting her to brag. Well, it's not all that impressive, she said modestly, but still smiling for the praise. It's called molecular phasing. It's a spell that allows molecules to move past each other while keeping their original form and allowing one's will to control what you can interact with. The first iteration had things falling through the ground until the magic ran. That's awesome, the older Harry said. My own phasing still has that problem. I need to fly or I fall right through the ground. I don't know about the molecules thing. I manipulate my personal dimensions to exclude the physical. That's fascinating, Hermione said. She'd not thought of that. How do you apply it? She asked. Enchantments, I suppose? She added. Merlin, you're smart. The older Harry complimented. And yes, it's an enchantment, so I can't teach you how it's done. Trade secret and all that. I understand. Hermione said. I can still teach you mine if you want. I know how to block my version now, but I'd have to do some research into how to manipulate dimensions like that so that I can emulate or counter it. As she spoke, she pulled out her own comm and pulled up a screen and keyboard, which she started rapidly typing on. This is so cool, Tony said, as he walked around to look at the display. It even sounded like a keyboard while it was obviously an illusion. He reached out and touched the keyboard. It's real. How did you do this? He asked. Harry, Hermione said distractedly, as she added the new concept for phasing to her private research list. The operating system sucks though, Tony lamented. It's currently limited to the server and database of indexes on the sphere. Hermione said, our supercomputer in Harmony is much faster and has a more streamlined operating system. Is Harmony another ship? Tony asked. Harmony is my city on Mars. Younger Harry said. We started as a small settlement for research, but people kept on showing up and now we've got everything from a Quidditch stadium to a paintball dungeon. Leave it to you to leave out the important things like the hospital and the police force. Pansy chuckled. Pansy's our best healer. Younger Harry said. She does some interesting research too. He turned to her. How far are you with that rejuvenation treatment? We're basically done. Pansy said. We just need to finalize the human testing using the transformation module and have Loki look through our findings. Did someone say my name? Loki asked as he appeared, having obviously been standing there for a while and listening in. Thor's brother? Harry asked his older self. That would be our brother, yes. The older Harry said. Another Harry popped into existence next to Loki and slapped him through the face. That's for New York, he said before disappearing again. That's what's customary, right? Younger Harry asked with a smirk. Wait, how did you know about that? The older Harry asked, ignoring the laughter all around. Loki tended to get that every so often, still. Oh, I've been doing research while we chat. Younger Harry said easily. How? The older one asked again. That would be telling. Younger Harry said with a smile. He had sent all the copies that he kept ready for his girls out into this world, in disguise of course. He'd been catching up on what his older twin had been up to. Being ascended had its perks after all. The older Harry's mirror vibrated. Then, yes. He answered the arm-mounted mirror. My prince. Heimdall greeted.
Heimdall.
The older Harry said. Anything I should know? It seems your other self is capable of being in multiple places at the same time. Heimdall reported. He's been looking for information on you and the Avengers. Well, that's not very nice. The younger Harry said. I've lost them. Heimdall said. I apologize, my prince. It seems I should have rather not contacted you. Or done so in private. The older Harry just looked at the younger for a second. I'd appreciate it if you don't blind Heimdall if you're somehow running around on Earth, doing whatever you feel like. I'm just getting your story. Younger Harry defended himself. Here we are, giving you all the information you could ask for and you're not sharing anything. I'm just looking into what's publicly available anyway. I even stopped a mugging. The older Harry looked at his mirror again. Someone tried to assault one of his instances. He defended himself. Heimdall reported. Well, technically that was me stopping a mugging. The younger him chuckled. He still got a stare. Okay, fine. He relented. I'm able to see them again, my prince. Heimdall reported. Just don't go spoiling a bloke's fun, Heimdall. The younger Harry said loudly. I'm not evil. I put evil down. Then he mumbled. Now I can't act all mysterious and all-knowing. How did that guy find me anyway? Heimdall of the all-seeing eye. Hermione said. She'd read about him. It was strange to think that there were such people around. She felt kind of exposed. She'd be asking Harry for a ward if she used the facilities on the island. As if reading her mind, the older Harry said, the houses and facilities on the island are protected from view. I don't like the idea of being watched either. The mirrors. Younger Harry said, then, like Sirius's, I figured out the enchantments. The older Harry agreed after saying goodbye to Heimdall. They've been quite useful.
Universal instant.
Communications. Really? The younger asked. In my world, the void of space causes long-range magics to break down. I had to resort to Einstein-Rosen bridges to connect long-distance communications recently. You can make wormholes? Tony asked. The best he could do was tiny portals, which they used for most of their advancements in the larger world, including doing what it seemed this other Harry had figured out. Wait, we were talking about me. Loki interjected. No, that was another Loki. Pansy recalled. He's a scientist in the Asgard from our reality. He's very smart when it comes to genetics. Tried to make a clone of Bill once. Younger Harry agreed. Nice enough to ask, though. Bill works with you? The older asked. Yes, but he's purchased quite a bit of shares and could retire easily. Younger Harry corrected. He applies my magical technology. He's basically the head of our D these days while I work on private projects. Bill works for EPI as a ward specialist here. The older Harry said. Right. Younger Harry said. That wouldn't be a matter of public record after all. EPI was quite mysterious, claiming all kinds of proprietary technology, including everything from flying cars to medical breakthroughs. So EPI does what Marauders Incorporated does, only you include the mundane world. That's pretty cool. We're not close to that yet. Getting there, though. Hermione said. Just a few more years until things come out. She turned to her Harry then. AP? Earth her Harry started. The Earth Protection Initiative. The older Harry said. Let me tell my story. Will you? Fair enough. The younger Harry agreed. Getting a new drink from the bar elf? I came to this reality a few years after the Second Wizarding War. The older Harry started. He knew they didn't have that, from what Harry had said earlier. Tom arranged a nuclear fallout using manipulation of government officials. I tracked him down and interrupted a ritual that sent his body and myself here. When I got here, I met some government people and started working for them using my skill set. Since there's no magical government, lucky, the younger Harry threw in there. Nobody could stop me from using magic to help people. The older continued, ignoring the younger. I joined the Avengers, heroes with special abilities themselves, met my wife, and we saved the world a few times. A bit down the line there was an issue with bad guys infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., a worldwide peacekeeping organization, and we ended up needing to create a new one, which I funded and supplied magical means to. Thus EPI was formed. Instant global assistance, with portals enchanted permanently to go basically everywhere. He means that literally. Tony said. It's not limited to Earth either. And then, the older Harry continued, we saved the world another couple of times. That's basically it. The distribution centers. The younger Harry reminded him. Oh right. The older one said. Thanks. Yeah, we started helping rural populations and homeless people with magic too. And nearly wiped out the global drug trade. The younger Harry said. I'd like to know how you did that. It looks like it was a huge amount of work, too. Like you wouldn't believe. Natasha said. That was my mission for a long time. Fun though when it all came together. I'll be asking for some details later. The younger Harry said. It will be nice to open up our doors with some good news. Maybe we can do something like the distribution centers too? He asked, looking at Daphne, who dutifully took out her own comm and made a few notes, after enlarging the comm until it looked like a modern tablet. We are on our honeymoon. Daphne reminded him. But I'll put it on your list for now. You're right. The younger Harry said. Let's stop with all the shop talk. What's there to do on this island? Can I just ask a few more questions? Tony asked. Shoot. The younger Harry said. Thanks. Tony said, before pointing at the comm. What's that device? How does it work? What runes did you use on your ship? What's it made of? What's an index? How are you in many places at once and functioning normally, I might add? Why is nobody interested in that? And finally, how are you bigger and taller than our Harry? Harry took a deep breath. Trade secret. Many. Naquata trinium carbon alloy. The basis of most of my communications technology. Trade secret. Probably because they're listening and didn't want to miss something. I took many potions when I was younger to fix my stunted growth and I work out. He said, all in one breath and not skipping a beat. Anything else? He said with a smirk. Why did you slap me if you knew I was reformed? Loki threw in there. If he had been researching, he'd have found references to him helping the heroes on more than one occasion. I saw the video Mr. Stark put on the internet and it looked fun. Harry said. He turned to Tony. Were those all the occasions? Or did you miss a few? He asked. One or two I missed, but most of them tend to happen here on the island and there's cameras here. Tony said, clearly not entirely sated, but not being able to help himself. I'm still making a compilation of all the times he was kicked in the groin. He added, hopefully, and the new Harry looked off toward Loki, as if in contemplation. You may look like my brother, but I will defend myself next time. Loki threatened, not being affected. Oh really? Younger Harry smirked. Don't start. The older Harry said. You're on your honeymoon, right? Don't give him an excuse to start pranking you for the duration of your stay. I'd like to see him try. The younger Harry said. Challenge accepted. Loki said instantly, just before turning blue and his arms falling off. That was a mistake. Pansy said. Harry's wandless magic requires no movement or direction. Loki's arms reattached the wrong way around. He's also basically a god of magic with infinite power at his disposal. Susan added. Loki's head detached and reattached to his rear. Then there's the fact that he can keep an eye on you from a different dimension and know when you are even looking his way. Fleur said. Loki's hair fell out and his mouth became a duck's bill. And all that. Hermione started. Okay, stop. The older Harry said, trying to contain his own mirth. Loki, take it back. I love you, brother, but I don't think even I'd like to start something with him. He plays dirty. That wasn't me. Harry said easily. Ladies, stop playing. But it's so easy, Padma said. We haven't even started yet and I never got my turn. Loki, in the meanwhile, had been set to rights. Harry Black, I concede. To your wives.
Hela no furi.
The younger Harry said. How do you keep so many women from attacking you? Tony asked. He was starting to worry about the new guy's sanity. Harry just smirked at him as 7 other Harrys appeared next to his wives. One planning on leaving to go join Luna, wherever she had gone off to. They all kissed their counterpart and then they all looked at the barman. Elf. Whatever. The elf just smirked, as he placed a tray with 7 drinks on the table. Drinks he had been preparing beforehand. Okay, now that is impressive. All the younger Harrys said, as they each levitated a drink to themselves. Seriously, what are you? Tony asked. And how do I become like you? He added. He could just imagine how much he could get done if he could do that. It might not seem like it, but there is a downside. The first one said softly, as the others hugged their girls and gave them a bit of attention. When I developed this little trick, I became part of something so vast and powerful, it requires me to dedicate a whole part of my mind to staying human. Magic wants me to herself and keeps on trying to draw me in, trying to feed me information and expand my mind so that all I want to do is stay there and leave my loved ones behind. Does that sound fun? Tony had to think about that, actually. Well, no, not really. He admitted. Still, you make it look pretty damn useful. The grass is always greener on the other side, Mr. Stark, he said. And there's always a price. We still want children. Pansy said. If Harry ascends, that becomes impossible. Immortality was never in our plans. Fleur agreed. Now Harry needs to figure out how to get others to join him, just so he doesn't have to let us grow old and die, leaving him alone. And with that, there is the risk of us also changing. Hermione added sadly. None of us wants that. We are a family. We love each other. We've met others who have gone to a similar place. The younger Harry said. They can't imagine becoming mortal again, at least not permanently. But there is a way for them to do it. Tony pointed out. Harry can't. Hermione said. For him. He's worried what it would do to magic. It's also possible that if he does leave it, that it could go to someone else who may decide to use it for bad things. Harry may be a bit of a prankster on occasion and he loves his experiments that sometimes go awry. But he's a good man. Parvati said. He'd not risk that, not for anything. Well, little brother. The older Harry said after contemplating that. It seems that you aren't quite as reckless as you seemed when we met. Little? The younger scoffed. I'm half a head taller than you. Well, I'm 40. The older one said. You? He asked. Just a little over 21. Harry said. That or a bit more than 100,121, depending on if you count time spent in stasis. I knew it, Tony said. You'd have had to go back to make magic and have it reach across realities, or have it spread before the divide. Titania said, reminding them all that she was there. She'd been enraptured, listening to the story that the founder had been telling. It was saddening to think that such a burden was upon his young shoulders, but she knew how these things went. The worthy are usually chosen. They don't get to choose. Well, that turned out to have been Magic's plan all along, and I have no idea what this divide is you're talking about, but I'm assuming it has to do with diverging timelines or something. The younger Harry said, There's definitely something. Titania said, mysteriously. King Harry, perhaps now is a good time to have Eldrin pour some of your fire whiskey? That's a fantastic idea. The older Harry said, just as Eldrin started placing tumblers with ice and whiskey in front of everyone. That lifted all the spirits and soon everyone had forgotten about the troubling thoughts that they had been having. It didn't take long for word to spread either, and pretty soon more people started turning up, including even more Fae, followed by the Lunas and then a bunch of counterparts to people from the younger Harry's reality. The Fae who saw him all took a knee before Harry. Titania had explained it to him, by stating that Fae always had a connection to the in-between and through it always had at least a fleeting connection to the source. They saw him and they felt his own connection, as if he was the source itself or at least the only person they had ever met that could survive connecting to it. Even Mab, the pale queen of the Winter Fae, bent a knee to him, before shooting a scathing look at the Summer Queen for not immediately sending word of his presence. Then she started trying to get close to him. She was not flirting per se, but she was definitely trying to get into his good books, not that he knew why. She was at least not her usual aloof self, and she spoke to him in a tone that bordered on worship, until Harry's ladies explained to her that that was the last thing Harry wanted. From there, she just stayed close by, but still smiled at him whenever he made eye contact. It was actually freaking the older Harry out a bit. He did not envy his younger twin. That woman's eyes looked way too similar to his sister's servant. Speaking of which, Amora, the enchantress, the goddess of magic, had merely looked at the younger Harry and had instantly looked away, a look of fear crossing her suddenly bleak face. If the older Harry had an ocean of power, next to her bucket, the younger one had an entire galaxy. She could feel it, and her body remembered the anguish it had suffered for her greed. Her mind shied away from the idea now, not being able to bear contemplating something like that ever again. Hela had developed an evil grin at that, of course, and had insisted on introducing the two. Amora had all but fled to her room directly after. The goddess of death had enjoyed that far too much. During the partying, the new arrivals were introduced to the heroes, the magic the older Harry had created and shared, and quite a few of their own allies and loved ones. Hell, even the spell storage wands and spell pills were revelations to them. Sure, Harry could store spells in his storage discs, but he'd never been able to figure out how to work a proper delivery system for them, and it seemed he'd have to keep trying, since it was an enchantment only the older Harry could cast, having developed the magic himself. During the night many things were discussed, and Susan's wolf made an appearance, just shortly before she arm-wrestled Steve to a standstill, which surprised both sides. Susan's training and wandless magic would give her too much of an advantage in a fight, though she did admit she wanted to see how she'd fare against a super soldier. Thor had been interested in seeing if he could make a mark on the sphere, and Harry had just chuckled and had it levitate and enlarge itself, parking it off to the side. Pretty soon silencing spells were needed, as Thor repeatedly bashed the ship. Not a single scratch was gained. Even Tony, using both his normal and magical armor, had been unable to mark it. Thor had then asked his brother if he could borrow his sword, a weapon named Urabane. Supposedly it had been unstoppable in the past. While it was unable to damage the ship to any great degree, it did leave a few nasty scratches, which automatically repaired themselves, as the runes that were designed for that function kicked in. It had taken quite some power, though, and Harry was glad he'd recently added the battery, or the damage may have stayed there. Telling the people that the ship was built before his ascension was also impressive, and Tony had soon started talking tech with him. Both were impressed with the other's achievements, and Tony was impressed with Harry's design for an inertial dampening system. His was all based in runes, while Harry had used both runes and applied magic with scientific principles. Tony soon realized that while his tech was based in technology, supported by magic, the newcomer was the exact opposite. He used modern knowledge to make his magic more capable, and then he built the modern conveniences based off his magical capabilities, often incorporating it to a degree where he could tap into modern technology, using his magical versions. His intelligence was definitely on a different level to his local counterpart, but that made sense too. His Harry had spent a large amount of time fighting and learning those skills, where the new Harry had started applying his mind from a young age. When Harry learned about the wireless technology and connectivity available on the island, something not too common in his mundane world, or at least to that extent, it took him only an hour to adapt his personal comm to connect onto the internet. Then he used what he called his index to roll out those changes to all his wife's comms. It was a revelation that magic could even do such a thing, and Tony would definitely start working on trying to emulate that feat. Learning Harry had designed the basis of that technology when he was 12 was just a bonus. Tony was also excited to hear that there were many scientists in Harmony, all working on advancing magic and technology, and that the mundane people who lived there were catered to for magical tools and technology as a matter of protocol. Everyone had access to everything. It sounded like heaven to him. Unfortunately, the new Harry also confirmed that setting up a connection between their two universes would be difficult, due to the temporal difference. Tony really wanted to meet this mad scientist mechanic, Dr. Samantha Pike. It sounded like she was a kindred spirit, a mundane with magical knowledge, building things that he could only dream of, due to the fact that she had access to Harry's own discoveries, things that he refused to divulge, due to it being considered trade secrets. Damn, he hated those all of a sudden. There was a moment when Albus Dumbledore decided to introduce himself to the new Harry. Harry had looked at the old man and offered to kill him. That had a few people tense up for a bit, until Harry explained that his Dumbledore had needed to be killed and brought back to release him from some sort of large magical build-up, likely due to his long-term exposure to one of the Hallows. That had had the older Harry take the younger one aside, to inform him that not everyone knew about those. So, you're the Master of Death? The younger asked. Aren't you? The older asked. Well, I don't think so. The younger said. In my world, the Hallows were connected to me when I made magic and then they became inert. Just a stick, a stone, and a cloak with no magical abilities. Ah, the older said. Maybe that's the difference? He offered. Death had told him he's the only one. Maybe he'd meant the only Master of Death? Maybe. The younger said. So, Master of Death? What's that even mean? As you guessed, apparently I can't die. The older said. Death said that I could move on to the next universe at some point if I want, but I don't know if that means the afterlife or somewhere new to begin over. Can you make your wife and girlfriend immortal, or bring them back if they die? The younger asked, slightly concerned. This was hitting him a little close to home. He'd ask about his apparent ability to speak to death later. Natasha's ageless. Harry confided. She can live as long as I can keep her safe. Zira is a bit of a mystery to me. Her people can live for very long, but only as long as they're trees. Can you put her tree in stasis while she is out? Harry asked. You know what? I never thought of that. The older said. He was also realizing that his younger self seemed more intelligent than himself. Maybe that's something to look into. It would at least extend her life for a very, very long time. I've got 2 different forms of stasis. The younger offered. One is perfect and stops time indefinitely for the subject, but they are unaware for the duration, while the other allows for your mind and magic to be active while your body is suspended. How would that work? The older asked. That seemed like the perfect solution. Well, I usually use a remote-controlled body which has all the normal human capabilities and gives me the full experience of being human while my real body stays the same. The younger said. Either a clone or a golem body. How do you use magic away from your body then? The older asked. Wormholes. Harry said, lifting his hand and letting his ring appear. I have a few things built into this puppy. You want to give one of them a try? He said, pulling the ring off. The older Harry shrugged and put the ring on. Nothing happened. What am I supposed to do? Feed magic into the top of the ring, willing it to move in a clockwise spiral and allow the magic to flow into you again from the bottom. The younger instructed, showing him an illusion of the process. It will benefit your wandless magic. For me, it gives me range and precision. For my girls, it allows them to add a bit more power, and some of them can do magic without gesturing. The older focused on doing as instructed and instantly felt his magical senses expand exponentially. He looked over at the beach, and without moving a muscle, a large portion of the sandy beach lifted up. Tons of sand easily suspended with just a thought. Wow, that's so cool, he exclaimed. Like it? The younger asked, slightly smugly, as his counterpart allowed the sand to settle again. I think I figured that one out in 3rd year. Very useful to cast detection magic that way. I can usually sense quite a few miles, but be careful not to overdo it. The human mind is not meant to process too much information all at once. I use a spell with less accuracy so that I get a general idea before I focus in on specific areas to clarify. The older nodded and decided to try doing just that, being careful not to look too deeply. Sure enough, the entirety of New Atlantis was suddenly mapped out in his head, and he could feel exactly where all the creatures were and even a bit into the winter and summer arches in real time. He'd not even needed to connect to the island to do it like he normally did. Damn, that's like cheating. Science is all about making the impossible possible. The younger said. To those who don't know, it's cheating. To those who do, it's just another capability. The only unfair advantage is one you don't have. The older finished with a smirk. Moody had apparently taught them both at some point. Still, this would be useful to keep track of things. The little ones sometimes get it in their heads to explore. I'll see if I can make you one at some point, the younger said. Could I not just copy this? The older asked with a bit of a smug look. Can you? The younger asked. The older just cast a duplication spell and then focused his will on the copy. When it was done, the conjuration was permanent. The younger took the ring in hand and examined it with his senses. Sure enough, he'd made a perfect copy. He vanished what he didn't want the older to have and then handed it back. Just had to remove the more protected of my secrets, if you don't mind. No, I get it, the older said, taking the ring back and placing it on his finger, before checking that it still worked, which it did. Still, permanent conjurations. That's like cheating, too. The younger said, not something I can teach you, I'm afraid. It's Asgardian magic. Family secrets notwithstanding. The older said, so you've got more than just standard magic? The younger asked, 1 or 2 little tricks, along with the Hallows gifts. The older confirmed, yeah, my solid illusions is unique to me too. The younger said, useful trick though. He added, as he looked back at the resort and let the illusion of a chair Dumbledore was sitting on dissipate. People can usually not tell. That wasn't nice. The older said, even as he valiantly struggled to contain his own mirth. The old man was tougher than most. I softened his landing. The younger said, a good prank brings laughter, not pain. True enough, the old man was shaking his head. But he was smiling too. The fact that he was looking right at the younger Harry where he and his older counterpart were chatting, a bit away from the rest of the people, meant he'd known who did it and realized it was just a bit of fun, even if it was at his expense. You're very subtle, the older said. This ring makes things much easier, I take it? Oh, I can cast spells though my illusions too, the younger said. The chair cast the cushioning charm. I didn't do it from here. Wow. The older just repeated. You're really overpowered, you know that? He asked. Blame magic. The younger said. I just use what I've been given. I prefer to learn and apply science to magic. I usually only cheat when I am needed for bigger things, like when you're making allies and defeating alien overlords. The older said. Nah, I've left that to the wolves. They've got a fleet of ships that are pretty much unstoppable with quite a few of my tricks built in. The younger said, I only ever made one large ship, but it packs quite a punch if necessary. The older said, lasers? The younger asked, magically supercharged plasma cannons, capable of blowing up moons, depending on how much power it's fed. The older said, Tony named it the BFG, big fucking gun. The younger said with a nod, as he pulled out his comm and made a note to design a BFG. Thanks for the idea. I only ever made one laser-based handgun, but I gave that to Hagrid. The wolves had their paintball guns, which worked well enough. There were a few other laser-based weapons, obviously, but never one as cool as the problem solver. What's your coolest weapon? The older asked. You've already seen Urabane. Well, if we're talking swords, I did make something quite nifty. The younger said with a smirk, as his instance with Susan whispered something in her ear and she instantly got up, with a vicious grin on her face and started jogging to them. Care for a sparring match with my Susan? She's been training with the best. I doubt I would want to face her, he said. The older Harry smirked, as he reached into storage and pulled out Urabane again, just as Susan arrived. But you cheat, Susan added, having heard them. I didn't say I'd lose, the younger said with a grin. Just that I wouldn't want to face you. So, you wanted to spar? Susan asked, as she pulled out her very own lightsaber and activated it on the red setting. Wait, Tony's voice was heard shouting as he ran at them in a dead sprint. Lightsabers? Really? What can't you make? He added as he reached them. I want one. I'll pay whatever you want. He finished. This is just a force construct made mostly with runes. Harry said, indicating the glowing sword, having realized that the mundane man loved playing with runes. It's like a baton. Harry winked at Susan, who switched it over to the purple setting. This is a real lightsaber. Well, it's not force field contained plasma blade, but it works like the ones from the movies. Need one. Want one. Who do I pay? Tony said instantly, as Susan switched it back to the red blade. Spa. She asked the older Harry again. I'm not really a swordsman, the older Harry said, putting Urabane away again, when he realized he'd not be facing his counterpart. Urabane moves at the speed of my thoughts, so it's pretty much a cheat. I'll face her, Sif said as she walked up. I'll warn you, however, that I've trained for quite a while. Susan just smirked and took a few steps back from the suddenly growing crowd, and Sif followed suit. Their first impact was when they tested each other's strength and skill. Both had hit perfectly, but the Asgardian woman was still stronger and her Vinder was just as capable as Harry's sword at moving at the speed of thought. Not that she used that at all times. She felt it gave her an unfair advantage in a sparring match. She'd been happily surprised that her opponent's sword survived contact, seemingly unaffected by the sharpness of her own weapon. Susan, however, had been training with bigger and stronger opponents for a long time, and she knew a trick or two herself. At their next meeting, she dodged the attack, even as she set her sword to practice mode for just a moment and then made it the baton again, hitting her opponent in the stomach, even as Sif was shocked that the blade had been insubstantial for a moment and had passed right through her own blade. That was well done, Sif said. A good strategy to use an unknown ability to quickly defeat your enemy. You're stronger, Susan said with a shrug. I knew I needed to be faster and to use one of the advantages of this blade. In Asgard, we fight till first blood, Sif said, as she squared off again. I have yet to use all my skills, or the full capabilities of Vinder. Susan smiled a wolfish grin. I'm going to like you, she predicted as she jumped forward again. As they fought, the Harrys were discussing what they were seeing. Neither of the girls were going for the kill, which was why Sif was still holding her blade, rather than using its ability to fly and move at her mental command. Susan could likewise turn her blade deadly. Neither Harry knew if the rapid-moving force blade would be able to cut through Sif's weapon, but it was probably a good thing not to test that anyway. You do realize what this means, right? The older Harry asked. Asgardians are warriors and there will be more challengers? The younger asked. Yup, the older said. Susan loves a good scrap. The younger said. She'll likely not mind the exercise either. It's a wolf thing. That was an impressive thing to hear about, by the way. The older said. Phileas helped. The younger shrugged. The ritual was supposed to cleanse the magic that enters the infected werewolf, so that it no longer contained the influence of the moon's magic, but somehow it just cured the madness of the wolf. However it happened, once I figure out how to make more magicals, I'm almost certain Fury will want some converts. The older said. Make magicals? The younger asked. I had to do some things a while back and I ended up going back to my old world. The older said. I'm thinking it is likely one of your alternate timelines or something. Anyway, while I was there, I found out I can remove the magical core from magicals and transplant them into mundanes. Unfortunately, the cores of all the Death Eaters were dark things, so I didn't want to use them. I've been using my enchantments to build new cores, but I'm missing something and I've not been able to make one that works. Oh, there it is, the younger said, looking skyward. Yup, there's that tickle again. Tickle? The older asked. Whenever magic wants me to do something, there's this feeling at the back of my mind. The younger said. I'm almost certain that that's why we're actually here. To make magicals? The older asked. He never liked being forced into anything, but it seemed his younger counterpart wasn't quite as averse to it. He wanted to know, though, don't you hate being manipulated by fate? He asked. Magic is like a dog, in its eagerness to have me do things, and to play with it. The younger said. There's intelligence there, but most of the time it just wants me to do something that will end up helping people, so I don't really mind. I always learn something new in the process, so I go with it. So, you think you'll be learning how to help me make magicals? The older asked. It's dangerous stuff and a lot of it is based off my experience with enchanting. I can't just hand that information out. Sure you can. The younger scoffed. But I don't like being handed the answers, so you can keep that secret. I'll figure out my own way to do what you do, likely when I help you to do what you're trying to. The older Harry considered this. If he played along, he'd be jumping to Fate's tune again. On the other hand, if he could do this, he could finally give his wife the gift of real magic. And his friends. Fuck you, he finally said, smirking when the younger him smirked at him. He knew he'd done it on purpose, too. Cool, the younger said. But let's wait till after the honeymoon is over. He suggested. Can't you just make another you? The older Harry asked. This is difficult to explain, so I'll keep it in terms people can usually understand. Part of how I make more of myself is by assigning a part of my intelligence to the copies. They are all me, though, the younger said. For them to exist, I had to expand my mind and assign the extra capacity to the others. I don't like doing that, so I haven't made more. I don't want to either, because I don't want to risk overusing the capability. If one of the copies dies, that intelligence will be shared between the others, and I don't know if I could dumb myself down in time to stay myself. That sounds like something only Luna could understand. The older said. No, I really can't. The Lunas said together. They had decided to come hear what was being discussed. The superspace is not something that anyone can really understand, not unless it's someone that's ascended. The new Luna elaborated. Superspace? The older Harry asked. Magic's realm. The younger Harry said. I made a dimension for a project of mine. The idea behind it is still a secret, but the long and the short of it is that it's apparently magic's home. It's both, everywhere and nowhere. Infinitely big, but also very well contained. The Fay call it the source. The Lunas agreed, and apparently it can travel across time and realities. The older Harry said. That's how we got here, silly. The local Luna said. Well, you paid for mine and her transport that one time, she said, indicating her other self. She just went back, rather than coming here. That's what all that power was for? The local Harry asked, remembering that it had taken quite a bit of power to bring Luna to this reality. I thought you made a deal with the Fay and they wanted the power? Well, not these Fay, obviously. The local Luna said, indicating the Fay on his island. And they just needed it to help her out too. We're family after all. Do you get headaches when she starts doing that? The new Harry asked as he held his head. He knew there was more being said here than he knew about, but he didn't know if he wanted to know. He could already guess that this had something to do with his original return in time. Shots. The local Harry agreed. Suddenly 2 Dobbies appeared, each with a shot levitating before them from the bar. Apparently they'd met. The local Dobby was wearing some sort of large tropical shirt, while the new one was in some sort of formal wear. Shrugging, both Harrys took a shot and downed it. Damn, that's strong. The new Harry said. Asgardian variety. The older Harry said, also wincing. Strong as hell, but it gets you there real quick. Kills the offending brain cells. The younger nodded, still wincing. I think I'll allow it this time, but no more of those for me, please. The Dobbies just grinned identical smirks and vanished again. The Asgardians drink this stuff like we drink normal fire whiskey. The older said. They are a hardy people. One would hope. The younger said. So, you can make fire whiskey? My friends and I figured out the recipe. The older shrugged. I had a couple of cases of the original stuff, but people were enjoying it so much that I was running out, so there was little choice. Any other cool discoveries? The younger asked. Besides alcohol, the Asgardian magic, and a few other protected secrets, there was one more recent development from Bruce, about how to extract magic from the very atoms of creation. The older smirked. Oh, you said that on purpose. The younger accused. Such a thing sounded like nuclear physics. No doubt there was something magical in the process. Bruce was the alchemist, though, so likely this had something to do with that. Still exchanging mass for power. Bloody hell. This Bruce must be a real genius. Like Einstein level. Hey, Tony objected from a nearby table, where he'd been eavesdropping from. He hates it when people compliment Bruce and not him. The older said. I'm sure you're also a genius, Mr. Stark. The younger allowed. Call me Tony, please. Tony said. And why do you Harrys always react to Bruce's intelligence before mine? I never got the chance, as you'll recall. The younger said. You beat me to it. As for your intelligence, I've not missed the magic-based nanotech armored suit you were wearing. That seems pretty damn impressive. It's already on the list. Daphne said to her Harry, when he remembered to ask her. How do all of your copies? Tony said, having noticed the other Harry asking a question, directly after his original mentioned it. Instances. The younger Harry corrected. Fine. How do all your instances know what's being said at all times? Tony asked. It's just how I am. The younger said. I was busy building a system for it before I was ascended using learning crystals and a bit of automation, though. Learning crystals? Tony asked, intrigued. One of my greatest achievements to date. The younger said. Using a special form of legilimency, I extract information from willing donors and place that information in a specially charmed data crystal. When worn and someone learns that subject, the information uses your own mind's unique structure as a storage medium to help you learn more quickly. That's how most of my wives learn to type so quickly. Me too, for that matter. So you can just learn anything as quickly as your mind finds space to store things? The older Harry asked. Can normal humans benefit from this? Sure. The younger said. I've helped people become doctors in months, rather than years. Pansy is our most qualified healer and doctor, and our specialist when it comes to genetic disorders. She even helped the Asgard with a genetic issue they'd been having for thousands of years. Okay, I've changed my mind. Tony said. I want one of those instead. I'm thinking I want to know everything you know about magical mechanical engineering. Sorry. The younger said. Trade secrets, I'm afraid. Hold on, you were talking about a system to use multiple bodies? The older reminded him. Oh right. I think it would be easier to explain if you saw one of these interfaces yourself. The younger said. Let's take a quick trip in the sphere. I'll show you the gunner's position. Tony was instantly up as he and the older Harry, along with Natasha, Bruce and Loki, all started moving to the sphere before simply appearing on the bridge all at the same time. Did you just apparate us without physical contact? The older asked. Turned it into a spell. The younger said, as he went to stand next to the captain's seat, indicating it to his older self. What do you think, bro? Want to take her up? The older said. Okay. He shrugged as he walked over and took a seat. Just make sure you don't affect these settings here. The younger said, as he pointed out the gravity control on the captain's handrests, which was currently set to negate all G-forces. The others had taken seats and were already buckling in, and the younger Harry smirked, as he just stood there. The older Harry sat down and looked around for controls. How do you do anything here? He asked. His magical senses told him that the handrests were magical, but it was so protected, he had no idea what would happen if he touched the flat surfaces. Just put your hands down on the pads. The younger confirmed. The system is based off a learning crystal system. You'll understand the use when the input starts feeding you the information. I'm next. Tony said indignantly. He really wanted to get to know this tech. You'll be taking Gunner. The younger said. You look like the sort to enjoy that sort of thing. Oh yeah. Tony almost purred, looking around and finally spotting what looked like a similar seat to the captain's seat, with pads on either side, but it was also connected to a rig which looked like it might move. That it? He asked, pointing it out. Yup. The younger said, before turning back to the older, who had placed his hands on the pads. You'll find that when you think of a control, you'll just know what you want to do with the pad. Think of moving us. He hadn't even finished the basic instruction before the sphere shot skywards, without so much as a little change in gravity. Lame. Tony said. Can't even feel yourself moving. The younger Harry just sighed and took a seat, buckling in. I'm strapped in. Show him what this baby can do. He instructed his older self, who was smiling in the exhilaration of such controlled flight. The system was made by someone that thought like himself when it came to flight at least, and he was feeling like he was flying a new broom for the first time in a long time. Hold on. The older said as he instantly knew how to allow the G-forces through. He gestured with his hand on the pad and suddenly they felt the movement, as the older Harry flew them around the island first and then shot skyward. Any place you wanted to go specifically? The older asked. Kuiper Belt. The younger said. Isn't that? Oh, I see. Well, that's cool. The older said, as an image of the solar system popped up before him and he manipulated the controls and selected a location where the younger had requested. The next moment, they were looking at millions of large bodies of rock. The ship swerved and ducked, turning and dodging as they flew easily and quickly through the asteroid field that circled their solar system. This is so cool. The older Harry said. I want one. He added, as he watched the forward display, his hands already dancing over the control pad as they ducked and dodged. Come on, man. Tony whined. When's it my turn? Oh, sorry. The older said, canceling the G-forces again. G-forces countered. Feel free to move about. The younger Harry had never been a passenger in his own sphere. He understood now why people got upset at him for going so fast and dodging so close by things. He still had a smile on his face, as it was still a thrilling ride. If he couldn't trust his older twin, who was a bloody hero, who could he? Okay, Tony, the younger said, finally pulling his attention from the forward display. Take the seat and place your hands on the pads like he's doing. The controls on the one side affect your personal view and the other side has weapons control. The captain needs to allow you access to the more dangerous weapons, but that's also keyed to me. There's some really powerful stuff there, so I'll only be allowing standard lasers and compressed water cutters. Compressed water cutters? Tony asked as he gingerly climbed into the rig and buckled up. You use compressed water? When it moves really fast, it's still bloody dangerous. The younger Harry said. Just see for yourself. Tony was not impressed at first. He sat down and felt that the seat could definitely be more comfortable. The moment he touched the pads, however, he understood the reason. He started looking around the ship as an image of the surroundings of the ship went directly into his mind. Okay, that's impressive, he said with his eyes closed. As the older Harry flew about, he focused on some of the asteroids they were flying around and his seat turned around in all directions and angles. He didn't feel a thing even though he also knew what angle he was at all times. When he locked onto a target, his fingers knew how to lock on and zoom in so that he could strafe a shot or aim more accurately. It's like a game almost. The controls are so easy to understand and I've never used an interface like this, but I just know how to use it. Seriously, you need to help us make one of these. I need this tech. The system is proprietary. The younger Harry said with a smirk. I can make you an interface, but it will be bound by security magics that unravel if you try to figure them out. But this could change so much. Tony objected. He really hated the concept of proprietary information at that moment. If you can control technology with your mind, wait, this was how you were going to control multiple bodies, he said in realization. He could imagine how simple it would be to control many Iron Man suits all connected to him using direct input. Suddenly forgetting that your own technology is protected knowledge? Loki asked with a smirk. While I can see the appeal, I'm sure that there's a whole lot to understand about such a system, before we could even begin to replicate it properly. Bruce mused. From his own seat, he could see himself brewing potions and being able to focus on multiple projects. With something like this, but he wasn't sure he understood the human mind well enough to try and tamper with it. Not like this. My girls are asking me to come back. The younger Harry said. You've still got your other instances going back there? The older Harry asked. I thought you said your magic breaks down through space. I'm thinking some things work differently here. The younger said. But be that as it may, I'm there, so I know. I don't need magic for this. My other instances are me. They aren't separate beings, connected through magic. They're me. I'm always connected to me. You did say it was a difficult concept to explain. Natasha pointed out. I'd still like to understand how that works. Tony pointed out as he cut an asteroid in half with a powerful stream of quickly moving water. And you were right, by the way. This water beam thing is fantastic. It's really fast. The younger agreed. Lasers don't do that much damage to things in space. They just heat the surface up in some cases. But a physical stream of water has mass and can cut through things like lasers in the movies. Tony agreed. He'd have to consider something like that for himself. Lasers were not always ideal. He already had a plan to implement something like this forming in his head. So, about this ascension thing? He asked leadingly. In my universe, a few mundane humans, or creatures that looked like them, ascended a few million years ago. The younger Harry explained. The ascended realm is like hyperspace or subspace, where the laws of physics work differently and a long distance can become a short one. The ascended could be anywhere and observe anything moving at the speed of thought since they have no bodies. They are beings of energy. As a result of them not giving us the information they knew about threats to the planet, I decided to make my own ascended realm, to house the few of them who would help, but who had to follow the rules of their majority. Long story short, I went back in time, created a dimensional layer and had it powered through magic. 200 million years later, magic is everywhere and wants me to join it in the superspace. The younger Harry explained. That sounds like it took some doing. The older Harry said. There was no magic when I arrived, so I ended up needing to do some things, even if only to get back to my own time. The younger confirmed. He'd not be giving them specifics. Fortunately, I had a bit of power with me, so I had enough to get things started. Is that the large amount of energy I'm feeling through the system? The older Harry asked. That would be my battery, yes. The younger said. The Asgard from my universe came up with a way to store magical power. After I showed them a few tricks to defeat their enemies, who were spreading throughout their galaxies like a plague, I ended up making my own version. As far as I can tell, theirs is limited to, well, it's limited to more power than all the magicals on my Earth could generate in all the lifetimes since they became magicals in the first place. Mine, however, is not so limited. It's currently at a few million times their original battery's capacity. They couldn't measure the power stored in it. And you've got all that power here? The older Harry asked. He'd have to ensure Rocket didn't find out. He'd be trying to steal it in less than a minute. Nah, I just charged up another one with a small amount of power from my original. The original is stored in superspace. I'm not allowing anyone near that one, the younger Harry said, as he continued watching the flight, while Tony was still having fun breaking through asteroids and melting some that were made mostly from ice. Could I have a chance at the gunner's position? Loki asked in interest. It looked like fun. You're an alien, right? The younger Harry asked. Their minds are comparable to ours. The older Harry said. Mind magics work on theirs, just like ours. Oh well, the younger Harry started about to point out that they really should get back to the resort.
No.
Tony interjected. I'm still playing. Maybe next time. The younger Harry said, as he reached out with his magic and stopped the weapons from firing and overwrote the controls on the captain's chair, before activating the stellar net and going back to the resort, all in a matter of seconds. I'm getting thirsty. Oh, come on, Tony exclaimed, even as the older Harry grinned. He'd felt his younger counterpart taking control directly. It was actually quite interesting. It seemed that the current control mechanisms were built on top of the actual controls, which his younger self had likely been using by manipulating the systems directly with his magic in the beginning. He'd likely added these new features afterward, to allow others access to his creations. It seemed they shared some of their motivations, even if he thought he'd never have as much control as his younger self. So many tiny adjustments and things that had happened in those few seconds. The younger Harry had a lot of finesse. Well done, little brother. The older Harry said to his younger self, even as the hatch opened, while the younger just walked to it. This was very educational. Tony will likely not stop bothering me until I've figured something like this out for him to use. You can bet your ass. Tony said. How long are you staying? He asked eagerly of the younger Harry. Well, at least a week. The younger Harry said. I do have a project I was just made aware of. He'll be helping me with my project to make magicals. The older Harry confirmed. But first, you have a honeymoon to get back to. Consider New Atlantis your home for that time. If you want to explore our world, just let us know, so that we can arrange paperwork and stuff. Paperwork? The younger Harry asked. We need to keep things legal. The older Harry said. He means that Fury will have his ass if there's a godlike magical running around on Earth doing as he sees fit, without telling him. Natasha said. She's not wrong. The older Harry said, as he hugged his wife to himself. When everyone was off the sphere, it closed itself up. I like the design of the ship, by the way, Natasha said. It's functional but also cozy. Like a home. That would be my lady's doing. The younger Harry said. My first ship was a flying saucer because I thought it was funny and it added the protection of nobody believing someone if they saw it. The second ship was the Prometheus. It's a large long-distance vehicle capable of much higher speeds, and it could accommodate a large crew and carried everything we needed to terraform a bit of Mars so that we could settle there. Prometheus was also the first ship to travel by a new magical network Harry had designed. Hermione said, as she joined them and hugged her Harry. Is that what we just used? The older Harry asked. No. The younger Harry said. We moved by StellarNet. It maps out whatever galaxy we are in and allows for instantaneous travel. And a few other features. Hermione pointed out, Susan's fight with Sif had ended up with her getting a bloody nose when Sif hit her in the face with the pommel of her sword. To be fair, without using the real blade, there was little chance for Susan to win. Asgardians were just too durable. That being said, Sif actually had a bruise forming on her calf from a hit she had taken in attaining her victory. The wolves were not weak by any stretch of the imagination. After that, Molly Weasley had shown up and started preparing food, directing house elves around as they set up places for people to eat. It had been a while for the younger Harry, and he suddenly remembered with fondness how delicious her cooking was. He really should spend more time with his world's Weasleys, if only for that. The week had flown by, with the new arrivals enjoying the luxuries on the island. They were served drinks by the divination-inclined bar elf, and they were offered every sort of service by a staff that apparently came from the island's very own room of requirement. While they discovered a lot and met many people, aliens included, they tried to spend the time in fun pastimes, with every wife having a Harry at her side at all times. The large waterslide had even made an appearance, and the new Harry had instantly decided he needed one for harmony. The impossible angles and strangely flowing water made the experience one he would not soon forget. Pansy, not having come across elves before, spent some time with them and checking them out with her diagnostic spells. Their physiological differences were superficial, but their genome held some strange revelations with regard to cell replication, which she planned on studying when her Harry spent some time with his older twin to help make new magicals. That prospect had all his girls excited, and they would not complain about the possibility of making new magicals. They had no doubt that their Harry would learn enough to be able to create a similar system as their brother-in-law. Failing that, he'd use what he learned to make something similar, but one way or another he'd be succeeding. Luna was planning on making a documentary about the island, its inhabitants and the Fae, and she had a recording crystal following her everywhere she and her other self went. The other girls all had either things that they wanted to, or could work on, especially considering the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they currently had. Some of the magical beasts that they had found here were completely new to them. Creatures from other planets that existed only in this reality, apparently. New techniques for potion brewing with modern appliances and devices to help the process along. Bruce had no problem sharing some of his recipes for curing or treating different diseases. In his opinion, if it helped people, he'd share it. They also learned all about how EPI had come into being and how they protected their secrets. It seemed that a lot of their techniques were built on or around the fact that the local Harry was an enchanter. His way of doing things was definitely different than theirs, but they could most likely learn a lot from them. The one thing that none of the girls had known was that the older Harry had given his younger counterpart a certain book, which had most of them dragging whatever Harry they had with them to the sphere for some alone time, regularly. In return, the new Harry had shown the older one the trick he'd used to capture Hathor with her own depravity. The spell was still a hex, though, so the older Harry decided to keep it in reserve, for if he ever fought a female and wanted her incapacitated for a while without knocking her out for whatever reason, he'd normally not resort to such things, preferring to go for the knockout, but even he could see the usefulness of this unorthodox spell. Hell, Charlie would likely thank him if he could sate the desires of the Vila that were usually dragging him away. For that matter, the nymphs would likely also welcome an easy release. He'd just have to put the hex in an enchantment. When the honeymoon finally ended, the two Harrys disappeared to the older one's workshop. He never told the younger one where it was, but not surprisingly, he didn't even ask after it. He had his own hidden laboratories and workshops after all. So, this is what I've got so far. The older Harry started, revealing a core he'd been working on. It was visible currently, because it was in phase with the current universe. Normally a magical core was slightly out of phase, but just enough to allow for a connection. Along with the core itself, there were what looked like veins and arteries, larger conduits which traveled through the body, with little hairs that supposedly made contact with the skin. So this is a magical core, the younger said, as he inspected what he was seeing in minute detail with his magic. It's damn complicated, he admitted. I'm detecting every kind of magic I can think of and even a few I've not seen. I'm assuming that's your influence? Likely. The older Harry admitted. I based this off an actual magical core I've got stored away. Let's see that one. The younger Harry said. Why? The older asked. Well, if you're saying this is similar but not the same, I'll need to see what's normal, won't I? The younger said. I'm also assuming you didn't just copy this, like you can do with your Asgardian magic?
No.
The older agreed. I tried that, but it makes a perfect copy, along with the imperfections. I'd rather not use those. He focused his magic through his new ring and summoned an original magical core. As the core came in for a soft landing, he said, I must compliment you, little brother. This ring is very useful. We'll have to address this little brother thing at some point. The younger Harry said, We were born at the same time. I'm just from a different timeline. Well, not really. The older Harry admitted. I was sent forward in time as well, but not as far as you. Since I've lived longer, have more life experiences and all that, you're literally younger. I also tend to use time turners a lot. He finished in his head. Fine. The younger Harry conceded, as he ran his magic over the real magical core and compared the two. I'm sensing a difference here, he said, indicating the original. What are you sensing for? The older asked. The dark magic is saturated. Somehow, I think the dark mark had an effect here, but it's strange. Severus doesn't have that in his core. I checked. Maybe it's had time to fix itself since he reformed? The younger Harry asked. And no, it's not that. There's something here that yours doesn't have. What do you mean? The older asked. I don't know. The younger said. There's just something more here. It's like it has real life. When I scan clones and humans, I get the same feeling. One is just artificial. There's no soul.
No inat.
Intelligence. You're saying my new core lacks soul? The older Harry asked with a bit of a smile. No, it's not real. The younger Harry said. The function is there, but it's... Wait, let me try something, he said then as he got an idea. He reached forward and lifted the arm of the new core with his magic and held his fingers out to touch it. After a few seconds, he did the same with the original core. Yeah, that's definitely it, he said with a nod. What? The older Harry asked. This core has no experiences. The younger Harry said. As magical grows, his core grows with them. That's what the darkness in the core is. It's the shaped magic. Magic becomes capable of more as the individual learns. So, the new core needs to learn? The older Harry asked.
No.
The younger said as he sat back. If I cloned your body right now, it will be an empty shell. No soul, no memories, no magic. If I made a copy of your memories and placed them in the brain of the clone, what do you think will happen? I have no idea. The older said. He'd think that the clone would think he's himself. I don't have experiences with cloning. The clone would have your memories, but it would still not know how to access those memories, or even know that it should. The younger said. That information starts when you are born and certain things happen to your mind even before that, when you're in your mother's womb. That's the mystery of life. Fortunately, we're not creating life. But you're saying that the magic needs to learn from the individual? The older Harry said. The Dursleys didn't need that. I could feel the magic in them, and Dudley even accidentally operat away. In fear. The younger Harry just chuckled. He'd loved hearing that story. That's what the magic knows to do, due to ingrained responses, no doubt. He said after he calmed down. What about where he went? Did he go someplace he knew, or somewhere else? Nocturne Alley. The older Harry said. He should have realized that. Okay, I'm catching on. So you're saying the cores I've been making have the capabilities but lack the real experience. I'm saying we need to start earlier. The younger Harry said. We need to examine how magical cores grow in the young. Fortunately, you've got little Teddy for us to look at. You are not experimenting on him or my son. The older Harry said immediately. The younger said. Do you, or do you not possess the ability to copy things? He reminded his older self. Come on, man, you're supposed to know at least your own abilities, he said when he saw the older Harry catching on. Well, excuse me for not thinking about that. The older Harry defended himself. I'm not some sort of scientist, you're telling me, the younger said. Just a little bit of study and understanding of how molecules work allowed me to transfigure diamonds from common coal. A little bit of high school science taught me enough to make that ring, he said, indicating his older self's hand. Hey, I had a more difficult life than you, the older Harry said. Give me a little slack for not having been raised by Sirius and Remus and being able to do what I liked. Just so you know, as far as I can tell, we lived the same life until the Second Wizarding War. The younger said. Somehow my memories were sent back to my younger body and I worked from there on out to achieve everything I did. I wasn't handed shit. The older Harry was quiet then. He'd suspected something, considering the whispered message he'd gotten from his younger self about not acting shocked at his wives and their original histories. So that's what you meant. You changed history. Diverged the timeline when you were younger to save more people. He said, in understanding. Did you do something like that? The younger said, it's complicated, but I went back and saved people, but without anyone knowing, so that things could play out as they should. Then, when my younger self had defeated Tom, I stopped him from coming back and doing as he liked and diverged the timeline. The older Harry confessed, so we're both not in our original worlds. The younger Harry said, from the sounds of it, there was likely a timeline where his younger self had actually died and had been sent back, so those people had still ended up facing Voldemort, but this time without him there. Or, there was a timeline where you died and your soul was sent back to fix things. The older said, having followed the same thoughts. I've read about similar things. Maybe your timeline simply had a loop in it, with you as the fulcrum. I hate predestination theorization. The younger said, I've already had that whole make magic in the first place thing happen to me. Well, to hear you tell it, magic knew you would make it, so likely just helped you give yourself the chance. The older Harry said, seeing the younger him was beginning to struggle with something he'd put a lot of thought into. He wasn't stupid either. They just had different experiences. Oh, you suck. The younger finally said, let's just get back on topic. Shall we take a break so that you can go copy Teddy's core for us to study? He had sensed that little James didn't have magic, but he'd assumed that his counterpart knew. Whatever. If they succeeded, they could fix that too. We'll need to ask Tonks and Natasha first. The older Harry said, not having realized what his younger counterpart had. I won't harm kids, but it's still something they'll need to be aware of and agree to. Fair enough. The younger said as he stretched out. Then a smirk appeared. Oh, now I get it. The timeline thing. It makes sense if you consider it the way you described. That's not fair. The older Harry said. You had one of your others thinking about it and they helped you. Actually, my instance with the Hermiones and Tony started discussing it when I brought it up. The younger Harry said. Hermione is a great teacher. Mine not so much. The older Harry said. She's more about book smarts. She can recite everything verbatim though. I swear she's got a photographic memory sometimes. Almost. The younger agreed. Mine spent a lot of time tutoring people and researched ways to do that better, so she's got it down. Spent a lot of time studying together? The older Harry asked. I may have encouraged my entire group to study together and helped them finish Hogwarts 2 years early. The younger Harry said. Learning crystals? The older asked knowingly. Yup. The younger said with a smirk. It's not cheating, since they really knew the subjects afterward. Not cheating. Huh? The older asked. So, if I asked you for a learning crystal to give me an advantage with learning Tony's perception and knowledge of runes, you'd have to ask him if he's willing to share it. The younger said with a shrug. Something tells me that he won't like just giving away his information like that. You guys make a great team as you are, don't you? The older Harry had to concede that point, and pretty soon he'd transported both himself and his younger counterpart away again. As was becoming the norm, the Winter Queen was sitting by the bar, chatting with Hela. On arrival, her posture changed and she turned ever so slightly, to show off her pale legs in her newly acquired swimsuit. She does realize that I'm married, right? The younger murmured. Yes, and one of your wives is the descendant of the Summer Queen. The older said. She feels that winter needs to be represented as well. There's a whole thing with the summer and winter courts. They compete over everything. She's likely hoping that you'll be willing to take another wife. You have 8 already after all. It would be simpler for her to work her way into my girl's favor. The younger said. I'm quite happy with my current number, though. Should I address it? He asked. Likely a good idea. the older said as he veered off to go speak to his wife, who was struggling to get little James to eat his lunch of some kind of sloppy substance. He usually just transfigured it into yogurt so that he'd eat it and then it turned back into healthy food in the baby's tummy. The younger Harry, currently with nothing better to do, decided to take a moment to speak to his new admirer. She was a visiting monarch and he'd visited her realm a few times now, usually with Luna, so he thought it was probably best to catch things before they became problematic for his older self. "Good afternoon, Queen Mab," he said, as he approached her and Hela. "Sup, big sis," he added with a fond smile at the goddess of death. He liked the idea that he had siblings, and they didn't seem to mind his addition to the family either. "Good afternoon, Lord Harry," Mab responded, with what she thought was a welcoming smile. "Hello, little brother," Hela said, smirking at him. "I'm never being called anything else, am I?" Harry asked.
No.
Hela agreed before getting up. "I'll be feeding the Thestrals," she said, having heard part of the conversation. Hopefully her friend would stop pining after the newcomer, if they took a moment to talk things through. "How are you doing, Queen Mab?" Harry asked as he sat down. "Please, would you call me Mab?" she asked as she leaned toward him. Harry insisted, as Eldrin placed a drink before him. "Listen, I'm thinking it's time we discuss this situation," he said, indicating Mab's blatant attempt to draw his attention to her chest. "What situation are?" she started. "Don't give me that," Harry interrupted. "We both know you're not an idiot and I'd like to think you don't think I'm one." "Of course not, Harry," Mab said seriously but sitting back as well. "I'm just not certain what you wish to discuss. I've just been as courteous as I can be." "So you've not been trying to get my attention?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Mab took a deep breath. "Fine then. I would like to spend some time getting to know you." She relented. "It is not only an injustice that Summer has a representative in your house, but you spend more time with her and in Summer's realm. Cannot lose to them. Winter would forever be shamed for Summer having someone so close to the founder and not having a representative ourselves." "I didn't choose that for myself," Harry said. "That's just how things are." He sighed then. "Listen, Mab, you are a beautiful woman. You don't need to work so hard to gain my attention. So just do me a favor and stop trying. You should be trying to get close to my wives. I'm not the one in charge of the decisions in my household. They are. I started honestly dating them at their insistence. Also, when I leave, if you somehow convince them to join us, would you be leaving your people to come with us?" Harry said quite honestly. One of his instances was discussing this with Daphne, as the conversation went, so that he'd not keep any secrets from his girls, and she'd pointed that out to him. "I was actually hoping I could convince you to stay here, or at least one of you," Mab admitted, "but then that would be unfair towards Summer." Harry pointed out. "That is if I could stay here, which I don't think I can do. Not if you married the Luna here as well," Mab said. "And why can't you let one of your instances stay here?" "It has to do with what you call the source," Harry said. "The others are all still me. We see everything the others see. We feel everything the others feel. For all intents and purposes, we're the same person with all the same memories and experiences. Right now I'm running with Susan through the woods, while I'm helping Luna with her documentary, while I'm chatting with the Hermiones and Tony, while I'm working on a list with Daphne for priorities when we get back and telling her about this discussion, while I'm inspecting the medical branch of EPI with Pansy, while I'm being intimate with Fleur and the Patil twins in the sphere, while a part of me is working on a limited form of ascension for my family, while I'm sitting here chatting with you. All of this is in my head at this very moment. With the time difference, I don't think I'll be able to be here and back home." Harry finished. "You aren't copies or different people?" Mab asked. "It's all just you? You are much like the Fae then. But there is a difference," Harry said. "I'm not many counterparts of myself. I'm different instances of myself with no borders between any of us." "You are truly a G," Mab started. "Don't do that," Harry interrupted again. "I'm not divine, like my older twin. I'm a human with a special skill and connection to magic. I chose not to become what you are thinking on purpose. I like limits. I choose limits. I only cheat to make my relationship with my girls more fair to them." "Can you not be fair to the Fae too?" Mab insisted. Harry sighed. "You're not letting this go, are you?" he asked. Not while you are here and I have the possibility to sway you. Mab said. I am meant to do what is best for my people. A connection to you would be a triumph for winter, which summer can already claim. My Luna is human with Fay blood. Harry pointed out, ignoring the fact that she didn't mention that there was a natural attraction. That counted in his favor, by his estimation. She's been made Fay again by Titania. Mab pointed out. Both of them are now as the rest of their realm, blessed by summer. No doubt Titania knew what she was doing when she reinstated her daughter's descendants. No offense, Mab, but the Summer Queen doesn't seem like the scheming type to me. Harry said. That seems more like something you would do. Luna is her family and her last descendant. I think she did it out of love. I think that's enough of that, Daphne said, as she appeared. I'll be looking into this for you, Queen Mab. We have many magics that we can perform. If my husband himself can add to your realm in some way, would that not suit your needs for boasting rights? It's not about boasting, Lady Daphne, Mab said respectfully. It is about a connection, powerful ally, a worthy consort. There is a balance that must be maintained. Winter cannot allow the current imbalance to stand. Let's discuss that then, Daphne said. I believe my husband has other things to do, she said, indicating off to the side, where the older Harry was standing and waiting, while he watched the younger children at play. Of course. Mab agreed, still seeming frustrated with the fact that Harry had not responded to her as she had hoped. Perhaps his wife could help persuade him. If they could come here through time to the present, they might decide to come here again in their future, but at the present here still. The younger Harry excused himself and walked over to his older self. No luck then? The older one asked. Not yet. The younger agreed. Hopefully Daphne can help her out. These Fay have strange ways about them, but I'm thinking that I understand her a bit better now. Better you than me, the older Harry said. Don't think you're out of the woods yet, the younger Harry said. If, by the time that we leave, there is no solution, I think Mab might very well decide that you, as my older twin, would be the only substitute. I'd like to see her try, the older Harry scoffed. He doubted his wife would allow anything like that, and he had more than enough women in his life with her and Zira. They were soon back in the workshop, and the older Harry pulled out a new core. It was obviously from a smaller person, but the core was already fully grown. Couldn't get your wife to allow the copy? The younger asked, seeing a look in his eyes and wanting to get this out of the way. The older Harry sighed. No, she didn't have a problem with it. It just seems that my son was not gifted with magic. He'd not looked before, since magic usually manifested itself later in life only. He was not happy with the revelation, but he'd definitely be fixing it the moment that he could do what they were working on. He looked at his younger self then. You knew? Didn't you? He asked. Yes, the younger said. I'm sorry. I realized that you didn't know and decided not to push, but I'll make sure we sort this out. All else fails, you can just copy and implant Teddy's core, right? Not until we understand this situation, the older Harry denied. So, let's get those ascended brains of yours pumping. If I have to teach you how to make one of these myself to ensure my family has these advantages, I'll do that, but you have to promise me to keep my secrets and not to abuse the knowledge.
Hell no.
The younger Harry denied. There's no chance I'm letting you spoil this for me. I'll figure out my own method before I allow you to teach me yours. No offense, but this is the kind of thing I love figuring out. Even if it takes you years? The older Harry asked. Enchanting is not as simple as adding power when you make things. There's a lot of finesse? The younger Harry asked, as the new core and conduits lifted up and mimed, giving the older Harry the finger. I've got tons of finesse. All I need is to understand the concepts and I'll be able to do anything that is magically possible. If that fails, I'll invent technology that allows me to bridge the gap. Fair enough. The older Harry sighed. His younger self likely could do as he claimed. Let's get started then. It was easier said than done. While the older Harry had done a lot of research into making magical cores, there was still a hell of a lot to figure out. It took them 2 months, but the older Harry had finally revealed one of his secrets, and time dilation was soon an option, allowing them to spend many times more time on the project than in real time. In real time, it took only a week. By the end of that time, though, they had figured out the problem, with the younger Harry gaining enough of the concept to be useful. The magical core needed to start out as a blank copy. There was also a bit of an issue with how magic recharged, but the younger Harry's research had helped there. The older Harry had unknowingly copied both a trained core and a more advanced magical conduit system. Those apparently needed to develop with time and use. Fortunately, they had time, and the younger Harry had shared part of another of his secrets, for the time dilation concept, which he intended to copy the moment he got home. They created a false life construct, with no personality and only the ability to grow. Implanting a new, blank magical core into the tiny body allowed it access to magic, but it would not be using that magic to keep it clean of influence. Instead, the construct would grow with time and hopefully allow the conduits to grow with it. Putting that construct into a time-dilated environment, pushed to the max, allowed them to create their very first, functional, artificially created magical core. They celebrated their success by throwing a party, wherein a copy of the adult-sized core would be implanted into a very willing subject. Tony. Come on, guys! Tony exclaimed excitedly, as all their friends stood around waiting for the test. I don't need to know all this procedural crap. Just gimme. You do realize that you will be no more powerful than a first year, and that you'll need to train your magic to allow you to gain proficiency and endurance. The older Harry said. I don't care. Tony said again. You said you learn levitation first year, right? A feather. The younger Harry confirmed. Just do it, okay? Tony pleaded. Should we? The older Harry asked his younger self. I don't know. The younger said, as the gathered crowd chuckled. He's too eager. Maybe we should try someone else first. Natasha's been waiting patiently. I've got enough magical gear to make up for not having my own for now. Natasha said. Honestly, she was looking forward to her own. But she also knew Tony would become unbearable while he waited for his own. Bruce was another matter entirely. With Hulk residing in his body, nobody knew what would happen if he was given magic. They'd try it at some point, but it would be under strict supervision.
Ok, fine.
The older Harry said with a fake sigh, as an examination table appeared from the ground, with no indication of who had cast the spell. Honestly, not even the older Harry knew if he had conjured it. Could very well have been the room of requirement. He'd just begun thinking of needing one, when it appeared. Get on. The younger said, as he pulled out a storage disk from inside his comm. It was where they'd stored the core and conduits, since it was a perfect form of stasis. Harry hadn't shared how the technology worked, but had easily stored the core in it. He pressed a button and the core was suddenly standing before them, contained in a jelly-like substance, in a see-through container. Awesome, Tony said, as he lay down on the table. I'll need to know how you did that later, he said to the younger Harry. To him it had looked like a remote control activating a remote transport, but it didn't look like any of the technology they had seen to date. Sorry, buddy. That's a trade secret, the younger Harry said. Seriously? Tony asked. Just how many different kinds of magical technology did you invent? Oh, I'm certain I don't have a number off the top of my head, the younger Harry said, even as the older one magically lifted the core from its suspended state. With the researchers adding to his collection, we've got thousands of new and different ways to do things never before achievable in the magical or mundane worlds. Daphne piped up. At last count, it was 2,625. Most of that all stemmed off research Harry himself pioneered. I call dibs on the fun stuff, though, said Harry pointed out.
You bet.
Tony said, as he watched the core, which was aligned above his heart, and the conduits line up with his form. Is this going to hurt? He asked. The Dursleys didn't seem like they were in pain. Loki put in. Then again, they were unconscious at the time. Maybe you should knock me out? Tony asked hopefully. He was suddenly nervous. Wouldn't want to affect the natural integration of your new core with outside influences. The older Harry said. Now lay still. He finished, as he finally lowered the core into his friend's body. Having been built to go into a human body, the core easily found a place next to the heart and the conduits started attaching themselves to the correct locations, under both Harry's strict supervision. When the core had settled and the conduits were finally stable, having stabilized themselves, Tony finally spoke up. So, I'm feeling kind of tingly, he said. Is that normal? We don't honestly know. The older Harry said. Can you feel everything, though? You're not experiencing pain of any kind?
No.
Not that I know of. Tony said. Wait, was that a possibility? He asked urgently. No, it's just magic isn't natural to your body, so I was just wondering if there was discomfort. The older Harry said. Well, all tests come back positive. You're a wizard. Congrats. Tony shot upright and looked around. Well, the world doesn't look any more magical, he said after a moment almost regretfully. The younger Harry cast a Patronus, though, and it trotted up to Tony. Can you see that? He asked. The giant Patronus in my face? Tony asked, as a smile slowly dawned on his face. I'm a wizard, he exclaimed. So, no special first words? The older Harry asked. Just, the giant Patronus in my face, and, I'm a wizard? Technically his first words were, so, I'm feeling kind of tingly. Damn. I missed another opportunity, didn't I? Tony said in realization. How about, this is so damn cool? There was a bit of laughter and soon clapping as everyone present congratulated both Harrys on their success. Pretty soon, though, Wanda was pulling Tony to his feet. Come on, I have been preparing wands. I'd like to see how you compare with them. You may want to give it a few minutes. The older Harry said. His core isn't really full of magic at this point. It'll fill up quickly here, but let's not test his limits just yet. Or he could just use this while his conduits develop. The younger Harry said, pulling out a wand he had slapped together quickly, with some of the blue diamond he always carried on him as the core.
Universal wand.
He explained. You can make wands? Wanda asked. Not like a real wand maker. The younger Harry said. Mine has a very special core, which works as a perfect medium for all kinds of magic. I want one. Tony said instantly. Nope. The younger Harry said. This is also family magic. I just thought you could use it while your core settles. Did you know that magicals tend to have special talents with certain kinds of magic? Using a wand aligned to your talents will serve you much better in the learning process than something that works for everything. Wanda looked relieved at that, but still looked at the new wand. May I try it? She asked. Sure thing. The younger Harry said, flipping the wand to her. Wanda quickly conjured a swarm of butterflies, before incinerating the lot of them with 2 flicks from her wand. Wow, she said, looking at the wand in her hand. This wand is wonderful. What would it take for you to teach me its secrets? You'd have to marry him, Pansy said. As I understand it, your significant other wouldn't like that. She added smugly. Family magic is meant to be kept in the family. The younger Harry said, ignoring it when Wanda stubbornly pulled out her own wand and scanned the new one. It's also protected by magics that hide its secrets, or destroy them if people start prying into them. He added with a smirk, but you're going to another universe. Tony said, then, if this wand was capable of making the local wandmaker jealous, he definitely wanted one. Your secrets won't come back to your world. He added, doesn't change the fact that I have a duty to uphold. The younger Harry said, family magics are sacred to us. This particular secret is also so versatile that, in the wrong hands, it could spell the end of civilizations. The replicators had been all but wiped out by weapons based on this particular secret. The fact that he had, in fact, shared this secret with the Asgard wouldn't be mentioned, but then they were bound by contract and their own word, which they'd already proven to be trustworthy. If the older Harry really wanted to know, Harry might decide to share it with him, but only under contract, but it didn't really seem like he needed it. They'd be around for a few more days, though. He wanted to be around to confirm that the core was stable and to work on replicating a core of his own. He'd already figured out part of the creation process, and it seemed to him that the older Harry would be good to have around while he perfected his own version. So, you've got your first core created. Tony asked his friend, trying to change the subject from something he knew would just frustrate him if he carried on. Do you have a firm grasp on the process? When do you think you can get Pepper and Morgan one? Well, technically I've now got a blueprint which I can just copy. The older Harry said. What you've got in your body was just the first copy of an adult-sized core and magical conduit system. I made copies along the way for younger people, but we'll likely need you and Pepper trained up before we give your daughter, who is likely just as smart as both of her parents, the ability to do accidental magic. Listen to the man. Hermione said. I've heard some horror stories, and you'll want to be able to summon your daughter if she accidentally floats up to retrieve a lost balloon or crawls up the walls. Tony, listen to Hermione, Pepper said. She'd been right there next to him, holding their infant daughter. Right now, she wanted to hug her husband, since he'd been dreaming of this day since Harry had first mentioned making magicals. He'd actually tried to convince Harry on multiple occasions to give him a Death Eater's core. Thank you, Mrs. Stark, Hermione said. She really liked the woman. She was sharp and funny, but she also had a very welcoming personality. I told you to call me Pepper, Pepper chastised. So, about that core for Pepper? Tony persisted. We'll be able to set her up in the next few days. The older Harry said. We just need to be sure you'll not be spontaneously combusting. The younger Harry said with a serious face. He's joking. Tony scoffed, before he turned to a similarly serious look on his best friend's face. Tell me he's kidding, he insisted. Both Harrys finally broke into smiles, once he started looking worried. Oh, you're both comedians, he said, sighing in relief. He really should have known better. Harry wouldn't risk him like that. So when can I start practicing? He asked, taking the wand from Wanda, who was still looking at the younger Harry through narrowed eyes. Swish and flick. Hermione said. Wingardium Leviosa. Standard levitation charm. Ensure the words are pronounced correctly and with the emphasis in the correct places. Wingardium Leviosa. Tony repeated perfectly. Okay, show me the movement, he demanded. Hermione just smiled at him and walked off with him and Pepper, as she conjured a feather out of nothing. I'll need you to do everything with your wand and with the incantations in front of a camera at some point. They heard him saying as they left. Dumbledore and McGonagall was right behind them. Imagine that. Finally a new student, and he was approaching 50 years old. He'll have enough instructors here, I take it? The younger Harry asked. Harry set me up with the room of requirements, making instructors from his memory. Wanda said. Professor McGonagall was still better though. She's got loads of experience. The older Harry agreed. She may have taught Transfiguration, but she's been a witch all her life. Taught me more than Transfiguration before I went to Hogwarts. The younger Harry added. I'd really like to know your whole story. The older Harry said. Well, I'm sure that Luna wouldn't mind showing you the first movie. The younger Harry said. It covers all the way to the end of second year, but the extended cut is 4 hours long. She made a movie? The older Harry asked. Sure. The younger Harry said, as he conjured an illusion of himself as an 11-year-old, sitting next to Ron and Hermione as she told him how to correctly pronounce the spell she was currently teaching Tony. With magic, it's a simple thing to reproduce things and record them. Don't even need a CG department, he said. Right? The older Harry said, before turning abruptly and walking straight to the Lunas, who were looking more and more like twins these days. The local one had been regaining her youth since she was made into a full Fay. We'll likely be watching that movie right now, Wanda noted. Any chance it gives clues to how your secrets work? Some of them, sure. The younger Harry said. Like the lightsaber, or the other little things that aren't considered trade secrets or family magic. Well, to a degree. Mostly you'll just see where I drew inspiration from. They had been correct. Before long, Luna had gone to fetch a projector and 2 of the larger speakers, and had started the movie. The many guests had been wondering what was going on, until the title showed, Harry Black, directed by Luna Lovegood, dedicated to Mr. Snuggles, my first teddy. The washer killed you, but you are fondly remembered. There were chuckles at that. It was just so Luna. The movie was considered both action and adventure, and comedy. Harry had almost forgotten about some of the things he had done to entertain himself in those first 2 years. It seemed that Luna had gotten many of the stories from his first year, when she wasn't there yet. By the time the movie ended, there was an applause and then many people with questions again. It showed Harry's life before he rescued Sirius and then how he had done that, but with the real details edited for obvious reasons. A few other fun little things like learning he was a wandless caster, was simply made to look like a natural talent, and the illusions were always slightly hazy, so as not to give his secrets away. This was meant for the magical world and the mundane, after all. That was fantastic. Tony said. You used runes and other magics to get to the moon before you even hit puberty. What was the real purpose of that trip? The older Harry asked. Dropping off the phylactery. The younger Harry said. Couldn't put that in the film though, so it was left as a secret which might be revealed later. We're still debating showing when I go and visit Tom for tricks on how to handle his Death Eaters. That, or just say he's on a magically hidden asteroid that orbits the sun. You've still got Death Eaters? The older Harry asked. No, just the one now. The younger Harry said. Lucius is so fucking scared of me, since I made him release the Weasleys from their family curse, that he's been a model citizen. He still has contacts into the darker side of things, but now he's an informant, so we keep him out of prison for that reason. Hold on. The older Harry said. What family curse? He asked, looking over at the Weasley matriarch, who was talking angrily at Ron, who was defending himself by saying that it's a movie from a different world. Oh right. The younger Harry said. These ones don't seem to have it. I already checked. In our world it had something to do with them attracting people but never finding real love. I'm not supposed to tell you though. That's considered private. The older Harry sighed then. Maybe it's time we start negotiating for some information. I'd really like to know how you created that living puppet thing and how you detect family magics or use them. That's a big thing you're asking. The younger Harry said. There's some real nasty things in the Black Family Grimoire. There's a Black Family Grimoire? The local Sirius asked in shock. He'd met the new Harry on the second day, and then he'd complained that he'd not been introduced. A Harry? Raised and adopted by himself and married to 8 witches, including twins and a Vila. He was disappointed he wouldn't have the chance to meet and congratulate his obvious genius other self. There wasn't. The younger Harry said. Remus used Veritaserum to get all the secrets from the prisoners kept in Lupin Penitentiary. It was even legitimized by the Crown, since it only helped the wolves protect more people. We put all those secrets in one of my magical databases and keep it under protection. Remus actually got one of the rituals straight from there the other day. The werewolf cure was in our family grimoire? Sirius asked, a smile breaking out on his face. No, but after I developed the ritual, we put it there. The younger Harry said. Merlin, I have a smart godson. Sirius exclaimed. Technically, I'm another Sirius's godson. The younger Harry said. Again. Sirius refused to listen whenever he mentioned it. He's not here, so I'm standing in as proxy. Sirius said. Defiantly. It had been his response before as well. I'd still like to know about this ritual creation magic. The older Harry said. We don't have anything like that in our restricted section. Yeah, I don't know what family that came from, but unless your restricted section contains every dark family's secrets, I doubt you'd find this one there. The younger Harry said. For all I know, in your original timeline, something like that didn't exist, or it was a Dumbledore family magic. It wasn't. The local Dumbledore said, from where he was standing with Minerva, both of whom were very curious about some of what they had seen. You're changing the subject. The older Harry said. No, I'm refusing to give you information that you don't need. The younger Harry said. If it would make you feel better, we can discuss it in private. The older Harry persisted. Or you could teach someone that can't perform your magic so that they can keep the secret and only reveal completed rituals. Loki said. Oh, I'm not trusting you as far as I can throw a star. The younger Harry scoffed. How far can you throw a star? Thor asked, genuinely curious. I can't. The younger Harry admitted. Even if I really wanted to and figured it out, I'd still not trust the god of tricks. He got some feedback and smiled. Yeah, I can't throw a sun, not unless I created it myself. Did you just tell yourself that? The older Harry asked, glancing upward. I don't mind being told when something is impossible so that I don't waste my time on it. The younger Harry admitted. Hey, you changed the subject again. The older Harry said in realization. The younger Harry just smirked, before looking at his bare arm and saying, well, will you look at the time? I think it's time to retire for the night. Then he disappeared. The older Harry looked around and saw the other instances also vanishing with the wives they were escorting. I really want to know how he made that puppet. He said, to nobody in particular. Why? I've seen you animate things and give them life. Odin said, you don't understand, father. The local Harry said, he can give things real life with one of those rituals. Real life and intelligence. He told me that he's made dragons that shrink until they are the size of a small dog, who you feed magic to keep alive. They can do amazing things and you can merge with them and become one. The mind of the dragon then helps you to use its body and you can create them with powers and personalities and all kinds of awesome things. Odin's eyes had grown wide at that statement. Truly? He asked. Yes. Harry exclaimed. You want a pet for James, don't you? Natasha asked, a knowing look in her eyes. Of course. Harry exclaimed again. Can't you just see it? Little James, riding on the back of his best friend, a dragon that can grow to the size of an elephant in a second to protect him? With a real connection to him and a loyalty that you can't pay for? That does sound amazing, Natasha said as she imagined it. A friend for her little boy, who can protect him from any harm, no matter where he goes. We'll just have to convince him to make James a dragon then. He can protect his magics so that the dragon can't be copied, right?
No.
Tony exclaimed. What about Morgan? He added. She'll want one too. Odin just chuckled at that. I suspect no parent would mind such a thing for their children. A stalwart protector and friend, who would never leave you in the lurch. My grandson will have such a companion, even if I need to order Thor to empty the vaults of Asgard for it. Oh, you guys suck, a voice said, from right above them, where the younger Harry suddenly became visible, floating as if standing horizontally on something. You knew I would keep an ear out for why you wanted that magic, didn't you? He accused. He'd not be able to say no to something like that. They were just parents looking out for their family. I do have years of experience with magic. Odin chuckled, confirming he knew that Harry had been there. Just for that, I'm only teaching Odin the magic and I'm binding it by contract, so that you guys have to pester him to help you make new dragons. Harry said before he vanished again. Is he gone? The local Harry asked. He'd not sensed a thing. It was an illusion projected from the sphere. Odin said, it is gone now, right? Harry said, he can cast magic through his illusions. I'll need to figure out how to detect that. How did you detect it, father? He asked then. I felt his intent. Odin said, you are still young and barely trained in our magics, my son. I'll need to spend some time teaching you this. Through his illusions? Loki asked. That would be a trick he'd kill for. Apparently it's unique to him. Harry confirmed. Something to do with his connection to magic. Magic itself blessed him so? Odin asked. I dare say Loki would love such a talent. He chuckled, looking at his second son. I've got a few ideas about emulating it. Harry said. Just don't expect miracles. It's a long shot. That you would try is something I am grateful for. Loki said as he got up. He wanted to go catch up with Luna. She'd been spending so much time with her counterpart. He'd not had the opportunity to spend much time with his best friend of late. They had never ended up dating. Loki appreciated her friendship too much to jeopardize that. Little did he know that she was waiting for him to make a move. Frigga knew, of course, but she would not spoil her fun by telling him. They had time after all, and she thought it was likely a good idea for him to wait a bit. He wasn't ready yet, not for the kind of commitment Luna deserved. So, you'll be learning how to create magical life? Tony asked Odin. It would seem so. Odin said, it is wise to limit such knowledge. I just worry for my ability to learn it. I am no spellcaster as my youngest son is. I'll give you my ring to draw from, should you need it, father. Harry offered and Odin nodded in acceptance. That should help. Perhaps, when you know how it is done, we can attempt to create a body for me which is capable of reproduction. Jarvis said, from where he sat nearby with Wanda. It would depend on the limitations of this magic, I think. Odin said, but you are a good man, Jarvis, and I would be willing to attempt it, if it's possible. He allowed. So they want black dragons. Hermione said. She and Harry had stayed behind to eavesdrop at her insistence. When the others went to their rooms, each with a Harry. They were steadily working their way through the book and every other morning. They didn't want to leave the bedroom, to do again what they had the previous evening. It would seem so. Harry agreed. I don't really mind sharing this, but I'll have to learn about their magical data storage capabilities and their long-distance communications so that they can use it properly. I don't want to risk the lives of the dragons. Real borderline intelligent creatures deserve the proper steps and precautions. This is not considered dark magic for no reason. I understand, Hermione said with a kind smile. You are a caring man and a wonderful husband. I'll trust you to do this right, like you did with Spike, Sparky and One. How is he doing these days? Anyway, after the blood adoption to Poppy, his genome has changed enough that I don't have to worry about him going out and making children that could be considered mine. They will still be considered family, though, Harry said. One had become like family anyway, but Harry had needed to protect himself, so he'd asked One if he wouldn't mind a blood adoption. He'd readily agreed, and Poppy had offered to be a surrogate mother to him. She often invited him to dinner and had long conversations about how he was adjusting to life in harmony. In all, it seemed he was just happy to be alive and allowed to live as a normal human. His origins aside, he was a very nice guy, and Harry had no doubt he'd be attracting a woman at some point, even if he and Alpha were still chatting on a near-daily basis. His hyperintelligence meant it was likely going to be a scientist or doctor that he attracted, someone who could hold a conversation with him for long periods of time. Of course, Hermione said. He's already basically your son. Now we just need to give him magic and he'll be all set. I can't wait to get into that research, Harry admitted. I've learned so much here. This artificial magical core thing is going to change life in harmony. I might even be able to develop a way to depower current magicals. Did what my counterpart did with magical prisoners and take their magic, before turning them over to normal prisons. Poetic. Hermione agreed. Still, now you've got work to do again. I'm starting to miss my lab.
I'm sorry, Hermione,
Harry said. I'll do this as quickly as I can. I was going to do something nice for my counterpart, for letting me learn about the cores. That's why I told him about Spike and Sparky. I wanted to see if it would work as a gift. Now, it seems I've committed myself to teaching people. Make a learning crystal, Hermione suggested. It'll speed things along. Then all you have to do is hand him the ritual and tell him to learn it while you go ahead and learn what you need to so that you can build the body. They do have Naquata here, Harry conceded. They call it You Are You, though. Apparently another alien race holds the metal as their greatest treasure. We'll need permission to use some to create the dragon's bodies. That's not for you to worry about, Hermione said. They'll handle that. You just worry about learning about their technological capabilities, so that you can use that and keep your own secrets. In another room, Harry was getting an update from Daphne, while they were getting ready for bed. So she's still trying to worm her way in? Harry asked. Not really, Daphne said. She wants equality. In their culture, it just works that way. All of them have the same advantages, but they use them differently. Luna represents a power gap to them. You're like a god to these people. Having married a summer Fay princess means you show them favor. That and Mab really wants to jump your bones. She finished in her head. But I'm not, and she's not really either. Harry contested. Yes, she is. Daphne countered. Our Luna was given her full heritage too, if you didn't realize. Yeah, I did, but she's from another timeline and reality. Harry said. There's a whole other summer court somewhere who can claim that they have an advantage. What happens if we meet them at some point? The Fae are all connected to each other across the universes, if you've somehow forgotten that. Daphne reminded him. One summer court is connected to the other. One has an advantage in their connection to what they call the source, so all of them do. Therefore all winter Fae do not. So what's the solution? Harry asked. I'll be doing some research in your private library. Daphne said. I have an idea that might just do the trick. I love it when you get scheming like that, Harry said with a smile, as he banished the rest of his clothes and summoned Daphne, who was dressed in barely their negligee, to him. Page 17? Daphne asked with a grin. Page 17 it is, Harry said, smiling back. The next day found Harry delivering a contract, a ring and a magically protected, conjured booklet with instructions on how the ritual worked, with all the downsides and requirements to ensure the new life didn't suffer the fate of being considered dark, or only temporary. Odin was intrigued by the ring and had the usual reaction when told it would help him learn the ritual. Odin swore to keep the ring secret and to study the ritual in private, while Harry went to find his older counterpart. He didn't have to look too far. The older Harry was playing with little James in their private backyard, while Natasha was reading through some reports she'd received from EPI on some of the operations her department were involved in. Just because the drug trade took a massive hit didn't mean it stopped. "Hi there," the younger Harry said. "Hello, Uncle Harry," the older Harry said, as he pointed him out to little James. "Did you come to visit your nephew?" he asked playfully. "Well, I didn't come here just for that, but I don't mind," the younger Harry said, as he crouched down next to them. "Hi there, James. Did you know that your daddy is a superhero?" he asked. James just gurgled and giggled. He was still very young and didn't understand much of anything yet. "He'll likely figure that out sooner or later," the older Harry said. "Probably a good thing that he's got so many people willing to look after him while he's here on the island," the younger said. "You two probably need to head out together when it gets busy. Between Molly and Frigga, the elves, the house elves, the nymphs, and the Vila, there's never a need to look too far for someone who wants to look after our little prince." The older Harry agreed. "I'm assuming you're here to discuss the dragon thing?" Natasha asked, as she walked up to them. "Good morning, by the way," she added. "Good morning, Queen Natasha," the younger Harry said with a smirk. She didn't react to that. "I'll take over here while you two go discuss what is needed," Natasha said, as she bent down and took over from her husband. "Hey, I was having fun," the older Harry half complained. "Then come back quickly once you're done talking," Natasha said, flippantly, all while smiling at little James and tickling him, making him giggle. "Otherwise I'll have had all your fun without you," she added. The older Harry sulked for a moment, before sighing and leading the younger Harry from their backyard.
"I'm sorry I interrupted,"
he said to his older self. "I didn't mean to spoil your fun." "No, it's fine," the older Harry said. "I see him all the time. He's just in a good mood today. Let me warn you now, don't get all your wives pregnant at once. I hardly got any sleep for weeks with just him. I won't have that problem," the younger Harry said, as another him appeared and waved at the older Harry. "We can handle it. That's just cheating," the older Harry said. "You can sleep while you spend time with the kids. Hell, you can be with your babies while you're making more with your wives." "Well, I don't intend on ever having that many instances," the younger Harry said. "It's useful that I don't need to sleep, though." "Cheater," the older Harry just reiterated. The fact was, he didn't need a lot of sleep himself, but he was usually busy with more than just looking after his son and spending time with him and his wife. The younger Harry just smirked. "Maybe I have another trick for you before we leave," he said with a hint of mischief. They soon found their way to the bar. "So, what are you doing today?" the older Harry asked. "Spending time with the girls, mostly," the younger Harry said. "Daphne is off being mysterious, making plans to sort Mab out, somehow. Besides that, I'm with you. We need to acquire some URU to make the dragon bodies, and I need to speak to Tony or Jarvis about your data storage capabilities." "URU?" the older Harry asked. "I don't know. The dwarves really don't like sharing the stuff." "Then copy some," the younger Harry shrugged. "Thor's hammer is made of it." "I don't think that's such a good idea either," the older Harry said. "Thor might not like that I'm making copies of Mjolnir." "You're not copying the magic, just the metal," the younger Harry said. "You know what? Never mind. If you want to do this right, you'll find a way to get me what we need. I'll be chatting with Jarvis in the meanwhile." "Cheers," he said, as he turned and walked off to where he saw Jarvis and Wanda training. He was controlling some sort of small flying devices, flying them around as she used them for target practice. "You want to channel the magic concurrently, if you're a dual caster," he said as he reached them. "I know, but I can't concentrate on the magic while aiming and channeling the next shot," Wanda said without breaking her concentration. "You seem to be able to talk and fire," Harry commented, as he sat down next to Jarvis. "We need to talk magical storage and how yours functions, especially for storing personalities and how growth works." "You're asking for contracted information," Jarvis said, not taking his eyes off the small vehicles he was controlling. Tony, Harry, and I need to give you permission to allow the contract to be negated for you. Okay then, the younger Harry said. Then we'll just have to design something new. What did you have in mind? Jarvis said. In my world, there was a magical crystalline entity named Unity. Harry started. It was capable of changing its own internal and external form to a degree. Both changes was based off a form of innate transfiguration. I just happened to have a few of their crystals which they produced for me. I'll not be giving you these crystals, but if the two of us work together, he finished leadingly. You think we could try to produce this crystal artificially? Jarvis asked. It's one of the things I've had on my books for a while. Harry agreed. What do you say?
Contracted. I'm assuming.
Jarvis asked. Of course. Harry said. You're friends and you have the right to your technology and I like making new things anyway. How efficient is this storage medium? Jarvis asked. Harry just smirked at him in a way that made him very curious. Very well. I don't see why I cannot dedicate a bit of time to this. I'm assuming you need this for the dragons? Yup. Harry said. Why come to me, though? Jarvis asked. Bruce is more familiar with chemicals and crystalline structures. Because it will drive Bruce and Tony mad knowing you know something that you can't tell them. Harry said, unashamedly. But seriously, I was thinking, since you're a form of magical intelligence, you'd appreciate the opportunity to work with this. You might even be able to give me some insights that I wouldn't know to take into consideration. I think I'd like that opportunity myself. Jarvis allowed. Thank you. He added, as he realized Harry wasn't just coming to him. Because he was privy to secrets he wanted to know. He was showing that he considered him a person, rather than just something artificial. I once made an intelligence to help me with a mission I was on. Harry said, as he switched back to watching Wanda firing at the flying devices. He named himself one. I ended up giving him a clone body of myself so that he could live a normal human life. Since then he's been magically adopted by someone else so that he's family but not just my clone. His mind is on one of the Unity crystals I was gifted by the Unity. Do you think he experiences more through a true human body? Jarvis asked. I don't know, but making a functional body using Naquata or URU was not really all that difficult. Harry admitted. I use those at times when I do dangerous work so that my girls don't worry about me. And those constructs give you the full spectrum of human experience. Jarvis asked. Absolutely. Harry said. I've scanned your systems, and as far as I can tell, I couldn't make a more realistic human body than the one you are in right now. Jarvis hadn't met anyone that had been human and then had used a construct to do things. To hear him say it, he'd succeeded in making a human body that could experience everything he'd wanted. If there ever a person who could confirm that he'd ascended from being a machine, it was this man. You're not just a spoiled genius, as you pretend to be, are you? You know, real empathy, too. He stated as he finally looked away from Wanda. This Harry seldom showed his real emotions, hiding behind a bit of a braggart and a prankster. He only ever showed his wives his real side, from what he'd seen. One had the same fear a while back. Harry said, not looking away from Wanda's action. He was worried that he couldn't ever fit in or be considered human, because he was artificially created. A bit of counseling helped him, but I think you already know your own mind. Your body was your concern. Don't worry. You're as human as you need to be. Your girlfriend would likely agree with me. He stood up abruptly then. Wanda, I think I'm seeing where you're struggling, he said as he approached her. Try this, he said, as he formed visible magic in both his hands and started giving her instruction on channeling while firing. Wanda was no slouch, but this Harry had a different methodology than her teachers up until that moment. He used mental images and different spell chains than she'd been taught. Apparently he'd started practicing that skill with hundreds of conjured birds, which he would then change the color of, going for different colors simultaneously, before they could fly away. By the time he'd finished instructing her, she was nailing multiple flying devices at the same time, changing color as she did so, but also her wands were visibly glowing as the next spell was already being channeled. It wasn't so much a skill as a change in mindset. You're a very good teacher, Wanda said, as she breathed heavily. The magical drain for a color change wasn't large, but the constant strain on her concentration and the focus it had required while she mastered the new skill had tired her out. Nah, this was just a little trick. Harry disagreed. The skill comes in when you can apply that trick in a bad situation and still defend yourself at the same time. I'll practice, Wanda promised. When I'm rested. She added, you've got my man to yourself for a few hours, while I go change out of these sweaty clothes and take a nap. See you later. Jarvis called after her, before returning the flying devices into the case they came from and then closed the case. Where do we begin? He asked Harry. The local Harry hadn't been idle. He'd gone to see King Dietary. He'd asked for a bit of time to talk about something and then explained to him the situation. They wanted some URU to create something new. Dietary, of course, wanted more information, so Harry had explained to him what he knew of the dragon. The idea of creating living creatures from URU was new to the dwarf and he'd decided to allow for a shipment of the stuff, but under the condition that he could be there when the dragon was brought to life. Harry didn't know if that would be allowed, though, so he ended up needing to call Jarvis, who he knew was currently with the other Harry. It seemed that the ritual to create the personality and to put it into the brain of the dragon would be a separate, secret event that only the other Harry and Odin would be part of. Modifying the URU into the proper shape with the magic sustaining its flesh form would be a simple bit of magic, for the other Harry at least. Adding the magical functions would be something he himself would be able to participate in, but that would need to be done after the body was made and before the intelligence was added, so that it could be incorporated into the making of said intelligence. When the other Harry offered to show him a video of one of the other dragons and their capabilities that Luna had made, Dietary had insisted on viewing it with them. So it was that another screening happened that evening, but this time it was held on New Asgard. The younger Harry did not like how that sounded. It sounded like they were making a bigger thing out of it than he would like to be part of. Come on, little brother, Loki said to the new Harry as they walked through the portal. It won't be that bad. Just a few thousand people all looking at you in awe as you show them one of your creations in a public venue. He smirked evilly. What could go wrong? You're not making this easy for me, the younger Harry said, even as his wives pulled all his instances along with them through the portal. Who said that was what I was doing? Loki asked. Come now, the great and powerful Harry Black couldn't be scared of being observed in a public venue. Could he? No. But the great and powerful Harry Black might just lose control of his magic if a certain trickster doesn't stop teasing him. Pansy said. Him or his wives? She threatened. Do you always let your women do your fighting for you? Loki asked, only having lost his smile for a moment at Pansy's threat. If you knew what she knew about anatomy, you'd let her do as she pleases too. The younger Harry said. That, and she likes being protective, so I don't mind. That was when he noticed all the people. Are these all your brother's subjects? He asked his older counterpart, who was standing right there next to them. This is Asgard. The older Harry confirmed, through the cheers that had erupted. News of the newcomer had traveled far and many wanted to meet this new Harry Black, who was rumored to have come from another reality, being a counterpart to the newest prince and bearing strange and powerful magics. They're loud, the younger Harry said. They're excited, the older Harry said. Fortunately, since you are married, you don't need to worry that your wives will be challenged for the right to your companionship. He added, that happened to Natasha once when we were just starting out. They're welcome to try, Susan said with a wolfish grin, even as she pressed herself to her Harry. You can fight the alien ladies later, dear, her Harry told her. We're here for a show and then we're going straight to the sphere. Thor stepped forward to address his people. Asgard, we come today to bring news of a marvelous occasion. He started. My brother, King Harry of New Atlantis, has recently made a new friend, who hails from another universe. He is the one. 8 others who bear his appearance this evening and stands by his wives' sides at this very moment. He has been visiting on New Atlantis and has regaled us with stories and magics from his own universe. Mighty feats of magic never before seen in this, or any realm. This evening, he has brought with him some of this magic, to show us one of his mightiest feats of magic yet. He has created magical life. Intelligent, magical life. He finished, as the crowd grew quiet. One of his wives, Lady Luna Lovegood, a counterpart to the Luna Lovegood we have come to know and welcome in our fair city, has what she calls a documentary, a film much like the pensive we have come to know, so that we may view this marvel of magic for ourselves. Thor finished. Lady Luna, if you please? He asked. Okay. Luna said with a happy smile, as the projector appeared and the speakers unshrunk after flying out of her pockets. The crowd just chuckled at her normal manner. The people of Asgard were quite fond of the happy young woman, now resembling someone in their late teens. As they watched, an illusionary display appeared of a man some of them had met on the island in the past. It was Charlie. There were introductions and Luna asked a few questions of the man. Everybody noticed the little reptilian creature hanging over his shoulder. When Charlie introduced the little dragon as Spike, there was a bit of laughter, as people wondered if that was the mighty feat of magic. When the introduction was complete, a few more questions were asked, before Charlie asked Spike to show them what you've got. The little dragon's comically small wings lifted him up and he flapped a bit away, as the camera followed him. For a moment after he landed, the little dragon just sat there, his chubby little body in full display, but then he stood up and stretched out before he started growing until he was the size of a small house, all scales and sharp edges. There was no more laughter, especially when the dragon let out a mighty wail, accompanied by a screech as a torrent of flame escaped his large-fanged mouth. Charlie walked up to the dragon calmly and patted him. The dragon brought its head down for a scratch and purred in a deep rumble as Charlie gave it attention. The Luna on the screen smiled calmly as she started questioning Charlie again, and he told them more of the dragon, apparently officially classified as a black dragon for its dark scales as well as for the one that made it. Charlie went on to describe its physiology and how it was fed, magically conjured treats mostly, from which it extracted its magic to sustain it. Then he had Spike show off his wings and tail, going into minute detail about how he had changed over the years as he reached maturity. It had been designed to grow like any living being, after all. Then the big surprise came, as Charlie had the dragon bend down and he entered it through the green gem in its chest. Luna, having known this was coming, took over the narrative, pointing out the color change in the dragon's eyes and the fact that Charlie and Spike were now connected, and that Spike was helping Charlie move his body. That was when the dragon took flight. The presentation did not end there either. Charlie had a few targets set up beforehand and everyone watched in shock as the dragon impaled one military tank with his tail spike, lifting it and tossing it at another, before breathing magical fire on another and melting it down to a glowing lump in just a few seconds. When Charlie exited the gem again, all smiles, the Asgardians roared in approval at the show, even as Luna ended the interview and show with a few last words in thanks for the show, before petting and scratching the purring dragon, who had shrunk down to his normal size again. The Asgard in attendance, which to the younger Harry's eyes seemed to be all of them, continued cheering and looking at him in amazement, while the older Harry smiled from ear to ear. He was finally not the center of attention anymore. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen, Tony said. To not only ride a dragon, but to become one? That's crazy. No chance Morgan gets the keys to that car until she's an adult. Such strength. Odin murmured. You may not be an enchanter like my youngest, but you are a mighty wizard indeed. How is that not enchantment? Tony asked. Technically, it's just a part of the dragon's natural state. The younger Harry said. The mind is designed to want to merge with someone. The dragon bonds with the person who it was created for, but it also has some intelligence and can refuse an order if asked to do something that his bonded knows is wrong. I read as much in the book, Odin said, nodding. I think I understand better now why so many precautions were taken with your original design. I think I'll add some precautions of my own, but we'll discuss that later, he said. He'd be ensuring that the dragon mind he designs understands both duty and honor, while he leads his young charge down a path of righteousness, with just a pinch of mischief, so as to ensure he didn't become a bore to the child. Harry Black, a deep voice said, from their right. It was King Eitri. I can see you are a wise and inventive man, not that I would expect anything less from the man who is a counterpart to our friend, King Harry Potter Odinson. The question is now, can you design such things for one as large as myself? The younger Harry chuckled at that. Size does not matter when it comes to magic, King Eitri. It is only the heart and mind that matters, he said. Well said. Dietary agreed. I will give you what I was asked, but in return, he said leadingly, I'll build you a dragon. The younger Harry allowed. But only if you treat it as a member of your own family and care for it, while never trying to unveil its secrets, under penalty that its secrets will be lost to you. Is that an acceptable bargain? He asked. Dietary nodded his head. I'll guard your secret and such a life, as if it were my own. He swore. Good. The younger Harry said, with a nod of his own. King Odin will be the one to design its mind and imbue it with his strength. I believe that is fair. Indeed, Odin said. Dietary has been a worthy king and ally, and I would be delighted to give you a dragon worthy of the Dwarven King. Seriously? Hermione asked when they were back in the sphere. At first you were being manipulated into giving them the secret of the dragons, and now they ask you to make more. I agree with Hermione, Daphne said. You should have simply let them do this later on their own, when they had the process down. Relax, ladies, Harry said with a smirk. Dietary is the one with the metal. I'll simply ask him to make the design himself. Chances are, the dwarves will have the body crafted before the week is up. They're master crafters after all. There's more going on here than you're telling us. Fleur said, having picked up on a certain tone in Harry's voice. What aren't you telling us? Harry couldn't hide the vindictive smirk he had on his face. The dwarves are apparently the only race capable of working you in this world. If anyone wants another, they'll need to ask the dwarves to make them. He finished with a chuckle. You did that on purpose, Hermione said in realization. Jarvis for the brain, Tony for security, your counterpart for his enchanting, Odin for the intelligence and functionality, and the dwarves for the body. Luna summed up with a bright smile. You really should have been in Slytherin, Pansy said, as she smiled at Harry as well. The best part is that it will all be protected by contract. Harry confirmed. With these precautions, this won't be able to spread beyond the people that we've learned we can trust. Harry? Fleur asked, as she bit her lip and beckoned to him. She was suddenly very turned on. The others weren't far behind. Just remember that we're working with really smart people. Hermione reminded Harry, as she led him to their room. You realize that he's using us all for different parts of these things, right? Tony asked Harry and Jarvis, who were sitting by his bar in the penthouse, when Tony had insisted that they join him. Of course. Jarvis said. Well, it's what we do, isn't it? Harry asked with a shrug. The next week was spent doing what Harry loved most besides his wives, that is, he was doing research. Jarvis had quickly pulled out an armada of automated devices, which tested the small sample of Unity crystal the younger Harry had brought. It was a very interesting crystalline structure that changed based on what input it was given, changing on a molecular level with the slightest input. Jarvis now understood why he'd been so smug about this stuff. The potential for data storage and its capacity were insane. He doubted that there could be a more efficient way even. While he'd have liked to study it further, there was a priority on replicating the stuff, and the Harry with him didn't have the nifty duplication skill that his counterpart had. Jarvis understood why it was protected information though. With this stuff, if you used it correctly, you could potentially store all the data on the internet on a piece no bigger than your hand, with access speeds never before heard of. It would be something he'd love to study once this Harry had finished the product they were making it for. It took them a few days of testing, before it became clear that some sort of mineral that they did not have on hand was intrinsically part of the crystal structure. And it was not something Jarvis had a record of. Try this, Harry said, pulling out a cube of metal from an inner pocket, where he'd retrieved it from his comms storage. What is it? Jarvis asked. Trinium, Harry said. It's 100 times stronger and lighter than steel. It's very rare, even in my universe, but I've found that it is like putty to magical manipulation. Something tells me that it might be what you're looking for. Jarvis loaded the cube into a device and scanned it. This will take some time. The molecular structure is very dense. Would it help if I gave you a thin slice of the stuff? Harry asked. Maybe, Jarvis said, uncertainly. Give it here, Harry said. He took the cube and deconstructed the very familiar molecular structure before making the thinnest layer he could. Now that I think about it, I actually know the molecular structure of this. He admitted as he created an illusion of the molecule. The Asgard had first introduced him to the structure when they showed him the metal. Jarvis looked at the structure and nodded. That's definitely what's missing, he said. You can just manipulate it that easily? It's a trick I picked up a while back. Harry admitted with a smile. So the missing ingredient was trinium? Why didn't we ever figure that out? Our labs have all the tools and even some you don't have. My systems are enhanced through magical means unique to this lab. Jarvis said. I designed most of it myself. You and Pike would get along like a house on fire. Harry said, with a shake of his head and a smile for the android. You said the same thing about Dr. Pike and Tony. Jarvis pointed out. Makes sense, doesn't it? Harry said. Fair enough. Jarvis said. So, if you can manipulate molecular structures using only magic, do you think? He trailed off as Harry focused on the elements that they had gathered to try and replicate the Unity Crystal. Bring up the completed structure on the screen for me, please? Harry asked, as the minerals and substances started turning into dust and hanging in the air. Jarvis quickly brought up the display with the new element included, highlighting 2 points in the molecular structure, which would be the starting point for building the complete structure. You'll need to ensure these two bond with hydrogen first, and then the silicone goes there before adding the trinium. Jarvis said, since he could not see what the molecules that were hanging in the air were doing. Got you, Harry said as he did as indicated. It took a lot of patience and precision, perfectly visualizing every step, but in the end he had a small sliver of the stuff. Wow, that's hard to make this way, he admitted. Let me get some help. He added, as his other instances excused themselves from his wives, to quickly come help. Soon there was an entire team of Harrys all focusing on a small part of the whole, and the process sped up exponentially, until they had a cubic meter of the stuff half an hour later. The other Harrys vanished, before the one that had been there from the start turned to Jarvis and said, now that's how you make Unity Crystal. It's slightly more translucent than the original. Jarvis noted, probably because there are less impurities, Harry offered. He made crystalline structures often enough to know that there are always differences in the hues of crystal created. They were in a completely clean environment at the moment, so it was likely. The original crystals also formed on the surface of a desert planet with strange yellow sand, and the dragon crystals back home had started changing color as the dragon's personalities developed. Can you please remove a bit for me to check? Jarvis asked anyway. What he'd just seen stunned even him. This Harry could make anything with his skills. He now understood how he likely manipulated URU. If he could disassemble things on a molecular level, he could likely create the dragon's base form simply with his own power, never needing any long processes like smelting and tempering. Harry complied, and Jarvis quickly confirmed that they had indeed created artificial Unity Crystal. Could I persuade you to leave me with some of that? Jarvis asked hopefully. Half of that is yours, Jarvis. Harry said, I'm just going to mold them into the correct shapes for you to use. Mine? Jarvis asked. He'd think that Harry would be loath to leave him with any. You helped me make this, Harry said. We worked together. Half of the profit is yours. Jarvis said. Thank you, don't mention it, Harry said, before he smirked to the android. To anyone, he added. Of course, Jarvis said. That made more sense. He could have it and study it and even use it, but he was not allowed to spread knowledge of it. You are a shrewd man, but it's probably a good idea. Hey, if you can find trinium in this universe, feel free to do with it what you will, but the Unity Crystal is our secret. Harry said, referring to their contract. And if I use this knowledge to make something similar? Jarvis asked. Now you're thinking. Harry congratulated. Jarvis nodded in understanding, a small smile on his face. Harry was just encouraging him to become more successful, to learn and expand his knowledge. And who knows, maybe one day you'll come up with something like my Flux Diamond hard drives, he said with an impish grin, before he started separating the Unity crystals into cubes all of a similar size to the ones he'd used for his original dragons, storing half away in his comm storage. Jarvis did not respond to that. Diamonds. Huh? That had potential. with a bit of magic. Tony's way of connecting places with a tiny portal made by runes had some possibilities that Harry thought might work, but he wanted something more specialized, saying that the design to protect his runes was inspired, but opening a physical portal into and out of the dragons was not something Harry wanted. Tony was frustrated, because Harry had apparently scanned some of his magical technology and had found the runes almost instantly and projected them as an illusion, for all the world to see. Well, he did it in his lab, but still. He'd quickly deconstructed the runes and used Hermione's comm to access his personal database of runes and rune schemas. Using some of Dr. Pike's work and some of his own, he'd quickly created a subspace connection, using Asgard-inspired communications to create a stable, dimensional pathway, which would work in a similar way to Tony's portals, except there would be nothing physical moving through it. Rather, it would communicate using something Harry apparently used often to control constructed bodies. Seriously? Tony asked, once he saw the completed devices, which were both as big as his hands. They looked like shiny metal balls. You used the technology of aliens, a mad mechanic, and something you used to do mind melding with constructs you can make to keep yourself alive when you experiment on other crazy projects, and just combined all that with one of my greatest achievements? All in under 3 hours. Jealous? Harry asked smugly. Screw you. Tony said exasperatedly. No, seriously, what's subspace? He asked then. The dimension through which apparition goes. Harry said. His Hermione just shook her head, a small smile on her face. He had told Tony all that on purpose. He'd never get all the answers, but he'd have a million questions. The local Hermione was just looking frustrated. She knew her Harry just as well, and she saw what he was doing. Her problem was that her other self seemed to know the answers as well, and she knew she'd just say, trade secret, or family magic again. Dimension? Tony asked. I thought it was a wormhole. A hole implies that it does through something, doesn't it? Harry asked. You're a sadist. The local Hermione stated. No, Tony asked what I'd done. Harry said. I told him. The local Hermione took a deep breath as if steadying herself, before trying again. You're making us both insane with curiosity, knowing you won't tell us anything useful, she said. Sadist.
No.
The new Hermione said. He's encouraging you to discover things for yourself. Harry didn't have these answers when he started out. He only had examples of things, and then he worked out his own way to do them. The fact that he mentioned every step along the way means that you can work on your own version. It's more than he gives most people. You just had to spoil it for me, didn't you? Harry asked. My other self was going to pop a vein. His Hermione said. You have no idea how frustrating it was to hear you say, trade secret or family magic all the time. All I had to keep myself from going insane was knowing you'd be telling me eventually. They don't have that option, she said, before leaning in and hugging him. But I'm sorry I spoiled your fun anyway, she added. Forgiven, Harry said instantly, a soft smile on his face for her. But we still don't have enough to start on, Tony said, seeming to have gained some control over himself. He loved a challenge, but he didn't know where to even start on this. Actually, he probably could start on examining this subspace. You know what, never mind. I think I'll be able to convince Harry to help me on this. So keep your damn secrets. I'll just invent something better. Exactly, Harry said. Finally he gets it. Damn it, man. I'd heard you were a genius inventor mechanic. I was starting to think I'd have to spoon-feed it to you. What does Harry usually say? Tony asked the local Hermione. Bugger off? She offered. Yeah, bugger off. Tony said. You made your point. You guys are getting along well. Harry said. How long have you been working together? A year for me. Hermione said. Couple more for me. Tony said. It's a long story. Harry brought you here after he went back? Harry asked, instantly connecting the dots. He summoned your spirit? He asked Hermione. I still don't understand that. The local Hermione said, even as Tony looked at Harry suspiciously. How had he figured that out so quickly? Odin had been studying the booklet for a few days, when he tracked one of the younger Harry's instances down, watching Susan and Hela spar. Hela and she were both using lightsabers. Hela was using Harry's, and she'd already told him he wasn't getting it back. She'd fallen for the magical blade and would not be returning it. Harry was still contemplating simply vanishing it or hitting it with more security magics so that it would at least be safe from people prying the secrets out of it. On one hand, he'd normally not consider it. On the other, Tony would likely go crazy knowing the goddess of death had something he wanted so badly. He didn't know why he liked riling the man up, but it was just so satisfying seeing him get frustrated at every other thing he did. On the other hand, it had been his first lightsaber. It was sentimental. Maybe he'd just make her another one, in green, so that it suited her normal coloring. "Ah, there you are," Odin said as he stopped next to him. "Lord Odin," Harry said respectfully. "Please call me Odin." Odin said, "You are as good as family, and your arrival has brought so much joy to my son and his friends, even if Tony Stark seems to be struggling to contain himself around you most of the time. We're alike," Harry said simply. "I just had different tools to play with as a kid, and it drives him nuts not knowing the things I do." "You also like antagonizing him," Odin said. "Hey, it's not my fault he doesn't enjoy a challenge as much as I do." Harry defended himself. "That suit of his has been bubbling in my brain since I first saw it, but I don't want him to tell me how he made it. I'll be inventing my own. It's going to be great fun." Odin chuckled at that. "Well, at least it will serve as a lesson to him. He may be a vast intellect, but he's not alone in the world, and he won't always get things easily because he is rich and famous." "Let's not talk about my ongoing game with Tony Stark," Harry said. "He's already been informed of his limitations and will be striving to overcome them." "Can I help you with something?" he asked, changing the topic. "Indeed," Odin said. "I just wanted some clarity on the sequence of the ritual here," he said, pulling out the booklet and pointing to a section. "It seems counterintuitive." "Oh yes," Harry said with a smile. "I got stuck on that part too. It has to do with the nature of this specific kind of magic. While the focus is on creating a living intelligence, what I've left out there is the connection to a living moving body." He turned the page a few times and pointed at something. "See here, I added this section to the last part so that you can specify the body after the mind and personality has already been created. It also allows for any extra feature you want to add, like fire breath, for example." Odin looked over the section, and, with the ring helping him connect the dots more quickly, a look of understanding appeared on his face. "Oh yes, now I see it. Quite ingenious how you worked it out by changing the ritual at that juncture." "Thanks, Odin," Harry said. "I was pretty excited to figure that part out myself," he admitted. "Before that, the ritual needed to be performed on the whole body with the mind inside it. Knowing what I could move to the end meant that I could create the body and just link the functions to the new mind's subconscious. It should feel instinctual to the dragon, after all. I tried for a natural feel to the whole thing, and with this, I'm certain it did just that," Odin said, smiling at the young man. "Are you sure you don't want to stay? There's place in my family for another son," he offered. "Wow, that's an awesome offer," Harry said with wide eyes. "If I wasn't so happy with my life and family, I might have taken you up on that. Unfortunately, I have to decline. I know where my place is, and while this has been an experience, I've got more work to do back home." Odin smiled at the man before him. "You should stop hiding that heart of yours behind your intelligence. It's big, and just as mighty as our own Harry's. On the other hand, I'll definitely be coming back if I can," Harry said, then, after clearing his throat. "So give it a few years, my time, and I'll likely be a constant visitor. Then I'll bring some of my friends. You'll love Neville. So will the nymphs." He chuckled at that thought. "Neville?" Odin asked. "Harry told me of him once. He told me that he's a good man, a good leader, even if it took him a while to find his confidence. In my world, Neville took to life as a Jedi and he's made friends with aliens that have power over and through nature," Harry said with a fond smile. "They basically adopted him and he's so in tune with anything green, the nymphs here would likely abduct him, to wherever they disappear off to." "They would not," Odin disagreed. "It's protected by magics to protect something special that the nymphs guard. If he's so in tune with nature, though, they might decide he's good enough to keep. They'll have to get past Hannah first," Harry said. "She's his wife, and they are still as in love as they were in Hogwarts. My wife would likely love to meet them then," Odin said. "She adores seeing such strong connections and meeting people who carry it around like a banner." Odin looked down at the book again. Well, don't let me distract you too much longer. Hela is about to win, and you'll likely want to spend some time healing your Susan. Sure enough, the still ongoing sparring match soon came to an end, and Susan was knocked back by a blow to her torso from the point of the red lightsaber. Harry quickly went to her side, even as Hela deactivated the blade and pocketed it, looking defiantly at Harry. I'll make you another one, Harry said. That one has sentimental value. Hela looked at Harry for a second, before producing the weapon and tossing it to him. Make it longer, she said. And green, yeah, I get it, Harry said, as he finished healing his wife. All 3 settings, I take it? He asked. Please, Hela said, a small smirk on her face. Any particular shape? Harry asked. You can do that? Hela asked, not having realized. Takes a bit of work for more exotic types, but I've got an idea about a few things I could do to achieve it. Harry admitted. You never offered to make me a specialized lightsaber. Susan pointed out. Well, she's basically my sister, isn't she? Harry asked. I'll be protecting the hell out of it to keep its secrets, but I don't see why I couldn't make an exception. Susan narrowed her eyes at Harry, before he winked at her. You're playing again? She whispered, before her own smile came back. Fine, she said aloud, sighing a long-suffering sigh. She turned to Hela then. Thank you for the match. I leaned a lot. You learn quickly for a mortal, Hela said. It's probably a good thing. Your husband likely needs a strong woman in his life. She finished, before turning and leaving, while conjuring a sword in her hand and throwing it into the ground before Harry. Like that, she called over her shoulder. It was a pretty thing with a pointed front like an arrow, but then it broadened abruptly into a broader blade with a gap in the middle and hooked edges between the guard and the broadened part. I'd hate to get stuck by that, Susan said. Also, I want one. One of the Harrys had requested an audience with Eitri of the Sky, and Heimdall, the ever-watchful voyeur that he was, opened a portal to an audience chamber with the Dwarven King for him 10 minutes later. Harry Black. Eitri greeted. King Eitri. Harry said respectfully. What brings you to Nidavellir? He asked. It is a matter of your request, King Eitri. Harry said. My price. Eitri corrected. Though honesty compels me to admit that I feared you might decide to find our metal elsewhere. You are of another world, and have knowledge of you, and may know of places and ways to find it that we do not. I simply could not resist the call of the dragon. There are other reasons for my easy acceptance. Harry said. I've blinded Heimdall from seeing into this chamber for a while so that I can talk to you honestly. There were other reasons? Eitri asked. Harry walked to a chair and asked. May I? Eitri nodded and Harry sat down, before creating an illusion of himself at the same size as the dwarf. I like looking people in the eye. Eitri looked at this Harry, who seemed capable of just anything at this moment, before nodding. I can respect that, he allowed. While I wouldn't mind supplying my new friends with what we call Naquata, I saw an opportunity in agreeing with you on this. Harry started. You are currently the only ones who can produce the metal, and I'd like to keep it that way. If you can continue to be careful with who you supply the metal to, I will sleep easy knowing that not every person that wants one can have such a magical beast. You want us to simply continue holding our resource as precious? Eitri asked. They were never going to empty their stock for people to use as they pleased. You was a dwarven treasure. Basically, yes, Harry said. Besides giving them enough you to create what they will need, I also want to tell you how the dragon's transformation works and work with you to create the first of them, so that you will be invaluable in creating them as I did, from now on. You wish to teach me the secret of the dragon's growth. Transformation? Eitri asked. I think that process is precious to you. It is, Harry admitted. But I've taught only parts of the whole to different people, who signed magical contracts to never reveal my processes. Only when all of you work together can you create one such beast. Eitri nodded at that. Dwarves often used a similar methodology, to make something stronger than the last by combining hidden techniques from multiple people. I see the wisdom in this action, he said. When would you want to start? Eitri asked. I can show you now, Harry said, as a chunk of metal appeared before them. This is a metal you are likely unfamiliar with. It's called trinium where I'm from, It's one of the rarest metals I've come across over our entire galaxy. Eitree's eyes had locked on the cube in front of him. It was small, but he inspected it closely with his magic. I've not felt its like before, he confirmed curiously. May I inspect it? He asked. Go ahead, but know that I will not part with it. Harry warned. I'll be using that for my explanation, since it responds well to reshaping by magical means and it's quite durable. Eitree picked up the cube with a delicate touch Harry had not expected, but should have of the king of a race of master smiths. He ran his fingers along the metal as his specialized magical senses resonated within the cube. It responds so easily to magic, as if it wants to be clay in my hands, but it also holds potential. Cannot contain magic, however, not like you are you. But this could be used to create something more, he continued. He kept his senses on the trinium for a full minute more, before his eyes shot open. This could be bonded with you are you. It's like it exists for that purpose, and that's the reason I cannot share it. Harry said, what you've just discovered is just one part out of 3, which, when combined, makes the toughest metal I've ever come across. Mjolnir could not scratch my ship. Urbane barely did that, but then my counterpart made Urbane and he's very powerful. Eitree looked torn. You deal a dwarf a harsh blow by showing me this and refusing me to keep it. He finally said, that is not my intent. Harry said, now that you know it is possible, I have no doubt that you will find a way to produce it, or find it, giving the dwarves one more treasure that they can claim sole ownership of. Eitree looked at Harry through narrowed eyes, before his eyes brightened. I will find a way and I will see this done. He swore. Good. Harry said. Now let's get started. He said, as he produced a contract in Eitree's size. Over the next hour, Harry shaped the cube of metal into different shapes, explaining how both dragon forms were connected and resided in each other. Eitree was astounded with the techniques he was being taught. The magical imprint of the smaller dragon needed to be sculpted beforehand and connected to the larger one, before the larger one was even formed, but both would reside in the same space, through a form of memory imparted by the creation process. Eitree drank the instructions up, and Harry even demonstrated by using a piece of URU, that Eitree insisted he used to make an example. He was similarly astounded when Harry manipulated the metal right before his eyes, though it was much slower than the trinium, which changed like soft clay at Harry's magical direction. By the time the instruction was over, Eitree knew enough to start planning his own dragon, accepting that Harry would likely not be around to see his creation draw its first breath. He was planning on putting a dwarven spin to it, though, by making his function on the solar energies that they extracted from their star. He couldn't know that they'd been working with raw magic along with the other energies all along, since it was a commonly accepted fact that it was solar energies and heat. Harry offered to ward a room for Eitree to do his work in, but the dwarf laughed and told him that they had places where such secrets could be kept. Asgard didn't know how to produce URU after all. By the time Harry left, Eitree was already planning on finding a way to reproduce trinium and, one day, giving his dragon some really awesome armor. With the connections, the mind, the brain, and the form all sorted, all the Harrys continued taking it easy on New Atlantis, often in the company of those they had recently worked with. Tony was almost a constant on the island, as he tried to trick Harry into giving him more clues of how he did some of the things he did, or where he started out on them. Harry didn't mind telling him the stories, since many of them led to more subjects that just ended up frustrating Tony all over again, with more trade secrets. The Vila and Nymphs had all, in some way or form, thanked Harry for the magic he had taught the local Harry and Charlie. They all had a certain glow to them, which Harry usually saw on his girls after a long night of intense passion. No doubt the new hex had been making the rounds. Even Charlie showed up to thank Harry. He seemed more rested than Harry had seen him since coming to the island. Charlie then proceeded to berate him for making his counterpart a black dragon and not him. It was mostly said in jest, but Harry could detect a real longing in the man's words. Maybe one day he'd bring his Charlie and Spike here, or perhaps the other way around. By the time the week had ended, Harry had helped Eitree create the first dragon, and Odin finally decided he was ready to attempt the ritual. Harry went with him to New Asgard, where a private room was warded for security and to protect from any observation, even from Heimdall. The ritual was an involved thing, and Odin had added some of the Asgardian intent-based magic to add a feature or two for the mind they were shaping, while Harry had produced the Unity Crystal and showed Odin how to make it the focal point of the ritual. Odin now understood the reason why the mind was kept separate and secure, but also why it needed to be made in the specific way it was. When he was done, Harry shocked the old man by pulling out his comm and producing a small dragon, about the size of his palm, and connected the crystal in a temporary configuration, so that they could see the personality at work. He placed the sculpture in Odin's hand. The tiny dragon was modeled after the smaller form of the other dragons Harry had made, but had no gem in its chest and couldn't grow. It appeared to be asleep, until Harry channeled a bit of magic into the silvery body, which changed color to a completely black form, with its scales softening as the dragon lifted its head and yawned. "Hello there, little one," Odin said with a soft smile, when the little dragon looked up at him with bright yellow eyes. It shook its head adorably, as if shaking its sleep away, and its tail actually wagged once as its ears perked up. "You will make my grandson very happy," Odin said to the little creature, even as he ran his own magical senses over the chubby little thing, while he stroked its small form and the creature purred contentedly. Odin looked up at Harry. "It seems to have worked. I don't sense anything other than what I intended in it, and the instinctual connections for the natural abilities and powers are all there and waiting." "Awesome," Harry said, as he cupped his hands and took the little dragon from Odin, who reluctantly allowed it. "Then all we need is to do is get you a real body and let you meet your new best friend," he said down at the little dragon, who nodded emphatically. "But for now, go to sleep," he said, and the dragon instantly curled up again and dozed off, slowly turning into shiny metal again. "It's a command connected to that specific form?" Odin asked. The dragon had more magic and should have been active a while longer, but the moment this Harry told the creature to sleep, it had instantly obeyed and all the extra magic was channeled into another function. "It's your new test unit," Harry agreed. "You want to always confirm that the personality you created is what you set out to create and that everything is in place. The sleep function also channels my protections into the mind, so that it remains secure, and will apply the same to the body once connected. You surprised me by how quickly you confirmed everything, though." "It's mine?" Odin asked. Perhaps he could persuade this Harry to give him another crystal, to make himself a new companion. Frigga would find the little dragon adorable. He could still use it to test new personalities he crafted. "My own enchantments allowed me to inspect the mind more easily," he added. It just made sense to add protections that nobody could counter, so he didn't question that. "I wouldn't leave you without a proper way to test and protect your creations," Harry said easily, not having been surprised that Odin had added his own magical spin. He'd mentioned that he would, after all. "If you want to give him a personality, in the meanwhile, you'll need to ask Jarvis for more of this crystal, though. He's the only one that knows how to make them, and he doesn't have part of what he needed to make more than the initial batch." Odin looked at this Harry speculatively. "You gave him the knowledge, but not the means, on purpose, so that he could attempt to understand and replicate the crystal using other means." "I have to protect my interests, but I like Jarvis," Harry confirmed. "He's a really nice guy. Smart too. If he figures the challenge I left him without, he'll be able to come up with some interesting things. I personally created a few different ways of storing such personalities. Some of them are even unchanging to keep their priorities set for as long as they exist. One of them protects one of my most dangerous secrets, which other people use regularly, making the perfect, unchanging guardian, free from influence," Odin said with a nod. "Very well done." He looked at Harry then, with a twinkle in his eye. "You are a worthy brother to our Harry. Were you not likely more powerful than I'd have given you the blessing of Asgard, for the joy you've bestowed upon this family. Hela showed me the sword you crafted for her. I fear she might be itching to test it in battle soon." Harry had used a new configuration for the runes, which projected the lightsaber into the same shape as a small model which could be placed in the pommel. Hela even knew how to replace it, if she ever wanted to use a new form for her lightsaber. With her conjurations, she could even do so while the blade was in her hand and active, though it would likely take practice. It even had training and staff settings so that it could be insubstantial or blunted for sparring. Harry had just added one extra feature. Duplication magic would not work on this unit, besides copying the external structure. After seeing his counterpart's ability to copy things, he'd applied that to his other items too. Yeah, well, Harry said, kind of touched by the sentiment. She's kinda my big sister, so I couldn't very well say no to her. I know your real scheme there, Odin said, the twinkle never leaving his eyes, even as Harry handed the disconnected tiny metal dragon form over to him again. Friend Tony will likely be bothering our Harry with a request to emulate some of the effects, once he's found the runes for such a weapon. You're no slouch yourself, Harry said. I've seen the mirth in your eyes as you watch Tony asking questions, which, with your innate magics, you already know the answers to. You don't speak up either. Odin just continued smiling, as a look of mischief crossed his aged face. Well, he's my son's best friend. It wouldn't do to spoil his fun, he said unrepentantly. They both just smirked at that for a moment, before Harry broke the silence again. So, I believe the first mind is done. I'll ask you to keep it until tomorrow, so that I can confirm everything my older twin has done to the dragon, which I delivered to him yesterday. I've asked him to set up the safe location for the mind and another part of the connection, which we don't actually put in the dragon, for security purposes. Your secrets are safe with those you have shared them with, Odin said. Don't think I didn't notice you sharing the information with care and wise intent. You think they noticed? Harry asked. There is no chance they haven't, Odin agreed. But they will likely also understand the need. This is a great work, and you are just protecting your most valuable secrets. Oh no, Harry said. My most valuable secrets are far more dangerous than the dragon's. Truly? Odin asked. Yes, Harry said seriously. Some of the things I know could be misused very badly. Some of them not even my wives know everything about. Odin just nodded at that. He understood how easily power corrupted. It seemed that this Harry was just as wise as his youngest. The local Harry had enlarged the small dragon, still in its metal form, so that he could more easily access the locations he intended to add powers. He'd given Eitri models for what he wanted for James. His younger counterpart had told him how he made his dragons fly faster and what he had done. For the sake of not being outdone, he'd taken things further. This dragon would be a piece of art when he was awakened. So, are you almost ready? The younger asked as he joined him, which should be impossible, since he was at his workshop. I shouldn't be surprised that you somehow circumvented my Fidelius, he told his younger self. I didn't, the younger Harry said. I just came back. So, you've got that house elf trick figured out? The older Harry asked. Something like that, the younger said with a smirk. So, have you got everything sorted? He asked, indicating the enlarged dragon sculpture, standard fire breath, and a link for bonding the dragon to James. The older Harry said, maybe another trick or two, for if it ever becomes necessary. He admitted, he'd added an ability for the dragon to create a stasis field, should James ever be injured, and also an automatic recall so that the dragon could bring him home. He'd learned from his experience with Amora. There would be no way to interrupt the dragon from appearing by his side, should he ever be taken. I'm seeing some interesting magics here, the younger Harry said. Something like your dilation, maybe. No, this is in reverse. This is your version of stasis? Oh yes, I see how that would work. Nice, he said in realization. This link, though, I have no idea how that would function. You should be able to integrate it with the dragon's instincts well enough, though. Just make sure it has the function tested. You need to ensure the dragon knows how it's supposed to work. I've used it before, the older Harry said, not shocked that his younger self had figured out the stasis. He'd shown his ability to learn and intuit things a few times by that point. It becomes natural very quickly, keeps the connected people aware of each other's emotional state, and allows for one to ask the other to come to them. Natasha still had her link to Harry, and she often used it to have Harry apparate her to his side. Okay, the younger said. I'm thinking this all looks good. You ready to finish this project? Can't wait, the older Harry said. You do know that I'll be trying to figure everything in this out at some point, right? Be my guest, the younger Harry said. Just be careful not to go into too dark a territory with this. What do you mean? The older Harry said. This isn't dark magic, right? The younger Harry sighed. He'd have to do something unsavory to ensure his older self didn't do something he'd regret. Give me an hour to set something up. If you're really interested in this, you need to learn this lesson right. I'd rather you don't mess with things you don't fully understand. You're not going to do something you're going to regret, are you? The older Harry asked. The younger Harry just sent him a look and walked off to one of the other rooms, shutting the door behind himself, as another instance of his went to warn Natasha, to ensure there were no interruptions. An hour later, the door opened and he called his older self over. What did you do? The older Harry asked. Just go in there and speak to her, he said. You brought someone here? The older Harry asked, incredulously. The younger Harry just pointed at the door and stood there. He did not like the look on his face. His younger counterpart seemed worried, nervous. The older Harry nervously walked into the room to find a crystal ball, slightly glowing, with no indication that there was anyone else there. Hello? He asked. Oh, is someone there? A voice asked from the crystal ball. It's so dark here. Hi. The voice of what sounded like a girl in her late teens said. She sounded scared. The older Harry said, again. Who are you? He asked. I don't really know. The voice said. This is the first time I'm speaking to someone. Do you know where we are? You're in my workshop. Harry said.
I'm Harry. Harry.
The voice said excitedly. I don't have a name, I don't think. You could give me one? I'd love to have a name. Harry said, not knowing what to think of the request. He looked back to the door, only to find that he didn't know where the door was. Fidelius, most likely. You don't have to. The voice said, a slight tone of panic in her voice at his delay. Please, can you just talk to me for a bit? It really is dark here. Do you normally work in such dark places?
No.
Harry said. There's light here. Can't you see? He asked. I must not have eyes then. The voice said sadly. It's okay. I suppose I don't need eyes, as long as I have company. She said. So what do? I do many things. Harry said. Mostly I make magic things for people. The girl sounded so sad. In that moment, Harry just wanted to comfort her. Oh, does that mean you made me? The voice asked. Are you going to give me a way to see at some point? I'd really like to see you. No. Sorry. Harry said. Someone else made you. I don't know how he did that. He was telling me something about learning about how he did that, and then he showed me in here. So, I'm just an example? She asked sadly. Does that mean I'll not get to live? She asked. Harry wanted to kick himself. That had been very insensitive. This person sounded so real. There was real sadness in her voice and he didn't like what he was feeling. I don't know. Harry admitted. I'm really sorry.
No.
It's okay. The voice said quickly. Harry could hear she was forcing herself to sound cheerful. I'm not sad. Please, just tell me about yourself. I'd like to enjoy the time I have, if I'm just an example. Can you do that? Of course. Harry said. What would you like to know? Harry spent the next 10 minutes chatting to the voice while trying to calm her down. By the end, the responses were coming back more slowly, and then they stopped before the light in the crystal ball faded to nothing. Crystal? Harry asked. He'd given her the name so that he could refer to her. It wasn't very imaginative, but she sounded so happy at receiving a name, any name, that he couldn't help the smile her happy response had brought to him. Crystal, are you still there? She's not going to answer you. The younger Harry said, as he walked into the room, which suddenly had a door again. What happened to her? The older Harry asked. He remembered similar words being spoken by Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. Hell, they both did. She's gone. The younger Harry said sadly. You're a really good guy, you know that? What do you mean she's gone? The older Harry asked, a light flashing in his eyes, as his fear and anger built. That's what happens when you experiment with this magic. The younger Harry said. What happened to Crystal? The older Harry demanded. I told you. The younger Harry said. She's gone. She never existed. No. The older Harry exclaimed. She was just here. She was alive. She was afraid. I know. The younger Harry said sadly. But she was never alone. You gave her existence meaning, for as long as she existed. The older Harry's eyes had started glowing solidly. Tell me what you did, he demanded softly. When I found this magic, it was in a book of darkest magics. The younger Harry said, softly, as he walked up to the crystal and put a hand softly on it. Do you now know why it was considered dark magic? He asked. The older Harry was starting to realize what was going on. No. He almost pleaded, shaking his head. Don't tell me. Life created this way, intelligent, self-aware life, was always temporary. Those who used it did so knowing that they would be creating something that could be self-aware. They used this to play and experiment, to feel like gods, creating life that they could simply leave to snuff out. Life that needed them to survive, no matter how they felt about the dependence. The younger confirmed his fear. That's what Odin's job is. He's the only one that knows how to ensure this never gets abused, that it never goes too far. But she was a real person, Harry said angrily again. The poor girl had wanted to live, to see, to know him. Why did you do this? He demanded. Because without it, you'd one day feel like the monster I just had to be. The younger Harry said. I get that it's exciting to think about, but the consequences of playing with this could very well cost you your soul. The older Harry rushed at the younger, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. You fix this right now, he demanded. What do you want me to say? The younger Harry asked. I knew what I was doing, he exploded then. Do you think I enjoyed this? Do you think for 1 second I won't remember Crystal for the rest of my life? He demanded, as he looked his older self in the eyes. This is the consequences of learning this lesson. This is what I needed to show you, to ensure you don't fuck with stuff you don't understand. Seeing the anger and sadness in his younger self's eyes finally broke him from his own anger, and a great sadness overcame him as he set his younger self down. How much pain would this have caused him, if he'd needed to do something like this, to ensure someone didn't go about creating something that could feel like Crystal did? You created her knowing she would not survive? Knowing she was real but never able to live a full life? Actually, no. The younger Harry said, as he took a step back, seeing that his other self was starting to understand. But before I give you any sort of good news, do you understand now why I shared the knowledge the way I did? The older Harry suddenly had a small flicker of hope, but understood. I will not play God. I think I see what this was supposed to teach me. He took a deep breath, calming himself. You were right to make me aware of the consequences here. Now tell me that Crystal is going to be okay. Please? He begged again. The younger Harry reached into a pocket and removed a unity crystal. This is Crystal's mind, he started. But the crystal vanished from his hand and the older Harry instantly shoved it into his storage. Be careful. Unity crystal is very sensitive. He sighed then. I was going to give her to you. He added. I don't care. The older Harry said. She's my friend. I'll make sure she gets the body she deserves. Like I said, you're a really good guy. The younger Harry said. You suspected, I think, from the start that she was not made to last because I created her to want more out of life, but you still kept her company. You still gave her your friendship and shared your heart with her. He sighed, before he got a hard cast to his eyes. I would never, and I mean never, create a life which is self-aware, and not ensure that it can live. You are not a nice person, the older Harry stated.
No.
The younger Harry said. I'm not an unfeeling monster. I'm not Tom. I knew what I was doing. You needed this lesson because I couldn't give you more information about the actual creation process, wherein I learned the consequences. You're respected among those who know the steps. You can ensure that it is never abused. No, I didn't enjoy this. The older Harry had to concede that he'd made his point, even if it was done in a horribly bad way. Knowing what he did now, though, meant that he would not allow this information to fall into the wrong hands. He'd not be trying to mess with this kind of magic and rather leave it to his father, who he trusted completely. He could see that it wasn't easy for his younger self either. You want me to be the one to ensure this doesn't go any further, he stated, and you'll have this memory to show them. The younger Harry agreed. That's why I had to take it so far. Sighing in final relief, the older Harry nodded. I get it, he said. Just don't teach me any more big lessons. Well, for the pain I caused you, I was going to teach you one more. but this is a good one. The younger Harry said, with a small smile on his face. What did you have in mind? The older Harry asked. Molecular reconfiguration and manipulation. The younger Harry said, pulling out the ring Odin had used to learn the ritual. All in one nifty tool. He added, Harry, Natasha exclaimed, pulling him into a hug, when they reappeared a short while later. He told us that you were being taught an important lesson. He asked me not to interfere. I was wondering why you didn't pull on our connection. The older Harry asked, referring to her ability to apparate to him, if he allowed it. Thank you for that. It was a difficult lesson, but I know a bit more about the magics of the dragon, and why I shouldn't mess around with it. You felt like you were going to kill him, Natasha noted, as Zira joined the hug. She had seen Natasha's expression and had worried with her. Don't think I can, to be honest, the older Harry said. But then it was necessary to learn this particular lesson. Without it, I may have delved into things that could be very dark. Things that may have ended very badly. He reached into a pocket and retrieved a small object. On the bright, I made a new friend, he said, as he opened his hand and a small humanoid sat there.
Surprise.
It said in a familiar, but small voice.
I'm Crystal,
she said excitedly. She was a light-skinned, fairy-sized human, with green eyes and short blonde hair. Harry was not ashamed to admit he'd crafted her form to look like Tinkerbell. Natasha asked. I was an example. But now I'm a person, Crystal said proudly. Fortunately, the younger Harry had made her to be a forgiving, happy sort. I can't wait to meet everyone and to see everything and learn about the island. It sounds wonderful, she exclaimed excitedly. She's a little excitable, the older Harry said with a soft smile. But she's gonna fit right in, I think. The fairies had flown closer to inspect the new addition. The Harrys had offered her a body. After the younger Harry gave her the ability to see, and she'd immediately decided that she'd like to be a fairy. Her wings, unlike theirs, only appeared when she wanted them to save energy. She soon used them to fly up and started chatting to the other fairies, with what looked like sparkling dust flying after her. Fine, so Harry had used not just her appearance as inspiration. She's quick to make friends, Zira noted. Designed that way, the younger Harry said, for the first time. He offered to make her a body with a bit of instruction, he said, pointing at his older self. He'd used a bit of Naquata that he had on him to give his older self the instruction, and he'd used that to construct the body for the new life. He'd already seen how his younger self had created the small human they'd used for the core. He taught you how to make functional humanoid bodies? Natasha asked. That sounded like a very important secret. Well, she's like the dragons, the older Harry said. Her body will look and function like any other humans, but she is also a magical life form, so she'll need magicals around to give her what she needs. And yes, he gave me some really interesting information which will allow me to do some interesting things. Combined with one of his special abilities, he should be able to construct just about anything from anything else. Permanently, the younger Harry said, referring to his permanent conjurations. Just about. The older Harry agreed. He still didn't know how the mines worked or how to construct the dragons or even how the connection process worked, but that wasn't something he was interested in anymore. He could still experiment with bodies, but if he wanted to test them, he'd need Odin and likely Jarvis and Tony just to get everything working. Not knowing what damage he could cause to a personality that he put in a badly created body, however, meant that he'd be damn careful if he ended up doing something like that. You're sure you're okay? Natasha asked, looking him in the eyes. There was still a ghost of sadness in them. The other Harry had said that it would be a difficult lesson. One that would need to leave a mark to ensure it was learned properly. She just hoped that sadness wasn't a permanent mark. I'll be fine, he assured her. Like I said, it was a difficult lesson. I see now that it was necessary and that there really was no other way to learn it correctly. He didn't want me to risk myself. Magic really is a responsibility, not a right, teaching you a painful but valuable lesson, Odin said, as he joined them. While I wish he had shared his plan with me first, I know enough to know why he did it. Even while I don't know what he did, I can guarantee you that there were worse ways to learn it. He said, looking at the streak of what looked like fairy dust as Crystal was led off by the other fairies. It seems that he has taken one of the less scaring routes. The instruction he'd received had many warnings and examples of why this could be very dark magic indeed. The older Harry shuddered at the thought. If Crystal's mind had not been safe, he'd likely feel like he'd just lost a friend. I don't even want to think about it, he admitted. Sorry about that, the younger Harry said. It wasn't the first time. He'd made the personality in such a way that his counterpart had no choice but to almost instantly connect with her. He knew it would work because it would have worked on him. He'd felt every moment of the pain his older counterpart had felt, even as he kept on checking his pocket, to ensure to himself that the Crystal herself, was still there and safe. It was really not an easy thing to do. I told you to stop apologizing, the older Harry said. You definitely did the right thing. I just need a few hours to process it. On the bright side, we're making a dragon tomorrow, the younger Harry pointed out. That did actually help his counterpart a bit. He trusted his father, and his younger/brilliant/scary counterpart had kept an eye on every step, so he knew that there would soon be a new addition to his family. He couldn't wait, and the thought soon brought him out of his funk. The next day, everything was brought together. The older Harry had placed the orb, which would serve as the connection to the actual location where the dragon's mind was kept, inside its body, as instructed, and Odin had overseen the connections, so that he would know how to connect said mind to the crystal he had given a personality to. Then Odin had gone off to the place where the mind was to be kept, backup plan, and finished the connections through the counterpart of the orb, which would be placed in a container along with the mind. There was also a place for a human body, for the day when James was ready to merge with his dragon. When he returned, they all stood around the metallic statue of the dragon, which was about the right size to come to James' middle, standing up, before the older Harry placed James' hand on the statue, to complete the enchantment he'd created for it. James now had a magical core which was necessary for this specific connection, and when his father placed his hand on the dragon and channeled magic through his hand and into the dragon, it slowly started to change. Its metallic gleam disappeared, to reveal soft golden scales. The dragon opened his yellow eyes, blinking them a few times as he saw the people around him and shook his sleepy head once, before he got up on his chubby legs to inspect everyone. This dragon was gold, with black stripes along its sides, running down its length, with a large spot of dark red on its upper back, which narrowed quickly into a stripe that went all the way down its tail, where a secondary set of smaller wings, for finer control, was located. Along the stripe were soft ridges, which would add to that same maneuverability. It had a pale white belly which would be soft and warm to the touch. Its wings, even at this small size, were larger than the younger Harry had made for his. This dragon wasn't made for only power. It was made for speed and flight. When the dragon grew, it would have a very large wingspan, but it would also be able to glide to save energy. The dragon's body would still become large, but its wings would be its prominent feature. James was looking at the creature in interest, while it inspected the people standing around it, until they made eye contact. The small dragon bounced excitedly on its forelegs, before taking a step forward and sniffing its new best friend, and then it started purring as it rubbed its head on his chest, softly. Even as James placed a hand on the cute little dragon's head, with a giggle of delight. He's getting his scent on James, Odin said. An animal instinct should always include such things. He'll be able to find him by scent, as well as with his magical gifts. Have you decided on a name for the little one? Frigga asked. She could tell Harry's magic had worked perfectly. She could feel the connection the two had made. Felt natural, even, like a familiar bond. I was thinking, Spot, the older Harry said, with a bit of mischief on his face. You were not calling a dragon, Spot, Natasha objected. Razor or Fong or Rio maybe, not Spot. Rio? The younger Harry asked. Japanese for excel, exceed or survive. The visiting Hermione said. It's also a common word for dragon. You know Japanese? The local Hermione asked. Learning crystal. The other responded with a shrug. That's not fair. The local Hermione said. You can just learn anything you want and I have to do things the long way. Then design something that helps you learn. The younger Harry said. No doubt Tony and my counterpart already plan on something like that. Rio. The older Harry said, as he watched his son inspecting the new curiosity. I like that, Rio it is then. Odin agreed. He liked it. It was definitely better than Spot. Welcome to the family, Rio, he said. The little dragon looked up at Odin and nodded, with a wag of its tail. Did you just name our dragon? The older Harry asked, having sensed a bit of Asgardian magic activating. You did, Odin said. I just helped him recognize his name. Rio. Baby James exclaimed happily, as he hugged the small dragon around the neck, with Natasha assisting him to stand. Wow, that was quick. The older Harry said. Fine then, Rio it is. I can't believe it. That's his first word too. He was only slightly disappointed, since he'd hoped for Mama or Papa. You do know he's just repeating the easiest word. The younger Harry said. Don't spoil this? Pansy interrupted him. You've got a smart kid. Tony said, actually impressed. Babies usually only start speaking at around a year old, maybe a year and a half. He turned to Harry. He's probably going to be smarter than you. I can only hope. The older Harry said, smiling down at his son, who was leaning on his dragon, who had no issue helping James stay balanced. He couldn't walk yet, but he could stand. Assisted. Got the recording? The younger Harry asked Luna. Of course. Luna said, cool. The younger said, we'll just convert it to something simpler for them before we leave. Do you have to sound so condescending? Tony asked. You do realize that we've got access to advanced alien technology too, right? We've not met an alien race that has our data storage capabilities. The younger Harry countered. Who could compete with what you've shown me? Jarvis asked. With what he'd seen, it was likely that the Unity Crystal was the most advanced and adaptive storage medium that anyone could invent. Even if the younger Harry didn't use it for data, it was still unlikely that anyone could go further, except perhaps for Dr. Hank Pym, but then he used shrinking tech, which changed the rules all over again. He didn't know that Harry could actually store much more with his blue diamonds, using the magic he'd invented for the learning crystals. It could contain information stored by magical means, which had infinitely more space due to the fact that magic wasn't as limited as physical changes to store data. Not many, the younger Harry admitted. I think that you'll find a way, though, he said. I'll definitely try. Jarvis said. What's he talking about? Tony asked. This protected information, Tony. Jarvis said. I'd have to get permission from Harry Black to be able to tell you. So it's the brain for the dragon? Tony asked, having put that together easily enough. Fine then. I'll just wait for Jarvis to invent something better. It will likely take me a long time. Jarvis warned. I've yet to come up with a viable option, to change what I've been taught and apply the principles with what we have available. He already had simulations running on alternative ways to create an adaptive crystalline structure. You can tell me about your new project, right? Tony asked with a mischievous grin. Nice try. The younger Harry said, smirking at the man. Without access to the original data, I can't see you coming up with a modified version of what I already have. Jarvis said, and even to make the original, there's a missing element. The younger Harry said, to be fair, though, Jarvis's brain is very compact and well made. I don't think I could easily copy that. It's just that our technologies went at it from different angles. It's not that my technology is better, it's just that different technologies have different applications. Without a direct magical interface, the dragon's brain would simply not work either. Jarvis agreed. It's both a limitation and a feature of the technology. Fine. Tony finally relented. But now that I'm a wizard, you can bet your ass that I'm going to be experimenting on new tech too. Good. The younger Harry said. This world could do with some smart magicals. Hey, the older Harry said. You're smart too. The younger Harry allowed. You're just not as scientifically inclined. He turned back to Tony. Just be careful. The possibilities of magic and science working together are both wonderful and very dangerous. Harry has to work in a lab that's located on the other side of a black hole from our solar system, just in case he does something that could still affect Earth. Padma said. His technology has the potential of traveling at the speed of light and sometimes, depending on what he's working on, even faster. Tony was actually struck silent at that one. What the hell kind of technology could warrant that sort of security just to work with? Hey, I'm not that bad. The younger Harry defended himself. I'm just careful after a few accidents. He looked at Tony then. You would not believe how much shit I got for one tiny little accident. What happened? Tony asked. I was eating pizza and my fingers were greasy. Harry started. He almost cut the moon in half with a defensive technology he was working on. Pansy interjected. He was working from Mars at the time. They will simply not let it go. Harry agreed. Seriously, one mistake and all of a sudden, I'm a danger to society, and shouldn't mess with things man was not meant to know. Well, the older Harry said, finally pulling his eyes away from his son, who was still snuggling into his new best friend, who was purring at the attention contentedly. If your defensive experimentation could do that much damage, I can understand being cautious. He turned to Tony. And you don't get to experiment with magic until you've trained your core up and learned what's necessary, just like with your rune studies. I hear Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall are already planning your syllabus. Natasha agreed. I'll not be alone in my studies, Tony said, as he hugged Pepper to him, looking at his Harry. Fine, the older Harry said. Your core checks out. It's already developing and it seems to have become fully integrated, just as we'd hoped. I've been practicing, Tony said. He'd never returned the wand the other Harry had made, and he'd since locked it up in a vault, which was hidden under a Fidelius. The younger Harry was completely aware of it, but didn't really mind. It was protected and would serve as a nice homing beacon, should he ever come back and go looking for the man. That reminded him. He pulled out his comm and opened a storage box, pulling out another comm and holding it out to his counterpart. I've added a bit of my technology right into this one. Once our timelines synchronize, I should be able to make contact with you. The younger Harry said. What was the date on your side? Tony asked. The younger Harry turned his comm around and looked at the date, but before he could answer, his Hermione said, you know that our Harry is 21, so you already know it will likely be 19 years. Not necessarily. The older Harry said. You don't know my whole story. He'd been sent forward in time, after he magically aged himself and transplanted his memories, so he wasn't sure how many years ahead they were. Tony is right to ask. 2001. The younger Harry said. It's 2020 here. Tony said. That's 19 years. He agreed. Damn. The next time that they saw the other Harry, he'd have had 19 years to advance more, before they'd even be able to start upgrading their abilities. That is, if there wasn't a difference in the fundamentals that govern time in the two universes. Harry loves his research. The new Luna said. He'll probably be wanting to get back to his research soon. She added, basically confirming Tony's previous thought. I have learned so many things here, which I'd love to go into when we get back. The younger Harry confirmed. On the bright side, the things that I'll be researching are likely things that you already know about. Thanks for that information about adamantite, by the way. I'll be having some fun figuring out how you used alchemy to produce it, and using that knowledge to start delving into ways of extracting power from matter. You told him? The older Harry asked Bruce. Well, he had some insights into alchemy which was useful to me, Bruce said with a shrug. I never even gave him any information. I just told him about what we did, not how. I didn't even tell him about the other things we do with the stuff. He was referring to adamantium, the nearly indestructible metal, which used adamantite as one of the most important ingredients. He didn't even think the new Harry knew about vibranium. I've already had a couple of ideas about that, the younger Harry said. Frankly, I'd prefer you don't tell me. I'll be able to do more with it that way. Ever the researcher, Pansy said fondly. What I'd like to know is how long we have to wait until we see Rio in his grown form. Charlie asked. You'll need to wait a few years for that, Odin said. Rio needs to grow up with James for a bit. The local Harry agreed. He's still a baby. We want him to learn about the world, so we set him up with the ability to grow for defensive reasons only at this point. Once James is old enough to understand, his connection with Rio will allow him to invoke the merge, which will reveal his gem. I'd been wondering about that, Charlie said in disappointment. The dragon didn't have a gem, like they'd seen in the presentation. What color gem did you decide on? He asked. We didn't, the older Harry said. It will take the color that best suits his and James' personalities. When the time comes. Like the Hogwarts houses? The younger Harry asked. He'd not had a hand in that part, and his older counterpart and Dietary had worked that out. Not really, no. The older Harry said. I added a bit of an enchantment, which will allow them to choose together, when the time for it to appear comes. But you know how he'll look, right? Tony asked. You and Dietary planned what he'll look like together. I have an idea what he'll look like. The older Harry agreed with a bit of a smirk. He'll still develop in different ways depending on what he ends up spending time on. I wanted the dragon to have as real an experience with life as I could, so he'll have a base form, but he'll need to practice like any living creature to reach his potential. So, there's nothing else to see today? Tony asked, only slightly disappointed. He actually thought it was a good idea. While there was a level of control in the creation process, his little girl would have to work for what she got when he got her own dragon. In this case, he really appreciated the forethought. Morgan will not have to wait too long to get her dragon. Then, he added, not until you've trained up some. The older Harry said. She'll need to be a magical to bond with hers, and you need to be able to feed it, before you can have such a creature in your house. The younger Harry looked off to the side. Then, were you aware that there's a fleet of ships that just appeared through a portal of some kind? Just beyond Mars? What? The older Harry asked, just as his mirror vibrated. Heimdall? He answered quickly. It is as Harry Black says, my prince. Heimdall confirmed. I did not know their destination when they set off, but it seems that the Kree have decided to attack Carol Danvers' home planet. How did we not know about this? The older Harry asked as Zira quickly picked up James to take him away, while Rio just followed them and the Avengers were soon in attendance, as their costumes appeared on them. It seems that they were not allowed to speak of it. Heimdall said. Their supreme intelligence no doubt knows that we keep an eye on their movements and told them to maintain secrecy. Apey? The older Harry asked. I informed you first. Heimdall said. Kree? The younger Harry asked Tony. Hostile aliens. Tony said, even as the older Harry thanked Heimdall and Natasha got in contact with Abigail Brand, who was still the director of SWORD. Midnight was already in orbit above the Earth and would likely be their primary form of defense. There was little chance for the Kree to be able to stand against it, but depending on the size of the fleet, they could still pose a threat to the Earth. Mind if I put up a protection or two, before you go spank the aliens? The younger Harry asked. What did you have in mind? The older Harry asked. It had taken negligent effort for the younger Harry to erect a protective shield around the Earth. Nobody on Earth would see it, but the entire planet was now encased in a cube of invisible laser-induced shielding, which would redirect any attack directly back at anyone that decided to attack, even from a distance. The entire planet? Tony asked from the bridge of the sphere. Seriously? This basic science, Tony. The younger Harry said. The only thing that took any power was creating the containment method for this form of protection. Mirrors and lasers were very low power to produce, but even Harry would normally have issues with that large an effect in space. This particular reality, however, had no issues with magic in space, it seemed, and that, combined with his magical battery, were more than what he needed to produce this particular effect. Project Blacklight had a vast amount of applications after all. But how? Tony exclaimed again, when the younger Harry just smirked at him. Harry's needed to protect against aliens in the past. Hermione said, I suspect I know what he's doing and the principles are, in fact, based in science, even if the execution is very much magically achieved. It's highly unlikely that you will figure this one out, though. Daphne added, it's a magical discovery that was the foundation of many of his discoveries. She knew that he was powering this with his blue diamond lasers, attached to the sphere. In all the history of the magical world, nobody had discovered this particular way of manipulating magic before. Sorry, Tony. The younger Harry said, seeing he was going to ask about it. This is one thing I can't even give you a clue about. It's simply too dangerous. How did you detect the arrival of the fleet? Fury asked. He joined them shortly after they were made aware. Stellarnet. The younger Harry said. Sorry. Also protected. He can see what is going on in the entire galaxy with his Stellarnet. Fleur said, proudly. It is usually set to detect movements in the local solar system, but could potentially watch as many worlds as are inhabited in the galaxy as well, as long as it was set up to do so. You're gonna have a new project when we get back, Fury said, looking at the local Harry. Sorry, Director. He replied. I don't even have a clue how I'd go about trying to figure this one out. The best we can do is try to get someone with divination to look out for things like this. But even that isn't infallible. My mirror didn't show me a thing. Fury groused. That's because these aliens aren't coming for you. The local Harry said. The faux glass is bound to you, not Earth. But such a tool, Fury started.
No.
The younger Harry interrupted. At best, I can consider making you a limited form of this tech. But the possibilities for abuse, especially with a company like EPI, is simply too large. The system doesn't just see space movement. Hermione clarified. It's also precise enough to watch the surface of a planet. My husband would not even let his own government use his technology that way, blocking off those functions for the privacy and protection of the people. The problem with allowing someone access to this technology is that its functions would reveal how it operates. Padma agreed. Doing that would give away too much of its secrets and allow someone to possibly reproduce and abuse it. If you want, I may be persuaded to leave you with a similar shield, but not using my techniques would make it very power-hungry. The younger Harry confirmed, as he finally locked the shield in place, having powered it enough to last a few hours unassisted. Then he accessed the onboard stellarnet and instantly moved them to where he knew the alien fleet was located. That's a big fleet, Parvati said, as her eyes bulged. Not even Anubis's fleet, which was the largest they had seen, had been this big. There were thousands of ships. Some were even larger than Anubis's flagship had been. How sure are you that your ship can handle all that? She asked. Midnight is quite capable, the older Harry said. We're also not alone, but it might take some time to call in all our allies. Our allies don't all have ships that are immune to magic, but Heimdall can open portals to them if they decide to join us. The local Harry said. What's your SOP in this case? Susan asked. She was fully outfitted in her wolf battle gear. She looked like a soldier, but all in black, with red accents and the Marauder's insignia on her arm. She wasn't a highly ranked officer after all. We try to speak to them first. The older Harry said. We don't know their true objective. This could just be a trick to try and divert attention while something is going on somewhere else. Should we call in Danvers? Tony asked Fury. She's unavailable, Fury said. We tried calling, but she's not responding. Are you sure she's safe? Natasha asked. We've not been in contact with her for a while, but last time we spoke, she was going after the Kree leader. Fury said. The Supreme Intelligence is an artificial intelligence, which has eluded being directly attacked for thousands of years. It's supposedly able to control reality itself within a short distance of where it is stationed, and also, supposedly, it's existed for more than 1 million years. Sounds like a proper bad guy, the younger Harry said. I don't think now is the time to be impressed. The older Harry said. I'm just saying. The younger Harry said. I've not had many challenges in the past. Do you think Heimdall could point me in its direction? You're not serious, are you? Fury asked. A challenge would be nice for once. The younger Harry said, with a shrug, as he felt a large amount of energy building up, and he directed a secondary view to where he felt the power build up. Ooh, something's about to happen, he said. Just after he said it, a pulse of energy shot off from nowhere and almost instantly reached its target, one of the larger ships in the alien armada. Unfortunately, it seemed to have hit a shield, which broke, but the shot flew past the ship. Warning shot, the older Harry said. Do we have comms? Fury asked. Hold on. Tony said, as he accessed his suit systems, and soon he'd hacked into the sphere's newly installed wireless system. Unfortunately for him, once he was in, he had no idea how to navigate the relatively alien system. How do I patch this in? He asked the younger Harry. Here, he said, bringing up a display which showed the communications array. Tony quickly looked through the system and adjusted a few settings on the illusionary display, once again being impressed at the application, and then they could suddenly hear the communication from Midnight. In restricted space, a female voice said, That's Brand. Fury said, You do not have the power to withstand the Kree Empire. A calm voice said back, "Attack us again, and you will have started a fight which you cannot hope to win. You have been warned." Bran said, "You are to remove yourself from our system. If you attempt to move any closer, it will be seen as an act of war. We will not miss again," she warned. There was no response, as a shot was fired from the enemy fleet directly at where Midnight's shot had come from. It hit nothing. The shot, however, was still on a course to Earth. "That's a few kilotons of energy," the younger Harry said. "It's also heading directly for Earth, and speeding up as it goes." "What?" Fury said. "It'll be fine," the younger Harry said. "Just watch." The shot had indeed been speeding up, somehow increasing in speed past the speed of light, by Harry's calculations, in a short amount of time. Had there not been a shield, it may have actually done significant damage to the Earth. Unfortunately, there was a shield. Unfortunate, that is, for the ship that had fired. As the moment it reached the shield, it instantly reversed, and, at the speed it had been going, it was back in seconds, and the ship that had fired exploded in a rain of fragments that damaged many nearby ships. That's when Midnight started firing as well. In the next few seconds, many ships started firing on and through Midnight, all missing, but some succeeding in aiming for the planet, and therefore at themselves. "How did you make the shield so adaptive?" Jarvis asked. "I've been studying energy redirection," the younger Harry said. "I don't have all the spectrums covered yet, but anything that shield doesn't cover gets absorbed by the second layer of shielding, to be released in a safe environment of my choosing." "Fascinating," Jarvis said. "Director Fury," a voice said from Fury's mirror. "If you're able, I'd like some assistance here. If this fleet decides to simply move on, there is a high likelihood that we wouldn't be able to kill them all before they reach Earth." "Black," Fury said. "Any chance this thing's got weapons?" he asked. "Sure thing," Harry said. He turned to Susan. "Susan, if you'll take out the primary caco and show my brother how to use that, and the relay, I'd appreciate it." He walked over to the gunner's position. "Who's your most?" "I'll take gunner," Tony said instantly, as his suit retracted and went back into his pouch. "Why aren't you out there?" the younger Harry asked. "I think with that suit you could just go out there and start destroying them. Midnight is our first means of defense," Fury said. "The Avengers defend against threats on the ground." "Don't you have a fleet?" Daphne asked. Our Harry helped his people design and produce an entire fleet, so that they could be in multiple places at once to defend our allies. He also helped some of our allies increase their capabilities so that they could help defend themselves and the rest of the alliance. Pansy said. "We have allies for such things." Bran said from the mirror. "I've been asking for more capabilities, but I keep on being told we don't need more than Midnight. These Kree decided to attack us first. We had to start defending the planet. The shot they fired was likely a warning shot too," the younger Harry said, as he flew the sphere into the enemy fleet, while Tony took great joy in using the available weapons to lay into them. It was aimed at the ocean, not the land. Fury looked like he was about to say something, but then he spotted the local Harry flying between the enemy ships and firing on them with what was obviously magical means, using some sort of remote-controlled device. Between Midnight, the sphere, and the caco, the enemy was suffering more and more damage, as ships were disabled, blown up and lost hull integrity as both the caco and the sphere simply flew through some of their ships, while firing at others. "I believe the enemy is making preparations to flee," Heimdall's voice said over one of the many active mirrors on the bridge. "Not today," the younger Harry said, as he flew them to the side of the enemy fleet. "Recall the caco. Tony, please aim for the biggest mass. Weapons ready in 20 seconds. What are we firing at them with?" Tony asked, excitedly, as he saw his view change in his head. There was a warning too, which warned him that he was not going to be allowed to fire until something called containment was in place. "What's containment?" "Reflection matrix," Hermione said, as she hurriedly accessed the system. "Harry, are you sure about this? We've never tested it." Her fingers were running over the controls as she accessed the stellar net to see if the shielding was up. "They fired on Earth," the younger Harry said. "They could have killed millions with the tidal waves that first attack might have caused." He was quickly putting up another form of containment. "If you're sure," Hermione said, as she confirmed the reflective matrix was up. "Containment is in place. Weapons charged." Key system, awaiting confirmation. Confirmed. Harry said, pressing a button, which glowed for a second as the wards detected that it was someone that was allowed to give confirmation and read his intent. After confirming the Kako had been recalled. Confirmed. Hermione said, doing the same, followed by all his wives. Weapons free. Harry said. Tony had been aiming for the largest concentration of ships in the fleet and activated the weapon. He did not expect the ships he'd been aiming for to simply disappear, as what seemed a beam of directed energy simply went through them. In the next seconds, the rest of the fleet suffered a similar fate. A glowing box of energy was now visible, as the reflective nature of the containment sent the laser back and forth, faster than the eye could see. Motherfucker! Fury exclaimed, as he watched the enemy simply cease to be. What the hell? Tony exclaimed as well. Just one moment, please, the younger Harry said, as he approached and entered the containment field. There was a sound, like a gong, on the hull of the ship. Weapon countered. Hermione, are you picking up on anything still going on in the Matrix? Containment measures were successful. Hermione reported. Enemy fleet was completely disintegrated, disabling containment. Harry said. Hull integrity, minor damage to the primary defensive layer. Hermione reported. It's already been repaired. I think you forgot to protect against one of the forms of energy. No, that was always going to happen. The younger Harry said. The spell needed to meet the counter on a solid surface, otherwise it could have simply bounced off our protections. What spell? The older Harry asked. He'd never seen such devastation. It was both impressive and very worrying. Trade secret. All Harry's wives said. This was all one spell. Fury asked incredulously. Applied through a one-of-a-kind system, which require many different protections and preparations, all of which were pioneered by myself. The younger Harry said. This was the same thing that almost cut the moon in half. Luna said sadly. She knew that there wasn't much of a choice. The enemy had decided to attack Earth. This was one of Harry's latest developments and he'd told them about it, since only they could allow Harry to fire the weapon. He had thought it was too powerful for just himself to make that choice. They all needed to agree to it. It was meant to be defensive. The younger Harry said. Unfortunately, the specific magic had a side effect which did as you just saw. Potter, your brother just destroyed thousands of enemy ships with a single attack. Fury said. We'll need more than trade secret. That's not going to happen. Pansy said. This is protected information. The only way that this weapon is ever used is if all of us decide to allow it. But now the enemy will think that we have this capability. Loki said, from where he'd been watching. Will be considered a greater threat. I'll set you up with a defensive shield for the Earth. The younger Harry said to his older self. You'll need to power it, but from what I've seen, power won't be an issue for you. The ships destroyed by his older counterpart had impressed on him that he had a vast source of power. He didn't know where he had pulled from, but the damage he had done negligently confirmed to him that his older self would have no problem powering such a system. How long will it take you to set something like that up? Fury asked. And will it protect from something like what you just did? Couple of hours. The younger Harry said, as he returned them to New Atlantis with the slightest of effort, having set a return point. And yes, he turned to the director then. You really don't need to worry about this. We'll be leaving soon, and the only way that this weapon is ever activated is with permission from all my wives and myself. He reiterated. I don't want to know what you come up with when you start developing weapons. The older Harry said. Harry is not a warmonger. Luna said. He likes to learn. One of his best devices to date is his index, and he never develops weapons for the sake of making offensive items. He just figures things out and then tests the new development for its capabilities. Standard protocol for new discoveries. Daphne added. When you make something, you then need to spend time learning the application's capabilities and then how to counter those as well. We need to ensure that there's protection for our people against everything we make. Padma said. Even the dragons only became possible when Harry figured out how to turn the dark magics into something more than the limitations of the original creation process to overcome what made it dark. Padma and I worked on it together too so that I didn't make something that would suffer from the process. Harry agreed. Well, this just proves it. Tony said, as he got out of the gunner's position. Science and magic can do wonderful and horrible things. How was what you just did not dark? Fury asked. All of Harry's wives glared at the man, who actually took a step back. Defending your allies is a burden and a responsibility, which our husband didn't choose for himself. It was forced on him. Pansy said dangerously. He just wanted to experiment and learn and invent fun things for others to enjoy. If you ever insinuate that he is dark, ever again, we'll ensure that he never comes to this reality again. Daphne agreed. Magic isn't innately dark or light. The older Harry said. It's how you use it that defines its classification. While we may have liked to take some prisoners, we know enough to know that the fleet wasn't here to just make friends. They were sent to destroy. If their idea of a warning shot would have killed millions, I'm inclined to believe that. Fury relented. Don't think that we're ungrateful. He added. Midnight wasn't ready for what happened. I told you that we needed more vessels outfitted for war. Bran's voice came through Fury's mirror, which he had forgotten was active all this time. The only other ships we have are those exploration vessels. You don't have those. The older Harry pointed out. Those belong to a different branch of EPI. Doesn't change the fact that without your new friend, we could have been outclassed today. Bran said. We'll need to send people to find out what happened to Danvers. Fury nodded. I'll take care of that. Bran said before closing the connection. As they trooped off the sphere, there were many people waiting to hear from them. No doubt Heimdall had been keeping Odin updated. There was a greeting as Odin played to the crowd as he tended to do. But there were no smiles from the visitors. Harry had never used that weapon against intelligent beings before, and while Tony had pressed the button, it was still him that had given him the opportunity. We need to spend some time with our husband, Fleur said to Tony, as she took one of Harry's arms. Not going to stay for the party? Tony asked with a bit of a smile. There shouldn't be a party. Luna said, as she took Harry's other arm. Thousands of people just died. Sometimes we do end up killing the servants of the real bad guys, but we usually try to take them alive and only punish the leaders. Hermione added. All of Harry's wives were now standing by him, and soon they led him onto the ship again. While that was happening, Odin was finishing his speech, congratulating his sons and their allies on a successful mission. The next day found the younger Harry back on the beach, relaxing while surrounded by his wives. He had not been as affected as they had let on. He understood the need for a show of force and they had done what was necessary. The Kree would not send another fleet, having lost most of their offensive forces in one attack against a planet that they had heard had protectors, but were sure they could overcome. They were discussing leaving and what they would be doing when they got back, when Mab approached them. Greetings, Lord Black, she said respectfully, as she cast a glance at Daphne. Good morning, Queen Mab, Harry said. How can I help you? He asked, having seen the look. I was hoping to discuss with you the possibility of representing winter in your household. Mab said. I told you, Mab, I am already spoken for. Harry said, now also glancing at Daphne. Her smirk said that there was something going on here. I assume you have found an alternate route to achieve your goal? I have. Mab agreed. If you will not allow me to bring one of our number into your house, we would make one of your house part of our court, with your blessing and their agreement. That's actually a good idea. Harry said, nodding in agreement. I have your Lady Daphne to thank for the idea. Mab said, nodding to her in thanks. And I have thus decided to ask for her induction into my court. Daphne looked shocked at that. Me? She asked. Who better than the one that has proven her cunning and willingness to stand up for our people? Mab asked. Would you not agree to this? I didn't think. Daphne stuttered. You do not wish to join us? Mab asked. That's not what I'm saying. Daphne said hurriedly. I just didn't think you'd want me. I'm not the smartest, nor the strongest among the wives, but you are the one I want. Mab said. And I suspect that you don't realize how well suited you are to represent my people. Daphne looked at Harry then. What do you think? She asked. If it's what you want, I have no objections. Harry said. You will need to discuss it between yourself, Mab, and the rest of the girls. This should be a family decision, and I want to know that this won't change you. She will be unchanged, besides perhaps gaining a bit of an affinity for magics that best represent my court, and a connection to the in-between. Mab said. Mab would become my fairy godmother, in a manner of speaking. Daphne said. She'd discussed the possibilities with Mab, and during their discussions, the old fairy tales had come up. It would be more like a magical adoption. Not a blood adoption, but one that latches onto her magic and would change her innate magic slightly, to be in tune with the Fay variety. Thus, the possible affinity. We'll discuss it. Hermione decided. Thank you, Queen Mab, for taking our opinions into account. You are all worthy consorts. Mab said. I would be proud to call any of you my family, but Daphne has shown me her mind and I like what I've seen. Please do not think that I think any less of any of you, for my choice. I think you chose well, Harry said. But we still need to know what was discussed before we can allow this. Of course. Mab agreed before nodding a last time and leaving them to their discussion. So, your solution was to offer one of us to be turned into a Fay? Hermione asked Daphne. Well, it's not a change as much as it's a connection. Daphne said. If I do this, the Winter Fay can claim that they have someone in the family who not only is one of their court, but someone who willingly joined them specifically for the purpose of being their representative, which would likely satisfy their need for someone in their court, who is close to the source. Pansy nodded. I would not have minded doing this for them. I've spent time in Winter. They aren't evil as we would classify evil. It's more like their court all come from Slytherin. They are ambitious and intelligent, even if they are a bit more manipulative and ruthless than the average Slytherin. They care for their people and have families and loved ones, just like any other race. Fleur agreed. Their elves are definitely their most warlike people, however. I can see them planning on sneaking into each other's realms, to get their vengeance, for past slights, but your counterpart has even taken care of that, by making it impossible to enter each other's realms. Yeah, he's a very good enchanter. There Harry said. Have any of you ever heard of such a profession or classes for such a thing? I don't think we have that. Hermione said. We just charm things to perform functions. When he enchants something, it's like he makes it so that the items are no longer mundane artifacts, made for a function. He makes it so that the item's very purpose changes. It's like the items he makes become innately magical. Any idea how he does that? Harry asked. He once told me that he doesn't just flood an item with magic to imbue it with magic. I'm thinking enchantment runs deeper. His brooms are amazing. Luna said. I flew on one with myself the other day, and it was like the broom didn't even need control mechanisms. It almost flew directly on intent. Well, my brooms work on runes more than directly charming the broom. Harry defended. It's more of a mechanical function, which is the difference between mine and normal brooms. Still, I suppose the normal brooms could be said to have been enchanted. Hermione allowed. Perhaps we can delve a bit deeper into that field, to see if we learn something more about the fundamentals of magic. Back on topic, however, are you sure you want to do this, Daphne? Pansy asked. You will likely be affected by this connection. She'll be fine. Luna said. She shouldn't have Fay counterparts in any other reality, so she'll likely just gain the awareness of anything Fay that happens in our reality. You said our Fay had gone to be with some of their counterparts? Harry asked her.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Luna said. I don't know where they went. If the Fay here are the ones from here, I don't know why magic sent us here. It was for the magical cores. Harry said. I felt the tickle and now it's gone. Magic wanted you to help. Hermione said. It wasn't a question. Don't you get tired of it pushing you to do things? It's like I told my counterpart. Harry said with a shrug. When I do what the feeling drives me to, I always end up learning more about magic and the universe. There's also the fact that my counterpart gave me a few cores for our people back home. He finished in his head. He couldn't wait to see what Pike comes up with, once he makes her a magical. And Hermione's parents and Jack will definitely be offered cores as well. About that, Padma asked. Can you create cores now, too? I have a few leads. Harry said. I'll likely use a different methodology, but I have no doubt that I'll be able to create something to do the same. I'm thinking I'll likely make a ritual for it, and magic will be able to take from my intent and make what I know is possible. I'll want to create it in such a way that we own a catalyst, which cannot be emulated or copied without my knowledge, though. Keep the process in the family, as it were. Who will you make into a magical first, then? Parvati asked. I'm thinking Mr. Filch would jump at the opportunity, Harry said. He was not surprised to see the nods from his girls. Mr. Filch was a much changed man, since Harry gave him the role as head of security at Hogwarts. His hair was no longer such an unkempt mess. He dressed professionally, and he even had a small staff of house elves these days who helped him get around and ensured the security of the students, with a bit of help from the reasonably newly formed Black Guard. The Black Guard was a student organization first pioneered by Neville Longbottom. He'd taken the responsibility of looking after his fellow students seriously, and when he left some of the students he had trained in the use of the lightsabers as his lieutenants. They were well picked and trained. All of them had followed in his footsteps, and the leader of the group, who was elected by the rest of the Black Guard, was given the use of the flight harness Neville had left for them. Their leader, usually referred to as their captain, was now an accepted member of staff and given the power to deduct and give house points. Not that they ever used it, since the house point system had become a bit of a joke after Harry left school. The theaters were still being operated, however, and the most successful form of punishment these days was to remove a student's right to use them for a given amount of weeks, depending on the severity of the infraction. Students hated being denied access to the theaters, since their friends inevitably spoke of the latest film and would spoil things for them. As a reward, however, coupons were given out, which, when enough were collected, allowed a student to purchase from the confectionery stand using them, rather than having to spend money on it. It came as no surprise when it was revealed that that had been Neville's suggestion and he'd pioneered it, by purchasing the confections and introducing the house elves on duty to the coupons, which he then handed out as rewards. The professors soon caught wind and started emulating him. Dumbledore had needed to work it into the budget, since the confections still cost money, but the reward system was already working better than the point system ever did, so it was no hardship. I will likely be inundated by requests to become magicals, in harmony. Harry sighed. Then set up a new division and have them handle it. Daphne said. You can still keep your secrets and set up the ritual, but they can handle the process depending on how you set it up. You really need to learn to delegate. Pansy nodded. We keep on telling you that you don't need to do everything. Well, I did set up those factories for the Cacodemon and Eudaemon. Harry defended himself. Bill already handles that and the ships that are in production, along with being in charge of the comms and all the changes that need to be made. When will that end, by the way? Susan asked. It seems like every other month. There's a new feature and upgrades. Technology never stops changing, Susan. Hermione said. If we're to stay relevant, we'll never stop upgrading. We learn new things all the time and find ways to integrate. Harry said. The people who worked on the arithmancy module are being celebrated for the ability to check things for mistakes, while they work on spell creation, making 21st century technology and programming available for magical researchers. Hermione agreed. Let me tell you, that was a welcome addition. I even used the beta version to help me make my molecular phasing spell. Still can't do everything, but it was a godsend to check my calculations. I hear Jarvis is the local arithmancy expert. Harry said. Maybe he can show you what he's developed and we can do a bit of cross-pollination, giving him something and maybe learning from him. That's not a bad idea. Hermione agreed. I think I'll do that now, she said, getting up. And Mab's offer? Daphne asked. I'm not against it. Hermione said. If you want to, go for it. Then she walked off. The rest of the girls had a few more questions, but it seemed that they were all fine with it, as long as there were no tricks involved, as they knew the Winter Fae were inclined to do. So it was that Daphne and Harry went to Mab, to tell her that they would take her up on the offer. Mab had then taken Daphne off to her realm, where she would be instructed in the finer parts of being a representative of the Winter Court. This would apparently be a private thing, as the Fae had secrets that they only ever shared with their own people. Harry was not allowed to go with her, but he knew that Mab would not screw with Daphne, since she was their only hope to have a representative in his house. And they really wanted that. It was while they were waiting for Daphne that the older Harry approached the younger, where he was sitting at the bar and updating his own projects, looking through the long list of upcoming projects and prioritizing the fun ones, depending on what he knew they would allow him to do next. "Hey there, little bro," the older Harry greeted. "Sup?" the younger asked, as he continued typing away on the illusionary keyboard, while looking between the two illusionary monitors, which only he could see, since they were being projected in his eyes. "What are you up to?" the older Harry asked. "Updating my projects," the younger said. "How do you know what you're doing?" the older asked. "The feed is in my head," the younger said. "My projects are not something I want your cameras to record." "Nifty," the older Harry said. "I actually had a question about something regarding your technology." The younger Harry finished what he was doing, and a few seconds later, he exited the programs and switched off the feed. "Sure, as long as it's not protected," he said. The older Harry took out the comm he had been given. "I was wondering about this database of books," he said. "Your comm only has access to those while I'm here." The younger said. "It's connected to the sphere and the onboard computer." "I realize that, but I was hoping for an exchange of sorts," the older said. "I want to know how your ritual creation magic works. I didn't see anything about it in here." "And in return?" the younger asked. This was a big request. Ritual creation magic was powerful stuff. You could potentially use it to do pretty much anything to someone, as long as they are willing, and sometimes even without their willing participation. The fact that the older Harry's comm didn't have access to everything was not even mentioned. They both knew why, after all. "I've got an entire library of dark magics from my old world's Death Eaters," the older Harry said. "No deal," the younger said. "In my world we took all the knowledge from every dark wizard we captured, to ensure we have a way to counter as many of them as we can. My dark magic library is likely larger than yours and includes everything you have. And if I want access so that I can counter things as you can?" the older Harry asked. "You don't have old dark families here," the younger countered. "Let's be honest, you want this so that you can create new magics. Fury probably wants you to help make super soldiers as well." "I'll not deny that it would be something he wants," the older Harry conceded. "It's not why I'm asking, though."
Spill,
the younger Harry said. "It's for Jarvis," the older Harry admitted then. "I want to give him the ability to procreate. For that, I'll need to invent something new, since he's the first of his kind." "That makes sense," the younger conceded. "Still, this is powerful information you're asking for. What do I get?" The older Harry considered it before he sighed. "I'll give you a copy of the book, from which I learned how to make the Room of Requirement." The younger Harry was actually shocked at that. "As far as I can tell, that's the kind of magic you'd not share easily. The room was one of those things we could never figure out, because its creation and the method of its creation was knowledge that died out with the founders. The founders didn't make the room," the older Harry said. "That was a family magic passed down a very specific line. It wasn't a dark family either. I probably should have guessed," the younger Harry said. "But I don't know that I want that book. We're capable of doing similar things with—" "Oh, never mind. Hermione's telling me I'm an idiot for declining," he said as he looked over to where an instance of him was sitting with her and Jarvis. They were sitting with different devices, looking over their different methodologies for interpreting arithmetic calculation. "She's interested?" the older Harry asked hopefully. "You know her?" the younger Harry said. "She wants to know how things work nearly as badly as me. I just like to figure it out myself, where she doesn't mind reading about things so that she can adapt it to our standards. She does love her research," the older Harry said fondly. "If you don't mind my asking, how did you end up with her in your group?" "She was always a friend, but I consider my Hermione more like a sister." "You wouldn't, if you knew what she looks like when we're—" the younger Harry started, with a wicked grin on his face. "Stop," the older Harry said, not wanting to know what he was about to say, likely only to mess with him. "I don't want that mental image, please," he added. "Fair enough," the younger Harry allowed. "Well, when I discovered all the rape and abuse that happened in Hogwarts, I pulled the girls together after rescuing Daphne and Pansy from a 7th year, when they were still in 1st year. "Wait, what?" the older Harry exclaimed. "Rape? Yeah, I didn't like finding out about that either," the younger said. Isn't there magic in place to protect from these things? The older Harry asked. It's Hogwarts for Merlin's sake. The darker families used to use muggles like playthings. The younger Harry said. Once the trace is lifted, they can go out into the world and do as they like with just a bit of work to secure themselves. I didn't let that continue once I figured it out, but you have to remember, there are many ways around things like the trace, too. Bastards! The older Harry exclaimed. Why didn't I figure it out? I haven't told you my whole story. The younger Harry said. My circumstance is different, as you may recall. The older Harry nodded at that. His younger counterpart had told him that he had gone back in time to change things, or was sent back by magic. Luna may have been involved as well. So you didn't notice your first time? He asked. Nope. The younger said. I was a stupid kid back then. I think we both were. I have no doubt that you'd change things as well, given the chance. Damn straight. The older Harry said. He was not happy at hearing this, though. He was considering going back himself, using his own methods to set things right in his old world. There's also the possibility that things were different in your world. The younger Harry said. Your Weasleys didn't have the family curse, after all. There had been the possibility that they had been released from the curse, once they left the world where the caster was, but Hermione had pointed out that they would have been able to talk about it. Since they hadn't, and there was no detectable curse, chances were that some things were different in their worlds. Likely the same thing that diverted the timelines caused other changes. That statement did actually make the older Harry feel better, but he'd be having a conversation with Dumbledore just to be certain. We can hope, he said. So, about that ritual creation magic? He asked, trying to get back to the subject to distract himself from the thoughts he was having. Fine, but I'll be needing a contract for this. The younger Harry allowed. You can guess how this can be abused.
No unbreakable vows?
The older Harry asked. Not unbreakable. The younger Harry said. When the older Harry looked shocked, the younger shrugged. I've learned many tricks in my time. I'm beginning to realize that. The older Harry said. Good to know that there is someone that can do that, though. To be fair, it depends on a few factors and I don't know if it will work here. The younger Harry said. After all, magic seemed to be able to traverse space quite easily here. Taking someone to the moon and cursing them to death and bringing them back might not be enough here. Considering you seem to understand certain things about magic that I don't, I'll just have to believe you on this. The older Harry allowed. Now, where do we begin with this? The older Harry asked. One contract later, and the older Harry was the proud owner of a magically protected book, entitled Ritual Magic, A Beginner's Guide to Designing and Empowering Your Own Rituals. It wasn't the original title, but it was also a newly created book, which the younger Harry had easily simplified into its base components, with more modern terminology. The younger Harry had also received the Peveril family grimoire. It was strange that he hadn't found anything like that in his world. The Peveril family were his ancestors as well, and there was a room of requirement in his world too. Perhaps the book was destroyed in his world. Either way, it was quickly stashed away and Hermione was soon reading the book on her comm. The older Harry didn't think that this magic was too dangerous and had decided no contract would be necessary, considering this would likely also be considered family magic. He'd not have wanted to keep this from Hermione either, and he could see how closely bonded his counterpart was to all his girls. When Daphne came back later that afternoon, she had been adopted into the Winter Fae. Technically, she was now the magically adopted daughter of Mab herself. Apparently that meant that she would be able to call on the Winter Fae in her dreams, much like Luna could communicate with her counterpart and would likely now be able to contact Titania, now that she was a fully reinstated Summer Fae princess. Daphne didn't look any different and she reported that her magic didn't feel any different, but her Harry could detect something new about her. It was like she had been partially ascended. Other ascended beings could enter and exit the ascended plane as they saw fit, but Daphne's connection to the in-between was different. The in-between seemed more like a transitional space, like a conduit, rather than a dimension with an indistinct space for people to inhabit. Daphne's mind was still the same, and she didn't have any tendencies to be darker than she was before. She did have a look of mischief in her eyes, as she told Harry she had secrets she couldn't tell him. Harry didn't mind though. He understood that there would be Fay secrets he would likely never understand or be privy to. likely pertaining to the soul magics the Fay used. He'd not want to play with that either. With all of their work completed and their holiday finally coming to an end, the visitors to New Atlantis started making preparations to leave. Jarvis had had no issue with sharing some of his private research into arithmancy with Hermione, and she'd actually been able to download a copy of the program they had to him. He'd quickly adapted the programming to include his own functionality, and the newly upgraded program was now installed on the server in the sphere. Hermione was ecstatic. Tony had never stopped bothering any of Harry's instances with questions upon questions, trying to find out about his methods, all while he and Pepper trained at their magic. She had been given a core a few days after Tony received his. They both had wands which were very well suited to them, made by Wanda, who was very excited to finally be able to apply her wandcraft for someone other than herself and the few magicals they'd had on hand, once they came back from the past. Unfortunately for her, the elves and other magicals on the island did not require wands, as their brand of magic wasn't something that required a focus. They also weren't spellcasters like the wizards and witches were. Instead, they all had specialties and limited abilities going down very specific avenues, while their young still had accidental magic, apparently that only happened while they were still developing their affinities. Hela had already mastered her lightsaber, which was the only lightsaber the younger Harry had ever made to be dark, instead of light, with a dark green glow to it. She could not be happier and had denied Tony when he asked to inspect it. She'd been warned that should anyone try to uncover its secrets, that it could potentially stop working to protect the secrets. Bruce and Pansy had spent quite a bit of time together, and she'd been able to give him some recipes that had been developed by the scientists and magicals on Harmony. There had been quite a bit of information about constructing equipment and differences in brewing methodology. Bruce did share his own recipes, but he also told her how he'd gone about working on and looking for alternatives, and even told her how they had tested potions in a virtual environment. Pansy would be speaking to Dr. Pike, and they would likely have a whole new medical research division established in the next year. Thor had enjoyed sparring with Susan and had begged the younger Harry to give him a shot on a few occasions. Harry had activated his transformation module and used his wolf-like enhanced reflexes, strength and senses to avoid every single hit from the man, making him work hard to even try to get a hit in, before he used his telekinetic magic to knock the man out, with precision application of force to the carotid artery, which took much longer to knock him out than normal humans, as his brain was deprived of oxygen slowly. Thor didn't like losing, and had come back often to request another sparring match. Harry had ended up using many different methods to avoid and suppress the God of Thunder, who had even tried using his electrical attacks at one point, but even that had failed to land, as Harry had simply redirected the electricity into a Faraday cage he'd quickly conjured, before having a solid illusion of Thor distract him and knocking him out with a simple stunner, delivered through the illusion he was fighting. Odin had been discussing his next mind creation with his wife, who he had shown the tiny dragon statue to. She was making suggestions for things that could be added for a good personality, and they were having fun discussing the possibilities. Jarvis had not had an issue with giving Odin a unity crystal, after asking the younger Harry if it was all right, but he'd be very reluctant to part with much more of it, until he'd come up with an alternative for construction of something similar. Dietary had not had any success with finding a way to make trinium, but he did have a tiny sliver of the stuff, which Harry had finally allowed him to have, under a promise that he would never allow it off his person, or share it with anyone. Dietary now wore an armband, which hid the tiny sliver in a form of magical containment only he'd be able to release. Harry had also told him what the stuff looked like in its natural state and how they refined it. In the meanwhile, he was still busy with his dragon. He was going to try and give the dragon not only one big form, but a secondary transformation which would allow it to take an upright humanoid form, but still with draconic strength and powers. He was still busy with the finer details, and his primary smaller form, still large enough to reach his knees, was already shaped. It was an exquisite sculpture, with such fine details a normal human would need to squint to see some of them. If Dietary had any say in it, this would be his most beautiful work. Beautiful and deadly. He was still considering how he'd arm the humanoid form. Perhaps he could work a sword into the transformation, or have the tail become the sword. The Weasley twins had finally had a win against their trickster opponents, with help from a certain magical scientist. Neither Odinsons had seen the spell which had swapped their perception of the left and right sides of their bodies, but the disorientation had them falling around for an hour, while the older Harry worked out a way to counter the magic. They had tried to respond to the prank, but the younger Harry would simply laugh at them when their schemes turned around on them, when he forcefully apparat them into the line of fire, or when he deflected their magics back at them. When things kept on escalating, he allowed himself to be caught by one prank, which had him speaking in reverse for an hour. Well, at least one instance of him. The rest were quite able to function normally. The twins hadn't tried their luck on Harry Black after the first time, because his wives had been pranking them the moment they got that look in their eyes. Suffice it to say, they conceded victory to his wives, much like Loki had done. Natasha had also received a magical core, which had been brimming with power the moment she was implanted. It turned out that she owned a ring, which connected to her Harry's magical core, and it had been trying to give her power since the moment she put it on. Now that she had a core, it was constantly brimming, and she'd actually already started performing acts of accidental magic, as the magic looked for any way to be used. It was actually quite funny when she accidentally apparat to her baby's room one night when he was crying. Both Harrys suspected that she'd be a natural wandless caster, with how quickly her conduits were developing. It was like having a connection to her husband, and his magic had given her part of his ability for wandless magic. Of course, this meant that Tony was more than jealous of her progress, and he was often heard grumbling at how easily things came to her. Little James and Rio were now an inseparable duo. James had somehow crawled onto Rio's back and had since been very mobile, considering he kept on climbing on, likely with assistance from the dragon himself. Fortunately, the little dragon seemed to be a very protective and dutiful sort. He'd often bring James to Natasha when he got hungry or needed a diaper change. Natasha usually sent Rio to find Harry, since it was much simpler to simply vanish or clean the diaper than to do it the old-fashioned way. Rio slept with James in his crib, since he refused to leave his side. Even at mealtimes, the little dragon only ate his magically infused and conjured food when he could keep an eye on James. As a result of his constant companionship, James had become a much calmer baby, sleeping through the night more often than not. When he did wake early, Rio would simply cuddle into him and purr, which usually worked to get the baby to calm down and fall asleep again. Odin had done a wonderful job on his personality. The second dragon, for Morgan Stark, was still in planning, since it was decided that Tony and Pepper would need stronger magic and the ability to conjure and infuse food with magical power. Tony had already worked through his first-year spells and was experimenting with adamantite to try and make something that could channel spells like his wand did. He suspected he knew part of the construction of the wand he'd stashed away and would be spending a lot of time working on it, to see if he could emulate what the other Harry had made. To accommodate the constant requests for sparring, the younger Harry had introduced their new friends to the magical paintball guns he'd created. To accommodate non-magicals who wanted to play the game, the paintball guns were usually connected to a centralized power source, so they were currently connected to the sphere's battery. The Avengers had proven impossible to beat for Harry and his wives, using the normal rules of the game. Considering that they were a well-trained team with tactics and training, it wasn't really unexpected. Natasha and Clint were more often than not the only ones needed to take their entire group out. The Room of Requirement had been able to produce any environment that was requested, and no matter the scenario, the Avengers overpowered them with their teamwork. The game was so thoroughly enjoyed, however, that Tony was already planning to design something similar, but being who he was, it was more than likely going to be something more akin to laser tag. The younger Harry had mentioned that the wolves who played the game had found that it had raised their magical capacity, due to the constant draw that the paintball guns required. Hearing that had Tony adjusting his plans so that he could be his own battery, rather than using MSC shells, which had been his original plan. He even adjusted his plans for a lightsaber to function in a similar fashion. He'd get his Harry to add intent magic so that the swords could be switched between the different constructs for training and deadly weapons. That was something the younger Harry had either not thought of or couldn't do, and Tony was excited to show that off one day. Then there was Wanda. The first natural witch of that reality had been learning everything she could from all of the visitors, and Hermione had made a suggestion to their Harry which had him take her aside and gift her with 2 magically protected rings, which held 2 of his own secrets. She now had 2 magical foci, perfect for any kind of magic, and 1 EMF generator, which would allow her to cast her limited wandless magic with more range and accuracy. As Madame Pomfrey had found, however, for more precise casting, Wanda still preferred the wands. For battle, these new additions would be a definite asset. She'd practiced with the rings and found that it had allowed her far more throughput, and she could have a near-constant barrage going, even though that drained her reserves quickly. As for Loki, he was simply a constant visitor, learning what he could from the man with a magical affinity for illusions, stronger than his own. He was following the magic whenever he could, but still had no idea how he would emulate the effect. He would not give up trying, until he'd either could emulate the effect of solid illusions, or being able to send his magic through his illusionary constructs. He suspected that the answer to one lay in the other. Frigga had merely delighted in the close-knit bonds of so many wives and one man, who could share his life with so many, because his heart was so large, and he could be in many places at once. She had found it interesting to note that each instance that the younger Harry had with his girls had always been the same ones. Nobody else would be able to tell, but she'd noticed that the instances were just as real as the original, and he kept the ones he'd apparently dedicated to a girl, with the same one at all times when they were all about. She wondered if even he had noticed that he was doing it. Odin, for his part, kept his wife company, and they watched as the younger people around them conversed and bonded. Making new friends and laughing together as stories were told and fun was had by all. The atmosphere on the island was always so alive and full of joy. The constant conversation about magical and scientific research was just as fun to watch. While not all of Harry's wives had been busy with research, Parvati had definitely taken advantage of coming to a place that was, at least from their perspective, the future. She had scoured the internet on her comm and looked up what trends were to come in fashion, while her sister took the opportunity to look into scientific findings and inventions. They had a whole list of things to invent in their own world. Fleur had been spending time either exploring the island with the other Vila, or dragging Harry back to the sphere to go tackle another few pages of the book. Seriously, that book! It was making it difficult for her to suppress her aura these days. She just wanted to drag Harry off for a month of non-stop indulgence in the art of pleasure. For the bit of time that she spent on anything other than sex and exploration, she had taken some ideas from the inside of the houses she had seen. She had never seen the like of the Stark house. While outside it looked rather straightforward, the insides were almost like art, with modern design which featured glass and curves and uses of space she had not seen before. She'd definitely drawn inspiration from what she had seen. The Lunas had been unable to find the Snorcac at first, until the visiting one had taken a cacodemon into summer. That's when they finally found the bloody creatures. With the Caco invisible and tiny, the creatures couldn't affect their minds with their magic, which hid them from mortal memory. Suffice it to say, there was an abundance of video, and the local Luna had already written up several articles about the strange creatures, who lived in small family groupings, with the female of the species going out and foraging for food while the male took care of the young ones. Fortunately, it seemed that they were herbivores, and they didn't seem to be struggling in the new realm they found themselves in. Susan had spent most of her time in training with Sif and Hela, who loved the opportunity to train such a willing student. Susan had simply been unable to give up the opportunity of training with people who had thousands of years of experience. As a result, her skills had exponentially increased, and she was only a couple of levels behind Sif, though Hela was still light years ahead of her. Even though she'd never beaten Sif properly, she'd complimented her, saying she could easily compare her skill to the warriors of Asgard. Harry had simply accompanied all his girls when he was available, taking part in their many discussions, even though he was sometimes out of his depth when things like fashion or interior design was the topic of discussion. His girls had ensured to all take an interest in Harry's interests, so he never needed to steer a conversation in a direction he wanted to go. Harry really loved his girls for doing that. It ensured that he never had any trouble finding someone to talk to about his latest projects, or who could appreciate what he'd done in his latest one, if he'd been keeping it a surprise. Even with everything that they had learned, done and experienced, the time for them to leave soon arrived, when the younger Harry started going to his lab on the sphere, because he couldn't keep himself from wanting to start working again. It wasn't really a problem, but when Hermione and Padma started joining him, the others decided to push for them to go home. They all had research and projects to get back to. Even though they were only visitors to the island, the local Harry insisted on having a farewell party, inviting all the people who had met his counterpart and his wives over the last few weeks. To be honest, he'd started really thinking of the other Harry as his younger brother. They may have had similar lives up to a point, but they had both branched off and pursued their passions. They'd grown in different ways and achieved different things. The evening of their last night was 1 month after they had arrived. There were many people in attendance. There were people called the X-Men, a group of heroes who helped genetically mutated humans come to grips with and control their powers. The Fantastic Four, heroes who had evolved and gained powers due to exposure to some strange energies in space. The Guardians of the Galaxy, also heroes, but they were more of a free-spirited group of mercenaries who did what they wanted. The Avengers had all gathered as well, including the one member they had only met a few times, Clint Barton, who had brought his family with him. Director Fury was there, as was Director Brand and even Mad-Eye Moody, who was apparently in charge of internal security for EPI. The Weasleys had all gathered as well. Bill and his Fleur had met the visitors, and the Fleurs had been chatting about their respective husbands, comparing their virtues and skills, out of earshot, of course, at every opportunity. The visiting Fleur still thought she had the better deal, but her local counterpart felt the same, which was probably a good thing. Bill was just glad to know that Harry hadn't stolen his girl from his other self, and had loved hearing that he was basically an inventor and space explorer, with all kinds of hidden knowledge and secrets that only he had the right to use. Percy had apparently not wanted to come with them when they moved to this world, but that didn't stop Molly from asking questions about her lost son, whenever she was speaking to the visitors, to find out how her other family was doing. She obviously missed her son very much. The heroes all brought their families, and the children were all enjoying the amenities, with the house elves popping around delivering drinks as Eldrin prepared them, with nobody even needing to come to the bar. It took very little time for Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and one of Harry's instances to start talking tech and science, and what could be done with magic. Reed was interested in learning about magic, but he'd hold off on asking for a magical upgrade, since he wanted to see what Tony did with it. In an interesting side effect of being given a magical core, Tony seemed to be regaining some of his youth. He didn't suddenly look 20 years younger or anything, but the normal magical vitality seemed to be having an effect on the man, and he was feeling like he was in his 20s again, even if he didn't look it. Pepper sure as hell wasn't complaining for the extra energy and vigor. She was also experiencing a second wave of youthful vigor, after all. The evening was quite a success, and many of the friends that they had made had them promise to visit again soon. There were no long goodbyes, since there was little doubt that the people would see them again. From the local people's perspective, it could be as soon as the next day, but they also knew that the visitors would likely be gone for years, depending on if they waited for their timelines to catch up to each other. When the time to leave arrived, the visiting Harry had some gifts go give out. "Tony, I've got something for you," he said, as he handed the inventor a wrapped box. Tony didn't even wait for the sentence to be over, before the wrapping was in tatters and he opened the box. "You really made me a set," he exclaimed happily as he looked at the familiar control panels. "You'll need my counterpart to help attach the functions to a pre-existing system, but he should be able to figure that out reasonably easily." The younger Harry confirmed. He stepped closer and whispered, "You may be able to use this to control a few robots at once if you do it right." Tony was smiling from ear to ear. "This is awesome," he exclaimed. Then he turned to his best friend's counterpart. "You better come back soon so that I can show you my own version of your instances. I should have known." The younger Harry chuckled. "Well, just be careful, okay? These things interact directly with your mind. Too much information could be dangerous, and remember to add a buffer and some automation, which will help as well." Yeah. Tony scoffed, as he stuffed the box, contents and all, into his pouch. Harry walked over to Loki then and handed him a small box. "I figured you'd appreciate the help for your illusions. It's not for casting, but it will help you use your channeled intent-based magic to emulate the physical contact I can do. Normal magicals wouldn't be able to do it, but your magic works differently." "You know how our magic works?" Loki asked, looking over at his father, who shrugged and shook his head. He hadn't shown this Harry anything about how their magic worked. He opened the box and found a pair of soft black fingerless leather gloves inside. Of course, there was more to it than simple gloves, but even Loki could detect that there were a few secrets hidden in the gloves, likely using some of the magical technology that the younger Harry had shown them. It wasn't difficult to figure out. The younger Harry said, "While I can't use your magic, since I think it requires the blessings of Asgard, if the sphere's sensors are to be believed, but it should allow you to maintain an illusion more easily, while allowing you to add effects without diverting too much of your attention." Harry walked to his older counterpart then, before handing him a smaller box. "What's this?" the older Harry asked. "It's a learning ring," the younger Harry said. "I've added a little gift onto it for you." "What's on it?" the older asked. He'd loved the experience of learning molecular manipulation in such a short amount of time. He didn't know all the elements and would still need to study those to expand his capabilities, but he'd get there. The younger Harry smirked and looked over at Odin. "Odin tells me that you are struggling with the Allspeak. Since I learned it from him, I thought I'd help you out too." Odin had thought it was an appropriate gift for the knowledge he was granted. Harry had shown Odin how the ring worked to a degree, with the ring helping him understand the concept, if not the method of its construction or the spells involved in making it. "Thank you," the older Harry said, shocked at the revelation, but touched by the thoughtful gift. "That's really thoughtful," he added. "Meh," the younger Harry said. "Can he use that to teach us things?" Tony asked, looking at the box in longing. "If Odin helps, yeah," the younger Harry said. "The gifts are still protected, but you should be able to use it with what I've taught him. Just don't teach baby James anything too advanced too quickly. You know how impulsive youth can be." The older Harry understood why his younger counterpart had taught this to Odin only. It would be just another form of protection from abuse. "Oh, I'm not letting him skip any classes with Minerva," Natasha said. "She's been looking forward to having some little wizards and witches to train, and I think it will be a good idea to have him learn with his peers. Since now we can start making more magicals, I'm not going to argue with you." The older Harry agreed. Parvati then walked over to Frigga. "I have a gift for you too," she said, handing her a large blue velvet box. "What is this?" Frigga asked as she opened the box and saw a beautifully and intricately crafted, diamond-encrusted necklace. "This looks like a very expensive gift. Harry helped me make it. Diamonds are something that he can produce reasonably easily," Parvati said. "It's a new concept I've been working on. Once worn, you can store any outfit you're currently wearing in the necklace. Just put on an outfit and store it, then you put on another and do the same until you've got your entire wardrobe stored." "But this enchantment," Frigga said, as she inspected the magical necklace. "This is almost like our Harry's enchantment magic," Odin said, as he looked at the magic himself. "Figured part of that out too," the younger Harry said. "It's not got your kind of magic in there, but a switching spell and a bit of storage isn't a difficult thing to do." For him, it was just a few charms inlaid into the necklace. "That's not fair," Tony exclaimed. "Enchanting is our Harry's thing." The younger Harry just smirked and opened his hand, palm up, where there was currently nothing, until a fine dust started moving from inside his sleeve and started gathering in his hand.
No,
Tony said, in shock, as a tiny replica of his Iron Man suit started forming on his palm. "You thief. Technically, mine works on a completely different principle," the younger Harry said. "I control my Magananites with a control system on the sphere and through an interface in my comm connected to my mind." "That's impossible," Tony exclaimed again. "You didn't have time." "Oh, you bastard. You've been experimenting and working on this inside your sphere. Well, I don't need to sleep and my wives do," the younger Harry said with an unrepentant smile. "I got bored. He's just being mean," Luna said. "That construct is the only thing the Magananites can build and it can't even move. Why do you insist on spoiling my fun?" the younger Harry complained. "First Heimdall spoils my mysteries and now you were scaring them," Pansy said, standing up for Luna and reprimanding Harry, as she walked up to Odin and handed him a package too. "You may not be family, but you were very gracious and accepting. I really do hope to see you again. I never got to spend much time with my grandparents." She knew that her husband had enjoyed his time with the old man, and as a result, she felt very grateful to him. Odin didn't open the package. Instead, he pulled the girl to him in a hug. "You are as good as family. All of you have brought so much joy to our family," he said. Then he released her and looked at the package. "I sense something akin to your transformation magic in this," he said, as he opened the package and saw a bracelet with a smaller version of the original transformation module, which would lay over your arm or under it, depending on how you attached it. "It's a prototype," Pansy agreed. "I tried to take your Asgardian physiology and genetics into account when I made this. It's only a temporary effect, but should restore some of your youth and vigor while you wear it." Odin was just looking at the bracelet with large eyes. "Truly? You've conceived of a way to restore lost youth? It's a treatment a couple of others and I are working on back home," Pansy said. "To change the temporary effects for another race isn't difficult. For prolonged effects, I'd need to use a different medium. There's simply too much that can go wrong otherwise." She turned to the older Harry. "So no making things permanent, okay? You can kill him if you try that."
No geneticist.
The older Harry said, holding his hands up. Pansy nodded before turning back to Odin. "Could we try it out, please? I'd like to leave knowing if it worked for you." Odin nodded and pulled out the magical genetic alteration device. Pansy helped him attach it to his arm. "Now, just focus your power on interacting with the module. It will connect to you and change you." Odin did as instructed. The magic wasn't their own, but he knew enough to know how to adjust for that. As soon as he connected to the device, there was an intake of breath from his side and he looked at his wife. "Did it work?" he asked. "See for yourself." The older Harry offered a mirror he'd conjured. Odin took the mirror from his son and looked at his face. Where before he'd looked like a human in their 70s, now he looked more like a man in his late 30s to early 40s. He had less lines on his face. His one eye shone with a vigor he had not felt in many millennia. His hair and beard was no longer completely gray either. Now it was blonde, with barely visible gray hairs in between. "Husband," Frigga said from his side, with heavy emotion. "You look like a young man again." "Ah!" Odin exclaimed, as he grabbed his wife in a hug and lifted her. "I feel like one too. Should I be worried that you'll be wanting your throne back?" Thor asked with some humor. "It's only going to work on him while it's active, so there may be a strain on his magic if he keeps it active for too long," Pansy said. "Ah!" Loki laughed. "You don't know the limits of the Allfather's power. I doubt we'll see him old ever again." "Well, just be sure to take it off before you go to bed," Pansy said, smiling softly. "It's not meant for a permanent change, even if you can maintain it for long periods of time. Not before bed, but surely before I sleep." Odin chuckled, winking at his wife, who giggled like a schoolgirl, as she actually blushed. "You've created a monster," Thor said as he lost some color. "Don't start with me, Thor," Odin said. "I'm suddenly not too old to teach you to respect your parents." He turned to Pansy then. "You, my dear, and all your family, will be honored for this gift, upon your return. I dare say you might return to find that the old man has given me another sibling." The older Harry chuckled. He had not seen his mother or father this happy since he'd met them. He'd not be disturbed if they decided to take advantage of Odin's youth, although he might reinforce the silencing magic on their house, just in case. "You might want to stay on Asgard for a few days," the younger Harry said to Loki. "You wouldn't want to walk in on—" "Stop," Loki demanded. "Please just stop," he begged of the smirking younger Harry. "We never stood a chance against you, did we?" the older Harry asked. "Well, I was raised by Sirius and Remus," the younger Harry said, unrepentantly. "And he's been making things interesting since we met him," Fleur said. Harry knew what her tone meant. The current happenings were making her randy, for some reason. Perhaps it was the talk of having children. "Well, I'm thinking it's time we leave," the younger Harry said. "Enjoy the gifts. Don't blow yourselves up and take care of each other. When next you see me, I'll no longer be the youngest, so enjoy it for the time being." "I don't know that we'll be having any more children," Frigga said. "He's not saying that," Hermione said. "Since he's spent some time in the past and since we've been here, we've technically been aging. We'll be trying to go back to the moment we left, so when time catches up, our Harry will be at least a month older than yours. Then you'll be my little brother," in every way imaginable. The younger Harry said smugly, "Oh, bugger off." The older Harry said playfully, "Okay." The younger Harry said, smirking, before he disappeared with his wives. The sphere soon vanished too.
I was kidding?
The older Harry said. He'd not had a chance to thank his counterpart for the gifts properly. He even had a gift of his own to give. I think he was just excited to go home and didn't want to drag the farewells out. Natasha said fondly. Suddenly there was a flash of light and a strange portal appeared, in what looked like a purplish cloud of gas. A hand came through it and dropped a storage disk. "You know how this works, little brother," Harry's voice said through the portal, before it vanished again. "What was that?" Tony asked. From his description, that looked like a hyperspace window. Bruce said, as he walked closer and picked up the disc. "What is this?" he asked, looking at the strange card. It had a button on the side. "Don't press that button," Harry said quickly, summoning the card from Bruce's hand. "It's a storage disk, but this one is different than the ones he used before. Probably a newer version," Tony said. "From our perspective, they could have already lived through 19 years. Harry agreed. He hated time travel. "Well, let's see what's in the disc," Tony encouraged. He'd seen these before as well, when the younger Harry had pulled a disc from inside his comm storage to show him his version of a mundane laser. He had hated admitting that their lasers were not as capable as the one the other Harry had made when he was only 14. Harry looked around and saw only curious faces. He shrugged, pointed the disc at the ground and pressed the button. There was a flash, and suddenly there were 7 people standing before them, as the disc crumbled into dust. Neville Longbottom, his wife, Hannah with a little girl in her arms, Percy Weasley, Penelope Clearwater and a baby boy, and finally Phileas Flitwick all stood before them. "Neville?" Harry asked. "You bloody bastard!" the older-looking Neville exclaimed angrily, before stepping forward and pulling Harry into a hug. "You left without us. The end, and that's right. I'm ending it here. You can ask questions if you want, but I'm looking forward to starting with a clean slate. I don't know what I'll write, but I am finished with these Harrys. At least for now. I may end up writing a couple of one-shots for interest's sake, but I doubt I'll go this far again, anytime soon."